Start. Hi, my name is Abe, and I'm going to start today with the opening. And so I will just hop right into that. So, Junction kwasa wata hunsios kanigali wasa, tanchi duon lado nesugwa diesel negadi, o handa gali wadakwa, egwano headsto, Tony otohak ne gwanigula. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne umwet sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne ikin istaha hunja, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne onagat sua Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne gajet sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne olat sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne ohundet sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Anumquat sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gayan Tusala, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gahi sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gondilio, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gulet sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Ogino sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Ogida gua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gaeli ne Gawalage, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Odiwelas, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Sungwachi yoke neko galakwa, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Sutaneka galakwa, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Oji stokwat sua, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Gaeli niangwetige to. Gwego Oscar de Wafwet Nunine and Guanigula dono detin olados ne Sungwaya dizo, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Ona wadeli wahu dungo nua wenizalade doga oteno sayon Guanigula ha. Ize gine izawata suntelo egadi, Tony otohak ne Guanigula to. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Abe, in starting off our symposium, the second day of our 28th annual symposium on the river system that we call the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes. And as we've done almost every year, I'm pretty sure every year over the last 28 years, starting off with the traditional opening of the Mohawk Council and the Mohawk peoples of Akwesasne. And especially great to hear the ancient language of Mohawk and expressing those feelings and the thanksgiving. And for many of people who have participated over the years, we can follow along. We know the translation and we can hear and follow along with you. So my name is Jeff Ridal, and again, welcome everyone online to the second day of our annual River Symposium, the Science Day. This year's theme is Global Challenges, Local Concerns. And as we heard yesterday, for those people who are able to join, just a lot of really reflections on those local concerns and also on how it relates to those global themes. I think it really represents the feeling that this world, especially with the pandemic that we've been going through, that the world is a small place, and that our best opportunity is to make the difference to those global challenges is by working on our local issues. And so yesterday, again, at the Community Day, we heard a lot of those themes come out. So on this Science Day, we really look forward to hearing the information that everyone has to share. I know there's some amazing talks and we have some great speakers lined up for you. I'd first like to start off by acknowledging, we couldn't do this, we couldn't make it as available, without the support of many of our sponsors. And I think there's a slide, my understanding is a slide that's being shown now that shows the listing of those sponsors. We thank those sponsors so much for their support and helping us make this symposium basically free for all those people who want to join us on this day. And I'd also like to take a minute just to acknowledge the people, the organizers of the symposium, who worked very, very hard, many, many, many hours in order to prepare for this event. Yesterday, we had a hybrid event where we had people in the room with us, and we had many people online. It's a relatively complex thing to do, as we found out, but what a success and what a great feeling to be able to get to the point in where we are and able to have people in the room for us. There's nothing like speaking to a live audience. So it was just a great way to start off the symposium. So I'd like to thank Dr. Lee McGaughy and Georgia Bach, our symposium chairs, Stephany, Hildebrand, Zach Swinenberg, our IT tech, so much for all the work. And there's many other team members, I can't mention them, all the names, but that have contributed to this. So congratulations, everyone, for getting us here to this great day. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Stephany Hildebrand, who has a few things to say at the top. Stephany.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. So thank you so much, Jeff, for the introductions, and thank you, Abe, for the opening. My name is Stephany Hildebrand. I am just here for a very brief moment for housekeeping. So everybody's watching the symposium through one YouTube link. So if ever for whatever reason you close the link, you can go to www.riversymposium.riverinstitute.ca/2021 and you'll be able to find the link again. You can leave your questions in the comment section for the speakers. If you have a question for a specific person, please just add their name in the comment section so we know who you're addressing. Also, if a question were to come up later or you wanted to contact someone, you can go to the River Symposium website, download the program, and you'll have the email addresses of all of our speakers, and in that way you'll be able to contact them. And so I think I've pretty much covered my end, and I'll pass the stick on to Dr. Lee McGaughy.
Thank you so much, Stephany, and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us again this year for the River Symposium. I'm absolutely delighted that this morning we get to welcome Abram Francis back for our plenary to get us started for the day. So Abram Francis has a BSc in microbiology, which he got in 2014, and a master's in natural resources from 2019 from Carleton University. His past experiences include community empowerment, engagement, and research with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne and a variety of other community-based organizations. His master's thesis focused on applied research to develop a biocultural land stewardship strategy for existing and newly settled Native American land claims on the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation in Akwesasne. And currently he holds the position of Environmental Services Manager at the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne Environment Program. The position allows him to develop and implement projects that are inspired and directed by community needs, as well as influenced by his research interests. His research interests are at the intersection of environmental studies, Indigenous methodologies, community engagement, education, health, social services, law, and cultural foundations as a means for empowerment and healing within Indigenous communities. And that's quite an introduction, Abe, but I know you well at this point, and I know that all those various elements that are covered in that bio are absolutely what you are working with every day. I'm delighted that we work together. I am so happy to be here to introduce you, and I can't wait to hear your talk. So I'm going to hand it over to you. I'll host some questions. So as Stephany said, if anyone has anything they want to ask Abe, please put it in the chat on YouTube. And we will take the last 10 or 15 minutes, depending on how Abe does, to get around to your questions and allow you to ask him questions. So Abe, welcome. Thank you for being here, and looking forward to hear what you have to say.
So Sego Gwego, Nyama for being here and listening to some of my crazy thoughts. Just a warning, this is somewhat abstract and a bit messy, but very much of who I am. So I'm working on this piece, and it's about creating this theory around roles and responsibilities as a means for caring for creation in Akwesasne. And these are the culmination of thoughts that kind of came into form over the years that I've been working in this field. And so I'll just get started. I'm starting this conversation with a bit of a story. I remember in the final year of my master's program that I spent many nights at the American Indian and Indigenous Studies program. Graduate student lounge, speaking, working alongside, and writing with other Indigenous colleagues. One of the nights I sat there talking about my work with Dr. Teresa Rocha Birdal, and I shared a bit of my frustrations with environmental management and natural resources in general. I find the language to be limited and did not adequately represent my people's relationship with creation. She mentioned to me that I should create my own theory, but first I needed to finish this thesis before I could propose it. I would go into the spring of 2019 to complete and successfully defend my thesis, Haudenosaunee Forest Stewardship. It's one of the proudest moments of my life and represented so much mental and emotional labor. I accomplished something that I did not know I could, and with my final set of edits submitted to my committee, would receive a phone call from Tony David, director of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribes Environment Division, that would begin a journey of environmental work and thought in Akwesasne, my home and heart. It is here that I got to share my thoughts in a variety of committees, proposals, and wonderful discussions with family, community members, collaborators, and even myself. The theory I'm proposing is called Roles and Responsibilities as a Means to Caring for Creation, and inspired by my people's biocultural relationships with different aspects of creation. This theory has the potential to unsettle ecology as a field of scientific inquiry by expanding ecology theory to think beyond resource availability to include relationships, specifically from an Akwesasne place of interconnectivity and relationality. However, this may not be the right place for it to exist due to potential conflict with Western science, which I'll discuss in more length later. The theory could help in negotiating a space of intersection between Indigenous and Western science as a way for non-Indigenous scholars and fields of inquiry to understand and co-create research. However, this effort cannot exist as long as Indigenous science is treated as an unequal partner. There needs to be a deeper understanding of respect for Indigenous science beyond the imagined Indian, created within mainstream narratives which draws upon the savage or ecological native in people's mind. My people have been on these landscapes for thousands and thousands of years, and our cultural identity, knowledge, language, and practices emerged. So there's deep understanding of this place with important application to caring for creation. I was trained in my graduate program under applied ecology and community-based resource management, which strongly influenced my current work. I must first address a term that brings me discomfort, which is resource management. I utilize caring intentionally rather than management to create the intimacy of kin rather than externalizing and objectifying the relationship with creation. Within my people's biocultural context, these resources are family and part of our kinship network. We don't manage our families because this is an unhealthy dynamic. For when we care for family, this comes with kindness and responsibility that seeks to do what is best for the relationship. We need to consider how our actions implicate this relationship for the long term for both ourselves and the other. Additionally, I must recognize that this idea of family is from my understanding of family within a Haudenosaunee context, and not the Western and imposed nuclear family idea, which perpetuates individualism. I remember Louise Hearn McDonald sharing with me how we all have a place here with roles and responsibilities where every person in our community is important to the whole, so we must care for one another. It is through collectivism that we are connected and we create community and family. This is not ever present in Akwesasne, but I know my people come together for each other in times of need with a benefit, food, or kind words. I seek to situate this theory in the traditional Haudenosaunee family structure of caring. The origins of this theory are immensely informed by the Ahanda words that come before all else. The power in drawing on the speech and teaching is it outlines the holistic reciprocal relationship of the Haudenosaunee, which are land-based and context-specific. As the speech situates our mind and really is about relationships, I can add additional layers with other various teachings such as the Gaswenta or Guyana Lagoa and many others. I will discuss these teachings in more detail later, but I'm recognizing my teachers in this moment. The beginning of my understanding of these teachings come from 2010 to my last year of high school. I was writing my senior paper about Indigenous resistance that focused on Wounded Knee, which was a very limited analysis because of the knowledge I had of who I was and my people at that time. I would later meet with John and Harriet Boots at Drake Subs, and they would teach me about the brilliance of the Gaswenta and Guyana Lagoa. At the time, I did not realize that I came from such a vibrant, living history because my family was not traditional, and these things were not taught to us in school. Now, these teachings would take various forms in my understanding, which would lead me to think about the dynamic interpretation of fluidity and adaptability to changing circumstances. My understanding of the Ahanda as well as the connection to the two aforementioned teachings, application of my scientific and professional work, would come when I started working for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne Environment Program as a fish project coordinator in 2015. I still have people that call me the Ganiyunda man, and you'll see pieces of that work scattered across different spaces. But it was here in the MCA Environment Program and was and continues to be a dynamic environment where the complexity of Haudenosaunee culture and perspective is incorporated into research, which generated a more holistic and culturally inclusive environmental assessment. The environmental assessment is a more stringent approach for assessing development projects that exceeds the Canadian Environmental Assessment Standards. I spent hours speaking with Henry Lickers, who painted a multi-dimensional Guyana Lagoa, and levels of biological organization on his famous chalkboard. This multi-dimensional world was a beautiful weaving of scientific theory and Haudenosaunee traditional knowledge that seamlessly brought these two worlds together, which I did not know was possible at the time. I had the privilege of expanding this understanding of this applicability and with my graduate work and my following positions in Akwesasne as a water resource program manager, environmental science officer, and now environmental services manager. The piece I am presenting today is the culmination of my thoughts and frustrations. However, in writing this piece, I noted a lot of gaps in my understanding that must continue to be unpacked. This theory's current iteration is more of a seed being planted that must be continued to be watered and cared for over time. But it has taken a bit of shape, and I look forward to seeing where it will take me on my intellectual and personal journey. Here I'm going to discuss in more details my thoughts on the Ahanda Guyana Lagoa, Gaswenta, a limited overview of my understanding of environmental management, surprise, an attempt at reconciling the complex intersections of Western science and Indigenous science, and finally, future directions. The conversation exposes my vulnerability and uncertainty, and finding a space for this theory to exist as it is personal to myself and understanding my connection to Akwesasne as an Akwesaslono and someone still continuing my journey of decolonizing my thoughts. The Ahanda which y'all heard me fumble through this morning in my language, is a speech and teaching that is recited before and after all important meetings or decisions, in order to bring the people's minds together as they acknowledge the different dimensions of creations that are continuing to fulfill their roles and responsibilities as part of the interconnected and relational reciprocity. I have heard this given my entire life, but I keep learning new things about it all the time. One of my favorite moments upon returning to work in Akwesasne, I attended an important meeting at the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe's Environment Division with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, New York State Department of Conservation, by a beloved friend and teacher, Satdiogo Bucktooth. She was pregnant with her daughter at the time, and I remember thinking about how connected to creation she was as she spoke and gave an explanation of the opening. Her explanation touched me as she talked about how important it is for us to bring our minds together as we begin this important discussion, so we are present in the room and not thinking about everything else we need to do, such as getting groceries or what do we got to cook for dinner. By opening and closing with the Ohantakalu Wadakawa, we are bringing our minds together in a room to focus on important issues, as well as keeping in mind the implications of the decisions and words on all our relations. The Ohantakalu Wadakawa speaks to our kinship relationships through its recitation. I know a more standardized version of the speech, and it's very repetitive, but it was created to help language learners and provides insight into the framework of diverse relationships present in a relational framework, which has leaders in specific roles and responsibilities. And so the way that it opens itself is that the speaker starts by bringing our minds together. And then we acknowledge an aspect of creation. And then after we're done acknowledging, we bring our minds are now one, and the listener responds with toe in agreement. There's a much longer recitation of the speech that takes a lot more time that I have heard fluent language speakers give. Which change depending on the time of year and current issues or topics at hand, which I hope to give someday as I learn more and more Ganyageha. The aspects of creation acknowledged are the people, Mother Earth, the waters, fish, grasses, medicines, roots, berries, food plants, the animals, the insects, the trees, the birds, the four winds, the thunderers, our elder brother the sun, our grandmother the moon, the stars, the four beings, our great teachers, and the Creator. Through recitation, we acknowledge our relationships to the world around us, remind ourselves of our roles and responsibilities to other aspects of creation. The speech outlines a system of relational reciprocity that is humbling, as well as helps us see ourselves as part of a complex web of relationships that need each other. This decision-making approach from this teaching makes sure that decisions engage all Haudenosaunee relations and do not only prioritize the needs of human beings, which has the potential to impact the ways we care for creation and forms the basis of the proposed theory. The speech has been used by a variety of people to emphasize our roles and responsibilities to creation, such as Audrey said in Shenandoah in a keynote address to the 1990s Global Forum on the Environment and Development for Survival, where she extended greeting to all the participants, makes a call for people to stop abusing Mother Earth, and shows the distinction between Haudenosaunee Western ways of thinking, which she justifies with the absence of the word for the environment from our vocabulary, and the closest word referring to things that support life. It's a different way of conceiving the world because all aspects of creation have agency and familial connection. All creation needs to be cared for with the same level of respect that a family member would receive. I often return to the foundational principles of Ecological Great Law, which are Skana Gosenstasla and Gatnigulio, which translate to peace, power, and a good mind, respectively. When I think about creating a healthy relationship with myself, other people, as well as creation, these come into play. The Guyana Lagoa is the agreement that established peace and bound the Haudenosaunee Confederacy together, which is composed of 6 distinct and autonomous nations: Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, Mohawk, and Tuscarora. These nations share a common cultural connection through stories, teaching, and governance systems, all of which are intimately interwoven. The story accompanying this teaching, the Guyana Lagoa, tells us that these nations were once enemies and the peacemaker united them with his message of peace. It disrupted the conflict between these nations and provided a means for peace and cooperation, which continues today. The governance system serves as a rich source of resilience for the Six Nations, as we are all able to help each other when the need arises, such as when certain knowledge is unclear or missing. For example, Akwesasne received aid from other nations in the Confederacy to reclaim our ceremonies. There's a diversity and expression of these principles and their application, and they are not reserved exclusively to governance. The three principles have a resounding effect across the culture, people, and relationships, which includes all aspects of creation. Approaching relationships with Skana, Akwesasne, and Gatniguhlio is a way to make the relationship healthy. These concepts are interconnected, as there's power in a good mind that maintains peace. The unity of these concepts serves to inform all relationships with all aspects of creation and maintains peace with them, and by extension, a healthy relationship. Now, the Geswenta or Truro Wampum is a peace treaty as well as a teaching that was established between the Dutch and Haudenosaunee. I return to this teaching as inspiration for negotiating relationships with diverse worldviews, which I extend to other aspects of creation. The belt graphically represents the parties of the agreement, with 2 single rows of purple wampum, separated and surrounded by 3 rows of white wampum. One purple row representing Dutch ship, while the other row represents Haudenosaunee canoes, while the 3 rows of white representing the foundational principles of Guyana Goa and speak to mutual respect for each party's autonomy and perpetuity. I usually call upon this teaching to think when I'm thinking about negotiating relationships with academia and contemplating methodologies. My thoughts are strongly influenced by James Ransom and Craig Ettinger in polishing the Geswenta, a Haudenosaunee view on environmental cooperation, which calls out collaborative institutions for not engaging with Indigenous knowledge and values, and the way scientific validation and interpretation often removes local knowledge from its context. They provided a series of recommendations, which included both parties should enter into a memorandum of agreement or other instrument. This would be akin to taking out the Geswenta or Truro Wampum treaty belt and polishing. This memorandum of agreement or similar instrument should enshrine the principles of Skana, Akwesasne, and Gatniguhlio. The common interest in protecting the environment should serve as the basis for entering the partnership. The partnership should reflect the language of the Convention of Biological Diversity, especially Article 8J, which states the importance of preserving traditional knowledge and promoting its wider application, involving Native people in meaningful ways with the environmental protection process, and equitable sharing the benefits arising from the use of traditional knowledge. And the partnership should include provisions for cultural sensitivity training of the non-Native partners so they can better understand the perspective of Native partners. The framework of the Geswenta provides powerful means of negotiating relationships with outside agencies to develop goals for environmental policy and protection. It draws from the idea of polishing, which is a means of reminding participants of this common goal and mutual respect. It is a way to invoke memory and brings our minds together to approach a problem. Additionally, this teaching helped me find peace with my relationship with academia. I was extremely nervous about returning to academia throughout my graduate degree because I felt caught between 2 worlds. And in an interpretation of this teaching, this isn't possible. I found peace over a cup of coffee with Kiri Ransom, daughter of Jim Ransom, where she helped me unpack and reimagine my place. As Indigenous students, we are still firmly rooted in the canoe, and we are at these institutions to learn the language of the colonizer, so it is not used against our people. This brought me so much peace, and I return to this memory often as I approach collaborative relationships with non-Indigenous partners, as well as expand it to think about my relationship with other non-Haudenosaunee Indigenous peoples. The Ohandakaludekwa, Guyana Goa, and Geswenta read together all speak of the importance of respectful relationships. They are connected to each other and can form a powerful unity to inform decisions made around caring for creation collaboratively with diverse partners. Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike want to care for creation in a good way. For this to be possible, we need to understand each other in a healthier and familial way. It is here that the inspiration and grounding comes for the theory of roles and responsibilities as a mean for caring for creation. We can respect and value each other's autonomy through upholding Skana, Akwesasne, and Gatniguhlio, which extends to other aspects of creation. Humans are not separate from the ecosystem and have an important role and responsibility to maintain, which I see producing important work for healthier communities and ecosystems. Now, environmental management. This aspect of the research is going to continue in development, as I found it really hard to find a definition of environmental management and various expressions within the field that related to my work as an environmental services manager. It is a complex field which is inherently political and power-based, implicated by issues of access, control, rights, ownership, and use. The field may appear to be working on the improvement of the health of natural ecosystems, but only as far as it serves the economy and centralizes human needs. The theory proposed rejects this perspective and seeks to create a holistic and relational framework of reciprocity. However, there are important lessons and tools to be learned from this field, but it must be understood and expressed to create the change. George Stankey writes, in Adaptive Management of Natural Resources Theory, Concepts, and Management Institutions, that contemporary natural resource management has underpinnings of uncertainty regarding cause of issues and effect of a particular intervention, which are the products of long-term, multi-scale, and integrative aspects of resource management. In order to understand the system in which we are working, ecology as a science field is trying to understand organisms and their relationships amongst each other, as well as their surrounding ecosystem through application of the scientific process. Within this understanding, an intervention can be developed to help correct an issue, as well as understand of said intervention, which connects for me to applied ecology. Therefore, ecology can answer the cause of the issue, and with applied ecology influencing the applied aspect. What I spent some time doing was collecting some different types of resource management approaches. So the first one was top-down or command and control. And the definition I found was a frequent and perhaps universal result of command and control as applied to natural resource management is reduction of the range of natural variation of systems, their structure, function, or both in an attempt to increase the predictability or stability. That is, variation through time or space, such as system behavior over time or spatial heterogeneity, is reduced. Thus, a common theme of many resource management efforts is to reduce natural bounds of variation in ecological systems to make them more predictable and thus more reliable for human needs. We dampen extremes of ecosystem behavior or change species composition to attain a predictable flow of goods and services, or to reduce destructive or undesirable behavior of those systems. Another one I looked at was community-based natural resource management, which was defined as, although there is no single definition of community-based natural resource management, the approach seeks to encourage better resource management outcomes with the full participation of communities and resource users in decision-making activities and the incorporation of local institutions, customary practices and knowledge systems and management, regulatory and enforcement processes. Now, another one was precautionary approach. The cornerstone of precautionary approach generally is considered to be a willingness to undertake conservation-focused management actions in advance of conclusive scientific evidence of harm. Precautionary approaches are intended to step into the gap between scientifically supported information regarding how to reduce risk to an endangered population and the needs of decision makers to present a defensible rationale for their choices. Now, another one was integrated natural resource management. Integrated natural resource management is a scientific and resource management paradigm uniquely situated to managing complex natural resource management challenges in densely settled landscapes where people are highly dependent on local resources for their livelihood, thus heightening the tension between livelihood and conservation aims. The explicit effort to bridge productivity enhancement, environmental protection, and social well-being therefore makes an integrated natural resource management strategically relevant in such situations. Now, the last one I looked at was ecosystem management. Now, this one was a little interesting. So the definition, as I found, was the Convention on Biological Diversity has adopted and has continued to emphasize the importance of ecosystem approach in delivering its three key objectives: conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of its components, fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of these use of genetic resource of natural resources. A key point is that the ecosystem approach is not a static model, but is a holistic process for integrating and delivering in a balanced way the three key objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity: conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, cut together with equitable sharing of resulting benefits. Now, each of these approaches noted here in natural resource management are important, and there are many more to discuss. I find the language to be quite confusing and can seem exhausting on what is the newest fad for managing environments. However, I know language is important to communicating ideas effectively, and we cannot just recycle old descriptors to meet our current needs. Therefore, I think it is important for the field to continue to come up with new and innovative approaches that can meet the needs of communities and the ecosystem that they depend upon. I think different approaches provide direction to creating space for a higher valuing of creation. However, I'm calling for a theory to situate minds within the relational network, which I have not seen within the literature yet. However, I have a lot more reading to do before I can make the statement with very much conviction. So, in this discussion piece, the theory of roles and responsibilities as a means for caring for creation is best situated within a Haudenosaunee context because it's our way of relating to the world around us. I think it has the opportunity to help create conversation with academia and communicate with non-Indigenous collaborators, but this is not the main focus of this work. It is mostly focused on serving Akwesasne needs through environmental actions toward reclaiming reciprocal relationships with creation. The work exists in a conflicting space with academia, as it calls the voices of many different thoughts into conversation with environment management as well as Indigenous theories. I'm going to discuss a bit more on the origins as well. So part of the origins of theory come from the mentorship from Carol Warrior and Shawano Uran. I took Shawano's class in the spring of 2018 where he provided deep emotional education on critical Indigenous studies. While in the class, I was introduced to Gerald Visner's theory of survivance, which is situationally informed and context-specific, so the definition can change over time and situations. Survivance is described as a sense of presence over historical erasure that rejects colonial impositions of the poor, disappearing Indian or Native American. I see the theory of roles and responsibilities being an active and critical reclamations of ways to care for a relational network that rejects the idea of ecological peace-loving Indian. I don't know how many times I've been approached by non-Indigenous people telling me about how the world just needs to think like natives. I agree that a paradigm shift is necessary, but I do not think this comes at the price of assimilating other people's worldviews that just perpetuates the colonial system. Additionally, I'm always going to invite Carol Warrior's thoughts on fluidity and fixity, that this theory needs to remain fluid and dynamic as well as relational to creation and changing circumstances. I will embed this fluidity into the theory because the goal of colonialism and some scientific practices is all about categorizing and fixing thoughts and organism. Therefore, I seek to give the idea shape, but hopefully not too much that will cause it to lose its fluid nature. In a recent reading of Decolonizing Research Paradigms in the Context of Settler Colonialism, an unsettling, mutual, and collaborative effort by Mirjam Held, I was taken on a journey through a variety of work and thought about the potential space for collaboration between Indigenous and Western research paradigms, as well as the conflict that exists. The paper provided an immense amount of labor unpacking the Western Indigenous research paradigm through a critical analysis of ontology, nature of reality, epistemology, what is knowledge and the nature of it, axiology, values, and methodology, purpose and process of research dimensions. The positivist, post-positivist, constructivist, transformative, and pragmatic paradigm exists within the Western research paradigm, and Indigenous being completely separate, existing outside of that. The struggle to find a home for this theory research paradigms discussion amongst Indigenous scholars that discuss indigenization and decolonization. I'm not a proponent of indigenizing because it's trying to take and change a Western system and make it Indigenous, which I don't see as possible. I'm more in support of decolonization, as I've had described, as it's been quoted to as radically decolonizing research means that any decolonizing research paradigm must be developed conjointly between Western and Indigenous research, creating a new research framework altogether. It also means that decolonizing paradigms is not a means to an end, to provide alternative pathways to research or to make the research endeavor more inclusive and diverse, but just a small piece in the puzzle that is the decolonizing project, which is ultimately a radical social reform. Decolonizing research under this premise will be an unsettling collaboration with fraught solidarity and an unknown outcome. So basically, let's create something new that is fraught with the implication that is not fraught with the implications of colonization, and instead has all this beautiful love and celebration embedded in it, and healthy relationship. Now, an additional piece that I had the time to engage with, but unfortunately not fully unpack, was this piece by Dr. Cheryl Bartlett on two-eyed seeing and lessons learned on a co-learning journey. And it was here in this piece that she talked about Albert Marshall's concept of two-eyed seeing, which he described as the gift of multiple perspectives treasured by many Aboriginal people, and explains that it refers to learning to see from one eye with the strength of Indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing, from the other with the strength of Western knowledges and ways of knowing, and to use both of these eyes together for the benefit of all. Two-eyed seeing further enables recognition of Indigenous knowledge as a distinct and whole knowledge system, side by side with the same for mainstream Western science. Now, I like that approach, but I have my own approaches and ideas to thinking about that negotiation, which I call in with the Goswenta, which meets my people's understanding of the ways that we create our relationship. So when I approach that, I'm thinking about Indigenous communities' distrust of academic researchers resulting from a history of extraction and misinterpretation. Indigenous scholars thus expose and support the violence of colonial research by conducting research through methods drawn from our own communities, cultures, and knowledge. Indeed, through a Cartesian lens, these two worlds appear to be diametrically opposed. However, research method designs can be constructed through a third space of collaboration, where shared goals connect the parties by what I like to call ropes of co-creation, derived from the Haudenosaunee teaching of the Goswenta. Now, I am trying to figure out really what does that mean in application and development of my relationships with academia and research collaborators. But I take lessons from the co-learning journey as well as other sources of how to inform that. Monetary. We cannot just do things out of the kindness of our hearts and understand that we can feel when it is just a performative engagement and opportunity. So therefore, I propose that put your money where your mouth is, and let's create something together, and let's work diligently together. Now, in conclusion, the theory of roles and responsibilities is a mean for caring for creation in practice through environmental research action, participatory action, or environmental research and action. Approaching a relationship with creation through roles and responsibilities has the potential to shift paradigms or igniting a remembering for the deep consideration for the impacts behind actions on all our relations, which has the potential to improve ecological and community health outcomes. I'm going to sort of premise this by saying I'm still on a journey of reclamation and decolonizing my mind and relationships. I think as this journey continues that this theory will continue to grow. As part of this journey, I'm still on a beautiful journey to understanding Ganyakaha, or Mohawk language, because I was told by elders, if I want to truly understand Haudenosaunee culture and perspectives, then I need to learn it. Ganyakaha is a verb-based language which I believe will help me understand and explain biological processes through a Haudenosaunee lens. I continually pursue this language through the tutelage of my mom and community. I question every word that comes in contact with my ears and apply it in my life. The language is an important means for my people to communicate with creation and our ancestors. Every word learned and spoken is an act of reclaiming my history, my people. And so with that said, I appreciate the opportunity to share this jumble of thoughts with you, and hope to have some great discussions about it.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I'm always, as you know, I'm a biologist. And whenever we have discussions, I learn every time. And there's so much of the literature and the background and the way you speak that's totally new to me, you know. So I realize I'm one of those scientists that is just trying to do things the right way, trying to engage in the right way, trying to learn what the best way forward is. I can't help thinking, you know, as you talk, I'm making notes for myself on how can we do better when we work together? How can I do better? You talk about organizing your mind and your thoughts. I feel like we all need to do that. You know, I feel like every one of us, it doesn't matter what our background is, we all need to decolonize the way we think and do things, because so much is almost on autopilot, right? Because you've been trained from the beginning to navigate in a certain way. And I think the more awareness we have around the way we do things that isn't perhaps, you know, right is great, and that's how we learn. I was you know, you talked about the Hinton Galloway Dacquas, or the Thanksgiving address, the Great Law, and the Turo Wampum, and how these different things inform, you know, the way you want to go forward. And you talked also about a third space in co-creation. And I'm wondering, you know, if you have advice for all of us out here who are listening to you and saying, this is like, you know, we agree with everything you're saying. We want to do it right. How do we do it in a practical term? You know, is the way you and I work together, is that what you have in mind, or we've got to go along further still? You know, we've got a lot of ground to make still before we get that right.
I guess we are doing that with the River Report. I think part of where I've been able to sort of continue to expand my understanding of what this could look like has been from the reading and writing that I've been able to do as part of that process, and thinking about my relationship with each aspect of creation. And that's why I said, like, this is just kind of an introduction for me on this piece, and kind of trying to boil it down a bit more, because I gotta go through every aspect of creation to make sure that I'm paying attention to them and really kind of defining that relational network that exists around them. Now, when I think about really what this relationship can look like, I think about like that, what I talked about with decolonization, that we need to create something that isn't Western science but isn't Indigenous science either, and it's something that it has its own merits and is a combination of us too, you know, because I believe that Western science is valid and respected, and it needs to be that way, and they have their own ways of doing things, but Indigenous science has its own way of doing things as well and needs to be respected. And I think by bringing our thoughts together and developing those methodologies and developing our research questions together, and ultimately, you know, our conclusions and analysis, that's kind of how we do it. And so it just comes out of like creating community with each other and a bond with each other, that isn't just performative. And I think that that's what I have with you, Lee, and that's where a lot of this thought has come into my perspective. But I often think about like the systemic issues, and that's what really makes me uncomfortable. Like, is this possible? Or is Western science just going to subsume this idea and this concept and just kind of repackage it and sterilize it, and it'll lose its meaning, right? That this is something that can just be picked up and dropped anywhere in the world, when in actuality, the way that we're approaching this is specific to here and this place and this relationship. So those are the kinds of concerns that like I have, and those are the kinds of like guidances. And honestly, just listening with an open mind and an open heart, and holding those valuable values like but also that we respect each other's autonomy to be ourselves and our own worldview. That's kind of where I end up falling with myself and my thoughts on what collaboration can mean in the long run. But also, like, I want to get to that place. I want to understand that. I want to describe that. And this was part of the messy work that I'm trying to unpack and hopefully touches down for folks, you know, and that as I continue this and continue to research and write, it'll provide better provide better, I don't know, clearer advice to people. So that way, every time I get asked, how do we work with Indigenous people, I can be like, well, look at this. Instead of spending, having to spend so much time just trying to explain what kind of processes they have to go through, because that is a lot of emotional labor and work on my part. And it's not that I'm not willing to do that work, but I also have things I want to do and I'm interested in. And if I occupy all my time doing that, then I'm not really taking care of myself and my own spirit.
Yeah, and just the way you answered that question, in the back of my mind, I had, what I wanted to say next coming, my mind, and as you answered it, you took me right to the doorstep of what I wanted to say to you, and that's that, with colonization or Western science, there's so many institutes you can go and learn that at, right? Like any of us can sign up at any college, university, any place we want to go and get trained in these things. And so there's umpteen opportunities, right? Obviously, there's some barriers. In general, if someone wants to know more, there's lots of opportunities. Whereas because of the nature of Indigenous knowledge and the way of learning, it's not in the same way, and it's done in a much more as you mentioned, you have emotional connection when you make when you're giving people this information, and so there's like millions of people that already are in this Western paradigm, right? And I feel like the Indigenous people it becomes overwhelming when you have every institute around you going, can I please I want to learn about this, I want to do that. So for people that don't know, at least in this region, Thompson Island is an amazing opportunity, right? To be able to have some sort of cultural immersion and learn. But I imagine that it's overwhelming when there's lots of people who want to partner with you, and there's only so many people and resources and energy to be bringing everyone up to speed to help move this along, right? How do you feel? Do you have a comment on that?
I mean, I guess there's just patience, like kindness. I guess even for myself, I have to do that. Like I have to give myself a lot of patience and kindness because there's just only so much I can accomplish in a day. And that my body needs rest, my mind needs rest, and there's just I wish there was more people doing this work in this area, and there are a lot of people doing this work. I have, I think, somewhat of a unique perspective on it, which isn't so unique. Some of the things that I think a lot of people are calling work before they start asking questions. But also, there are opportunities that are created in this area with Thompson Island to sort of share a piece of it. Because, I can talk about theory and these ideas, but these are really practical on the ground activities that need to be enacted here on the land, and that's where Thompson Island comes in, is that on the ground practical stuff, medicine preparation, creating community, learning and language learning, and there's so much of that is happening. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's all I can offer to that statement. Let's just be nice to us. Be take our
And and there's also, I guess, there are some online resources, right, that people can make an to themselves, right? I think the University of Alberta has an excellent online program that people can take. So wherever people have an opportunity to get involved and to get informed and to learn as they can, so that they come to you not, totally naive, but they go and do some of the learning on their own time and with their own emotional energy, etc. So I'm watching the chat here for from YouTube, and I haven't seen any questions come in. But if anyone is watching this live and wants to ask Abe a question, then please put it in the chat, and I will read it out to him. In the meantime, Jeff Ridal has his hand up. Jeff, would you like to ask Abe a question?
Yes, thanks, Lee. And Abe, it's super interesting to listen to you. And I would preface my question as well with as Lee did, was saying, my background is a little bit different than yours in terms of it not formally an environmental resource and thinking about those issues. But I thought it was great to hear you unpack all of those different sort of ecosystem resource management theories and all of that part of it, and it's struggling a little bit to understand which ones are kind of align with some of the thinking about relationships you have. And I asked this question to Elizabeth Hoover yesterday because I think this is where kind of, if you excuse the expression, where the rubber hits the road is really, if we're going to make changes and we're going to incorporate a better understanding, better relationships with First Nations people, I think policy is where that comes together. And so you talked about resource management, right? I mean, it's kind of what people do. It's the Ministry of Natural Resources, right? And environmental. And so what advice do you have as we work together down this path about, setting policy? How do we create good policy, and especially ones where I think that's more inclusive, particularly of First Nations? Big question, I know, Abe, but maybe take a stab at it.
Well, I think I have two perspectives on policy. There's a piece of it where I see the power of policy, and I think policy needs to be providing resources to First Nations in order to reach these goals, right? And a lot of this is about providing us the money we need to do what we need to do for caring for the land. Like, this is not something that exists within the Canadian structure. Yes, we can apply for grants and we can get monies for that to support ourselves here, but it's exhausting. It's exhausting work to try to get those proposals written and get that money in here. So setting up frameworks where we're able to do that, because if we have enough people in here to provide the advice, to provide the resources, to educate folks, then we could really create a lot of change in the ways that we do work. Now, also too, really thinking about whose traditional lands that we're on, and building policies and management, caring for creation in that area from that place. And whether that's sort of integrating a perspective of not prioritizing industry and prioritizing this relationality that exists here, because we are confronting major challenges with climate change, and we're asking for things that are not actually happening. So I personally have a hard time with policy, because a lot of times when I look at policy, I very much think it's sort of a Western institutional tool, and that policy, it's not how we do things. There's different ways that things are done in our communities. And in my time working with the International Secretariat of Water, we were looking at water advocacy and how to impact policy. And I sort of thought about that. I'm like, well, that's sort of the Western way of approaching environment, caring for creation, right? That there you have to go to your ministers, you have to go to your government officials. They're going to do the policies that are ultimately going to impact how resources are cared for, right? Or the local landscapes. But for us in our community, at what point do we just reject that system? At what point do we not participate within the policy? Because if we participate in the policy, then we're sort of reinforcing that system that is out to kill us, really. And so there's really this space of trying to negotiate how engaged should we be, while relying on our own systems as well. And so when I sort of approach that question myself, it's like a boundary, right? How far do I trust myself? But I also know that policy kills people. It's a reality that participating in this process is actually a harm reduction approach too. So I oftentimes I find myself at this conflicting thoughts space where I'm trying to negotiate these two different worlds and trying to figure out, well, what does this mean and how does this implicate me and my people? At what point do I just say, I'm not participating, and walk away from the conversation? You know, I struggle with that pretty regularly because I grew up on the res my whole life, and there's not really like we have laws, but but like the way that our systems work here is so much different than those that exist outside of our communities. And when we're part of those communities, I don't even really understand how a lot of those things work. And so in learning the process, yes, I can sort of help engage in harm reduction, but kind of reflecting back on what like Elizabeth Hoover said yesterday, there needs to be a shift in thought that doesn't prioritize monetary gain and instead prioritizes the health of the ecosystem and people.
Yeah, well said, Abe. Something that it seems like it's just been the way of the world for so long that even shifting that would be like a massive paradigm shift for everyone, right? Where, I mean, I know for myself, I have conversations with people and they come to an abrupt end when they say, oh, well, that would cost too much, or that's not possible. We can't do this because we'd lose too much money. And you're like, you're going to lose too much money, but you're going to have water you can drink, or, populations that are going to survive now. And I know the whole ecosystem services framework has tried to like bring valuing environmental products, let's say, into the economic realm. But in some ways, even by trying to bring it in, as you say, with your policy and joining in, it's like you almost become contaminated with the same problems because now you're part of that system, right? And you caught yourself trying to say, well, a freshwater stream that has no contaminants in it, like it's totally pristine, is worth X amount of dollars. And they're saying, well, it's not because no one's paying for that. I'm like, no, but it is. So I think, when you try to enter into systems to try and help validate the importance of them in some ways, you then get caught in a catch-22, right? So it gets really tricky. I have a thank you from Marianne Perron. So I'll just mention that to you. It's nice to know we have our River Institute staff watching as well. I don't see any other questions that have come in. I don't have any more questions for you, Abe. I'm delighted that you gave us our itinerary today. You've got us off to a fabulous start. And thank you so much for all the time you give to us and all the work you do, not just with us, obviously with everyone. This region is so lucky to have someone as amazing and inspiring and potent as you, as you go through all the theories and everything and from the literature. I'm like, wow, I've got a lot of reading to do. I need to try and catch up with Abe. So thank you for pushing us to be different and think differently. You're amazing, and we truly value everything about you. So thank you for being with us today and sharing your thoughts with everyone. And I can't wait to see what you do as you progress. So thank you. And thank you to everyone who's watching us. Please take a break. You've got 12 minutes. We'll be coming back with Tony Ricciardi for another plenary at 10 o'clock. So you've got 12 minutes to go and get a coffee. All right. Thank you, Abe. Bye-bye.
Oh, no.
No sound.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Yes, welcome everyone. Matt Wendell here, research scientist with the River Institute. Welcome everyone to the Science Day at the Symposium. And our next speaker is Dr. Anthony Ricciardi at McGill University. And just before I introduce Dr. Ricciardi, I'm just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping. You're viewing us on YouTube Live, and if you have any questions for Dr. Ricciardi after his presentations, if you could type those into the little chat area next to the presentation on YouTube Live, I'll make sure to convey those to our speaker after his presentation is completed. So just a little bit of background about Tony. Tony's a professor at the Redpath Museum and at the School of Environment at McGill University. He is a recipient of the Frank Riegler Award, the highest honor given by the Canadian Society of Limnologists in recognition of major achievements in aquatic science. This is a very prestigious award. For nearly 30 years, Tony's research has examined the impacts of invasive species in freshwater ecosystems. He spent his childhood exploring the St. Lawrence River, where he developed a fascination for fish, crayfish, mud puppies, caddisflies, and very strange invertebrates. His doctoral thesis examined how the zebra mussel invasion rapidly transformed animal communities in the river. Currently, he and his students are using experiments to test the influence of climate warming on populations of non-native fishes and invertebrates across the Great Lakes, St. Lawrence Basin. And I have the pleasure of collaborating with Tony as well on some research. So very welcome, Tony. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, folks. Like many of you, I feel a strong bond with the St. Lawrence River. It's been a major part of my life. I grew up beside the river. I spent countless hours fishing and exploring it as a child, and now I explored in a professional capacity. I've been told many scientists can point to an experience when they were much younger that ultimately decided their career path. And I can do that too. This year is the 30th anniversary of a discovery I made which changed my life. In June 1991, I was a student in my first year of a master's degree at McGill, and I was sampling aquatic invertebrates around the island of Montreal. And I found an unusual freshwater mollusk that I'd never seen before. And it had a striped shell, and it was attached to a rock. And it took me a while to realize what it was. And that was probably the first time anyone had ever seen or recognized a zebra mussel in the St. Lawrence River. And their presence in the river was not widely reported at the time, but they had just begun to spread into the river from Lake Ontario after having invaded the Great Lakes in the mid to late 1980s. And that invasion became the focus of my PhD research. And ultimately, it decided my career path. It changed my life. It was a striking example of how a species can suddenly appear and proliferate in a region far beyond where it occurred naturally, far beyond its historical range. We refer to such species as non-native or non-indigenous or alien species, and if they spread very quickly, we call them invasive species, especially if they dominate and they cause impacts. The process by which they spread and form reproducing populations in new environments is called biological invasion, and that is the central topic of my research. And it was the St. Lawrence River, and especially the invasion of the zebra mussel, that set me on this career path. So I'm going to talk about a remarkable series of biological invasions that have occurred just in the past few decades that have transformed the St. Lawrence River in many ways that have not been recognized by people because it's all happening underwater. But I'm going to talk about some dramatic changes that have occurred. And what I'm describing is a kind of ecological warfare. There is a struggle to live in various environments, especially in terms of competition and predation and so on. And I've spent a long time studying this struggle. And this is where members of rival species, like native species and invasive species, are fighting for food in space. And the winners occupy positions of importance in the food web. And this is what's happening in the St. Lawrence River. It's a battlefield, an ecological battlefield, where turf wars are unfolding. And I've had the privilege of watching it. The outcome has important consequences for biodiversity, for water quality, for recreation and commercial fisheries, for the communities that rely upon the river. So what you see here in front of you is a picture that I took a couple of years after I discovered the mussel. And then they had already become quite abundant in the river by then. The invasion was in full swing. And so I owe a lot to this little species because it's the thing that basically turned me on to a new kind of science. It made me recognize how fast changes can occur, especially due to human activities that involve moving species across the planet. Now, the zebra mussel is actually one of 90 species that have invaded the St. Lawrence River over the past 2 centuries, and one of 189 species that have invaded the Great Lakes in the same amount of time. I'm going to focus on invasions by aquatic invertebrates and fishes, but of course, invasive plants have played a major role as well, and those of you who've walked along the shores of the St. Lawrence can testify to that. Species like the European strain of Phragmites, Eurasian water milfoil, European frogbit, and so on. There have been many that have contributed to major change in the river. Now, because I'm interested in the animals, I'm going to focus on them as examples. The Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system, as I said, has been invaded by at least 189 species that we know about over the past 150 years or so. No other freshwater system in the world contains as many non-native species or has been invaded as frequently as the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system has. Prior to 2008, I'm going to talk about why I stopped there as a demarcation. Prior to 2008, we were getting one new invader discovered every 7 months. Now the system is, the invasion rate has been largely reduced to about one new invader every 3 years. I'm going to explain why that happened. That's a piece of good news in this story. I'll come to that later. But until 2008, the invasion rate was among the highest in the world. And the number of species that are still established in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system is the highest for any freshwater system that we know about. And the St. Lawrence has paid a price for this because many of the species that have invaded the Great Lakes have also invaded the St. Lawrence River. So, you can see that these accumulation curves, this is the rate of discovery, which is our best proxy for rate of invasion. It's exponential. Species have accumulated, especially after the opening of the seaway in 1959, but even prior to that, species have been accumulating in the St. Lawrence River, have been invading, proliferating, in some cases changing the river as a result of a variety of human activities. And we have to ask ourselves, okay, what exactly has contributed to species being introduced to the system? What is causing it? Well, there are several important factors, all relating to human activity. The first thing is the activities of some anglers and recreational boaters. The process of using live bait, the practice of using live bait. A lot of this is regulated now, but for over 100 years it wasn't. And people would bring in crayfish and minnows from all sorts of places, and then use them to catch. Using crayfish, you catch bass and so on. And there are many, many predators and game fishes in the St. Lawrence River, as most of you know. And they can be caught with live bait. And the trouble is, when people finish fishing, they usually dump their bait. And that bait could have came from somewhere else. And that is how crayfishes and various minnows have spread from one lake and one river to another. Also, when you're moving trailered boats, I've never seen a boat or a trailer leave a water body that had weeds in it that didn't take the weeds out of it. Every trailer I've ever seen that left a weedy water body carried weeds on its prop or on the trailer itself. And some of these weeds are non-native and invasive, and that's how Eurasian milfoil is spread from various water bodies overland. In fact, that's how the zebra mussel is spread overland, because it'll attach, small mussels will attach to aquatic plants, and they can live. The mussels can live out of water for several days, sometimes up to a week or more, depending on the relative humidity and temperature. And therefore, they can be trailered from one water body to another. And that's probably how they spread from into various inland lakes throughout the world, but especially I'm speaking about what I know about in the Great Lakes region, and in Canada. For those of you from Quebec, this is how they got into Lake Memphremagog, for example. Now, among the bait fishes that have been brought from Europe, for example, to use as bait, starting many decades ago, one was the European rudd, And that species became established again through bait bucket dumping. And you can find it in great abundance in a tributary of the St. Lawrence River, the Richelieu River, which connects the St. Lawrence to Lake Champlain. And this is a picture that one of my students took. And most of the fish in this fyke trap, in this net, are rudd. And rudd are also in the St. Lawrence River, but not abundant in most places. I think that'll change over time, but they're very abundant in the Richelieu River. I expect they'll become more abundant as climate warming continues. Aquaculture. Species have been intentionally stocked in the Great Lakes and in parts of the St. Lawrence River. And some of them that have been used in farm ponds were unintentionally released. And so one of these that you'll hear more about is the tench, which is a European minnow that was brought over into North America on purpose in the late 19th century to various parts of North America, and most of those introductions failed except in Washington State and California. It got into Quebec in eastern Canada in the 1980s, around 1986, because a businessman who was also part of a farming family brought them over on an Air Canada flight from Germany while applying for a permit to start an aquaculture operation with them. He never got the permit, but he brought them over anyway. And then they got released, probably because of floods that flooded the farm ponds and allowed them to spread into the Richelieu River. And that happened in the early 1990s. And they became quite abundant in the Richelieu River. And then they managed to spread all the way to the St. Lawrence north. And then once they got to the St. Lawrence, they started spreading upstream and downstream. And those of you who study the St. Lawrence will recognize that this fish is now becoming more abundant and is headed toward the Great Lakes. I'll talk more about this fish later. That's an example of stocking in farm ponds and then subsequent release, which apparently was unintentional, but it was reckless. Organisms sold in live trade, such as aquarium pets. You can find areas of the Great Lakes, for example, like Hamilton Harbor, where goldfish are common. And they get large. Goldfish are supposedly in the St. Lawrence River, although I've never seen them. But they could become more common as water temperatures favor them. This is something that's sold in aquarium stores. Of course, they're quite cheap, and therefore people put very little value on them. And then when they what people want to do is dump their aquaria into water bodies. They've been doing this for centuries, basically. And so this is how a lot of fishes get established in places like the Great Lakes, St. Lawrence River system. In fact, billions of fishes in terms of numbers, billions of fishes and untold numbers of species are brought into North America every year. Well, billions over periods of a decade at least. A lot of them barely regulated. Their identities are sketchy at best in many cases, except for the obvious well-known ones. It's not clear what's coming in, and it's not clear what happens to them afterwards. They can be sold legally in pet stores. They can be sold in unregulated ways over the internet, for example. And that's how things like northern snakehead, like what you see here on the right, have got established in various parts of North America. One of these fish, one of the snakeheads, there was a sighting of a snakehead around Quebec City in the St. Lawrence River in the 1990s, but there's no evidence that they've established, but they could. It just matters how many are actually introduced at a given time to start a population. What has been seen in the St. Lawrence River, at least what has been reported, is interesting. This is a red devil cichlid, and this was caught in 2012 during a bass fishing tournament, and it was reported because the bass fisherman, I assume, was surprised to see something like this. Those of you who keep aquarium fish might recognize it. It's a rather expensive aquarium fish. How it got into the St. Lawrence, well, there's only one way. Somebody tossed it there, probably dumping an aquarium. The fact that one was caught and only one makes you wonder how many others were dumped, because what's the chance of the one fish being sent into the river being collected? But there's no evidence that it's established or that it could establish. But the fact that it is there means that people are dumping a variety of fishes into the St. Lawrence River. Another one that's better known is the pacu, which is related to piranhas but isn't carnivorous. It's more of an omnivore, and it feeds on aquatic plants, and that was also caught in the same bass fishing tournament. So it was a very interesting tournament. They also caught bass, of course, but collecting things like this, of course, is something that fishermen usually don't forget. There's no evidence of establishment of pacus in the St. Lawrence River. I should also point out that this kind of thing is common in the Great Lakes. People find species like this almost every year. Piranhas have been found many times during the summer in parts of Lake Erie, for example, and Lake Ontario. There's no evidence that they can establish. That's because they cannot overwinter. But as climate change continues, maybe that situation will also shift. I have seen species being sold in pet stores around Montreal that should not be sold in pet stores. The order form that you see in the top left for Big Al's aquarium business, they've got franchises all across Canada. This one was by a colleague of mine. They bought this in a store in Toronto. But I can verify that this clam or this species of clam is sold or was sold until very recently in Montreal. I took a picture of clams in an aquarium in a pet store that's in Montreal, and you see it in the lower right, those yellow shells. That's called the Asian clam, and it's Corbicula flaminia. It happens to be one of the most invasive freshwater species in the world, and it's being sold in aquarium stores. Now, of course, they don't know what it is. They just called it a clam. I looked at their inventory, and it has the right family name. Doesn't tell you what the species is, but I recognize it because this species did invade the St. Lawrence River, but then something happened to it and it crashed. I will tell that story soon. My point is that these species are being sold in pet stores near you. How else do species get into the St. Lawrence River? Then there's the role, more famous, of ballast water transport, transoceanic shipping, and also domestic cargo ships, which will move species around the Great Lakes. Once they're established in one place, they can get moved to another place. There has been a recent invasion of a fish that I'll talk about that Matt Windle is familiar with, that probably was introduced to the St. Lawrence River by a cargo ship that moved it from another part of the Great Lakes. So transoceanic ships are a major vector, or have been a major vector for invasions in the Great Lakes, and then what happens is that the invaders will spread from the Great Lakes, like from Lake Ontario downstream into the St. Lawrence River. And some of these are actually directly introduced to the St. Lawrence River at the Port of Montreal, for example. Now, we're part of a large shipping network. What I'm describing here in the St. Lawrence River is happening around the world. Biological invasion is a form of global change. It is the redistribution of life on Earth, basically, by human activity. And ships play a major role in this for aquatic invasions. And ships are moving species from port to port around the world. And it's ballast water that's the major way in which species are moved to inland waters by ships. At any given time, ships are moving thousands of species around the world in their ballast tanks. There is about 700 million liters of ballast water that enters in ships through the St. Lawrence Seaway, I call it SLR, through the St. Lawrence Seaway annually. 1 liter of this kind of water typically contains thousands of plankton, millions of bacteria, billions of virus particles, possibly fish larvae, various kinds of other invertebrates. And like I said, several thousand species are in motion around the world at any given time in ballast tanks. The number of ship-vectored invasions in the Great Lakes has increased steadily, especially after the opening of the Seaway, which allowed larger ships carrying more water and coming from various parts of the world to enter, and therefore there was a surge in shipping activity that was using the Seaway to get to the ports in the Great Lakes and so on. And this especially was important in the last few decades. Some of the most famous invaders in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River system were arrived through ballast water from Europe, for example. Now, I say the scientific community and the management community attempted to try to stop this when they realized that things like the zebra mussel and various other things like Bithytryphes and other species you may not have heard of have come in. So they instituted a kind of regulation that said that ships that are carrying pumpable ballast water will have to exchange their water on the high seas before entering the St. Lawrence Seaway, such that the water that they're carrying has to be salt water. That means that any saltwater organisms in the tank would not survive in the Great Lakes, and any freshwater organisms left in the tank would die on contact with the salt water. So that was the idea. It was called open water exchange. But only ships that had what was called pumpable water on board were subject to this regulation. The problem is that a lot of ships didn't have only water, they had cargo too. So their ballast tanks weren't filled. In some cases that were deemed to be empty when they really weren't, and they were carrying sediments that had resting stages of invertebrates in them and some water in them. And so when they did come into the Great Lakes, they would pour water into the tanks, and that would resuspend everything that was living in the tank, and then they would expelled it out in another port while they're visiting the Great Lakes. And so this regulation didn't work very well. As you can see here, the cumulative number of invasions continued to grow after that regulation. So another regulation was placed. And this is a good news story. It's nice to have one. And that is that this time all ships were covered by this regulation, such that even the ones that declared no pumpable ballast, they had to wait outside the St. Lawrence Seaway and exchange their water. It's called swish and spit. Basically, they take up water, they release water, take up water, release water, until their saltwater concentrations are achieved in the tank. And that was what was supposed to happen before, but this time every tank from every ship was subjected to it. And so this was in 2006, Canada mandated this. In 2008, the United States did too, so the regulation became harmonized between the two countries that run the St. Lawrence Seaway. Since then, the invasion rate has dropped. It hasn't gone to zero, but it's dropped noticeably. It's almost flatlined, actually. Now, in the recent years, there have been a few invertebrates found in the Great Lakes that probably were introduced by shipping. We think that some of them were introduced since the regulation, but it's not clear. So it's still possible for some species, especially the ones that tolerate broad salinity tolerances, to get in, but far fewer are getting in. And the proof of that is this. Here this is a little box and whisker plot. The main thing you have to look at is really the solid line. That's the median. So the average number of species coming in per year in the pre-regulation, before regulation occurred, was a certain number. Then the average number after partial regulation actually went up. Not because of partial regulation, but because there was more species coming in. So partial regulation, the first regulation we tried in 1993 didn't really do anything. But the full regulation that's been in effect since at least 2007 has had an impact. Very few species, if any, have actually came in and became established, at least by shipping. Other species can still come in through other ways. But shipping seems to have been largely regulated, finally. Before this happened, a series of invasions coming from a certain part of the world came into the Great Lakes and took over. They occupied positions of power. I already mentioned one of them, the zebra mussel. Along came also its cousin, the quagga mussel, which is on the lower right here. And then you may have heard of the round goby. And other species like the fishhook water flea and the bloody red mysid shrimp and so on. A series of invaders that came from a part of the world, the Black Sea region, actually more specifically the freshwater margins of the Black Sea. They invaded Europe and got into major ports from which we receive shipping traffic. This happened throughout the 20th century. And then they started to have opportunities to come to the Great Lakes, and they did. And they're very competitive. And they're very good invaders, highly invasive. And they've basically been fighting a turf war among themselves for position. And they're among a major group of species that have become established in the St. Lawrence River as well. In the 1990s, the zebra mussel, as I mentioned, invaded the St. Lawrence River, and this was a major change. It was basically a new era, because nothing will be the same again now that the zebra mussel has come in. What you're looking at here is a underwater shot of Windmill Point off of an island called Ile Perrot, which is just south of Island Montreal. And all that rough surface there is covered by zebra mussel shells. So this happened, they increased exponentially, actually, over the 1990s. And I was just starting this became the focus of my PhD research. And I was watching the invasion unfold rapidly. Now, why is the zebra mussel so influential? Because it does two things that are important. It is an attached mussel, just like marine mussels that you see, but we have no freshwater ones that attach. Our freshwater mussels burrow in sediment. This thing attaches to solid surfaces, like rocks, for example, or the shells of other mollusks. And they have little sticky threads that come out of the base of the shell that allow them to do this. And so what they do is they can cover surfaces very quickly and foul them. And we call this biofouling. Now, this is very common in marine systems, or intertidal systems. Many of you have been to an intertidal area or marine beach, for example, will have seen this, blue mussels and barnacles and other things. It's uncommon in freshwater. So the zebra mussel was introducing a new form of living that was completely alien to freshwater environments in inland waters in North America. So this is called biofouling. They also have a very effective filtration capacity. So their filtering activity also can change things because they can remove particles, both living and non-living, out of the water column. Whatever they don't digest, they'll wrap up in mucus and deposit on the sediments, and therefore they're actually transferring energy from the open water, stealing it from food webs in the open water, and depositing it on sediments, which can be used as food by invertebrates that live amongst them. So the biofouling aspect can benefit and harm other invertebrates depending on what they are. Small grazing invertebrates, small snails love zebra mussels because they can feed on the algae growing on the zebra mussel shells, and also clumped mussels will form little spaces that can allow invertebrates like small snails to hide from predators. Larger snails cannot use it, and therefore they're excluded because of the size of the spaces. So we've noticed that large snails, for example, don't do very well around zebra mussels, and small ones do. Native mussels are not well served by zebra mussels. They have been heavily impacted because what happens is zebra mussels can attach to any hard surface and can foul it very rapidly and overgrow it. And they do that with the exposed shells of native mussels. Remember, native mussels are burrowers, all right? And so half of their shells exposed out of the sediment to facilitate their filtration, their feeding, their respiration, and so on. And so that part of the shell is basically an island of hard substrate by which zebra mussels can attach to. And nothing else, few other things would have done so, and certainly not with the same intensity. And so the mussels will overgrow the zebra mussels will overgrow the native mussels and smother them to death. I'll come back to that in a second. The filtration activity can increase water clarity. They don't clean the water, they clear it, right? And that allows light to penetrate in areas where it was turbid water, light to penetrate and benefit aquatic plants, including weeds, by the way, which do very well under those situations, or benthic algae, the algae that grows on rocks. All right, and that changes entire food webs. They also, by removing material from the water column, they will remove phytoplankton, which is the base of the open water food web, and that starts a cascade of effects that reach fish. And so zebra mussels effectively can compete with species that are in the open water food chain by siphoning off the base of the food chain and basically depositing on the sediments. So zebra mussels can do, I've given you a snapshot of what zebra mussels can do. They are an engineer. They can change habitats. As I mentioned, one of the most devastating impacts that they've had on biodiversity is on native mussels. Now, we have native mussels, we call unionid mussels, can live, well, in some cases, for 100 years. In the St. Lawrence River, the species that used to be there can live for about 25, 30 years, maybe 40 years. Zebra mussels can live for about 3 to 5 years. So our native mussels were older, they can grow older, they're slow growing, and they could survive quite a bit they could tolerate quite a bit of disturbance, at least the ones that were in the St. Lawrence River did. There was about a dozen species of native mussels in the St. Lawrence River that survived decades of environmental insults in the form of channelization, in the form of water pollution, organic pollution, heavy metals, and so on. This was a hardy group. The other ones may have died off because of this, but what was left, the 8 to 12 species that were left, were very hardy. And along comes the zebra mussel and changes that. That was the one stress they could not put up with. This is happening around the world where zebra mussels have invaded. They will congregate, as I said, on one end of the shell, the exposed end of the native mussel shell, and smother it to death. You could see here. What happens is that the native mussel can no longer open its shell. So it will either die by starvation or suffocation. The bottom picture is one that I took from the St. Lawrence River. That's a common species that's being, those of you who know native mussels, that unionid mussel is called Lampsilis radiata, and here you see a bunch of zebra mussels attached to it, and eventually they're going to kill it. And so I looked at a particular canal which had several species of native mussels that were doing quite well, and 3 genera, which I show here. So Elliptio, Lampsilis, Paganodon. These were common species. Elliptio in particular did very well. And when I started looking at following this community, I noticed that zebra mussels started to congregate and started to attach to them and started to reproduce quickly on them. And so in 1992, we had a certain density. And it was a pretty good density for native mussels. We're looking at over 20 per square meter. And for a long-lived, slow-growing species, that's pretty good. Then we started to notice that the zebra mussels were attaching to them, and pretty quickly, actually, and started to weigh them down, right? So in 1993, we started to see some declines and rapid attachment of zebra mussels on top of them and fouling. In 1994, we saw a major die-off. One whole species or a series of species no longer existed in that area. We started to see this, dead mussels that are completely covered, or dead uniotid mussels that were completely covered with Z mussels, indicating this was the last thing that happened to them before they died. And then we found only one species left in by the end of 1994, and by 1995, nothing. So all we got were dead shells, empty shells, covered with Z mussels. So in a space of a few years, we had a thriving community that was wiped out. They had survived, like I said, decades of all kinds of stressors, organic pollution, heavy metals, and so on. And along comes a zebra mussel introducing a stressor they'd never seen before, fouling. And they got wiped out. And this happened around the St. Lawrence River, not just in St. Lawrence Canal. But so we had various populations of unionid mussels that had been there for millennia, basically. And then some of them doing quite well. I found a patch in Lake St. Francis that had over 100 per square meter. Lots of reproduction going there. And along comes the zebra mussel, and within a few years, wiped out, or nearly so. A crash occurred across the river. You can find some native unionid mussels now, but you won't find very many of them, except in places where zebra mussels could never get into. So this was a massive biodiversity loss. And it happened in the Great Lakes, even more devastating in the Great Lakes, actually, where there were a lot more species of native mussels there. So about 10,000 years of molluscan natural history was wiped out in a space of less than a decade. That's an agent of change. Now, other things benefited. Macroinvertebrates did very well with zebra mussels because they were benefiting from the spaces that mussels provide as a shelter between shells, and of course the energy they're providing by removing it from the open water food web and depositing it on the sediment. So they benefited from this. But not all of them. Large snails did not benefit. So there's a snail called Alemia, right? That's large, and it can't use the zebra mussel spaces very well. So it can't use the shells as grazing surface. It likes the rocks that zebra mussels are attached to. And now that space was being removed and taken over by zebra mussels. So they started to disappear. But the smaller snails increased. And one in particular, Bithynia, which itself is an invader from Europe that came over in the late 19th century. All right, that one did very well. And it increased throughout the St. Lawrence River as a result, where I looked at least, as a result of zebra mussels primarily. And that matters because that species carries parasites that affect waterfowl. Right? It carries a fluke that we call a trematode. And the snail is an intermediate host. And basically, waterfowl like mallards, for example, will eat these snails, or whatever snails are available. And when this one becomes abundant, they'll eat these. And so we see various kinds of trematodes, including invasive trematodes that were brought in by the snail when it invaded, are now in these diving ducts, and in some cases cause mass mortality. Now that don't know if that's been recorded in the St. Lawrence River, but it has been recorded in the Great Lakes. So there is a series of consequences, potential consequences that become invoked after the zebra mussel does what it does. By shifting the community around, it is causing lots of secondary effects. And I haven't talked about them all because I don't have time to, but the zebra mussel was a major change. But the zebra mussel was largely replaced by another mussel, a cousin of the zebra mussel that came from the same part of the world called the quagga mussel. And here in the St. Lawrence Canal, where the zebra mussel was very abundant, right, in the several thousands per square meter, or several thousand grams per square meter, it was replaced over a period of about 5 to 8 years by the quagga mussel, which at first only accounted for a small percentage of the total Dreissenid, that's the family, mussels in the canal. They surged in the late 1990s and have taken over and have become dominant and have never given up this dominance. So the picture you see here is a picture of mussel, zebra and quagga mussel colonies along the walls of the St. Lawrence Canal. And this is the same thing you'll see in the Lachine Canal and various other canals because they love walls to attach to. And we used it as a monitoring area to show what the quaggas were doing. So this was an example of two rival gangs taking over foreign turf, basically. Fighting a turf war, and the quaggas have won, basically. Now, zebra mussels are not gone. They're just not dominant anymore. The quaggas are. And the quaggas don't act the same way the zebra mussels do. I don't have time to talk about it, but their filtration capacity is different. And they're capable of intense filtration even when food particles are in low supply. So a lot of changes are occurring even amongst mussels. So basically what's happened is that the unionids, which used to be relatively abundant and dominate at least biomass, have now declined and crashed in many places and now are in low abundance. And the zebra mussels originally took over and then have reached a kind of lower equilibrium, and now the quaggas have remained dominant throughout the river. 2000s, the Round Goby invades the St. Lawrence River. That was a major event also, a new era. This small benthic fish is among the most abundant bottom-dwelling fishes you'll find in the upper St. Lawrence River and the lower Great Lakes. Its increase has been correlated with declines of native fishes that occupy similar habitats, right? And so one of the various darters, for example, like the tessellated darter, I suspect log perch are affected this way negatively too. But so it appears that the Round Goby is outcompeting certain fishes that occupy similar habitats to the Round Goby. Another thing the Round Goby has done is that it's become so abundant and it is so voracious that it has actually affected the macroinvertebrate community in the St. Lawrence River. And that's an amazing thing because the river has traditionally had abundant invertebrates, in great diversity and great abundance of things like aquatic insect larvae, of various kinds of snails, of various kinds of worms, and so on. That's why benthic fishes, bottom-dwelling fishes, thrive in the St. Lawrence River because there's a lot to eat. There's a great diversity of life, especially living amongst the rocks and on the bottom. Well, the Round Goby likes to eat that too and is extremely voracious, very efficient predator of these invertebrates. And so I'm going to show you an example of what the Round Goby can do. Now, we've been quantifying this. We want to know exactly what's going on here. And so there's various kinds of diversity measurements. And one is that you take into account not only the kinds of species you have and how many species you have, but how abundant they are. And so if you have lots of species and they're all relatively high abundance, that's great diversity. If you have one species that's very dominant and the rest of them are in low abundance, that's not very great diversity. So there's an index that we can use, a metric that we can use to quantify this. And so when this curve, as you see here, is high, that's relatively high diversity. All right. So here we measured in various parts of the St. Lawrence River the diversity in this way using this index of macroinvertebrates just before the invasion. And then we measured it after invasion. So this is early on. These are patches of areas where the Round Goby had just started to get into. And we compare those to other patches where the Round Goby existed for longer periods of time. At times, at stages which we would call a mid-invasion, where the goby abundance is now increasing rapidly, it's fairly abundant, and of course, they're eating macroinvertebrates in large numbers. And then late invasion stage. Note the change in diversity. The Round Goby feeds on a variety of things, a broad variety, especially snails, all right, and grazing invertebrates, things that feed on algae, for example. And they can reduce this diversity rapidly. We have seen incredible changes in abundance of invertebrates. What this means for other fishes remains to be determined. But this is an example of the capacity of Round Gobies to change the environment around them, at least the living environment. And for example, we look at snail biomass, and we look at Round Goby density. If you look at each one of those little symbols is a site in the St. Lawrence River. And each has a certain amount of Round Gobies living in it. And those areas which have a lot of Round Gobies don't have many snails anymore, right? So snail biomass, amongst other grazers, other insect grazers, for insect larvae, for example, insect larvae, mollusks, and so on. This is what the Round Goby feeds on, but it loves snails. Now, there is a cost to this, or there is a consequence to this. Because it feeds on so many snails and can reduce them in a way that no other fish has done, it has also affected indirectly algal biomass. In other words, where Round Gobies are in high density, snails decline, algal biomass goes up because snails aren't there to feed on them. This shows that Round Gobies can have an indirect effect on their environment, fundamentally by changing even the base of food webs, such as algae on rocks. Right? So they can affect, in this case, they're benefiting the algae, they're not benefiting the snails, but they have an indirect effect, what we call a trophic cascade. Trophic refers to food web, cascade. Their influence is so strong that it can be felt across multiple levels. Mid-2000s, another invader comes in, the tench. I mentioned this species before. This is the one that was brought over to the Ricciardi River in the 1980s. It escaped from farm ponds. It grew exponentially in the Ricciardi River. It started to move into Lac Saint-Pierre, which is at the mouth of the river where it enters the St. Lawrence River, and moved upstream and downstream. Now it's moved into past Montreal into the upper St. Lawrence River, and it's headed toward the Great Lakes. So I have two students working on this, Christophe Benjamin, who's a master's student, and Sunshi Avliash, who is a PhD, and she's basically I would say maybe the tench expert in Canada, because she spent a lot of time studying the species. She took some of these pictures that you're going to see. Now, the tench started in the Ricciardi River, and we've been following it and tracking it since the early 2000s. And one tench was found, one specimen was found in Bay of Quinte in Lake Ontario in 2018. It may have been a pioneer, it may have been a wanderer that actually got that far, or it may have been part of a group. We don't know yet. I expect, however, that Lake Ontario will be invaded very soon, if it isn't already. Because this is an example, an unusual example of invader moving upstream in the St. Lawrence River to invade the Great Lakes rather than the other way around, which usually happens. Commercial anglers have provided data to the Quebec government, and we can see that before 2009, they weren't catching many tench. They don't want to catch tench. And then they started to catch tench. They started to see tench in their nets exponentially increase since 2008. Right? So look at the logarithmic scale on the left. So those dots indicate a very rapid increase in abundance. They don't want this fish. They don't want it in their nets. They're getting it. This is a sign of how fast the fish is reproducing in the St. Lawrence River. We're just studying its impacts now, so I don't have a lot to report yet. Of course, invasive pathogens are also important. Viral hemorrhagic septicemia, which is basically Ebola for fish, as far as I'm concerned, has struck many times. This is still a rather mysterious disease because it tends to like cold water, and it's hard to say what causes outbreaks. But it's here. It's in the St. Lawrence, and it's here to stay. And it was responsible in the early 2000s for wiping out about half of the muskie population in the St. Lawrence River. Let me say that again. Half the population was lost because of VHS. VHS affects maybe up to 100 species of fishes, but it hits some more than others. And it can be carried by gobies. And that's important too. So as gobies become abundant, VHS can reside in them. And of course, gobies are fed upon by all kinds of predators, including muskie, pike, especially bass, and so on. Also, since the 1990s, alien crustaceans have invaded the St. Lawrence River. What we call amphipods, crayfishes. The crayfishes we're seeing now are not the ones that I grew up with. When I grew up, the dominant crayfish were large, with blue claws. These were called northern virile crayfish. Now you can hardly find those. What was replaced is an American crayfish that moved in from the south, probably through bait bucket dumping, and that's a spiny cheek crayfish. That one dominates the St. Lawrence River. We also had the bloody red mysid shrimp, which is unusual because these kind of shrimps don't like warm water, but most shrimps don't, but this one does. And that one has remained abundant in the port of Montreal for the last 12 years. Those amphipod crustaceans are important, these little shrimps here. They're important because fish like them, fish need them in their diets. So we have a common one, the North American amphipod, Gammarus fasciatus, and we have the invader that's coming in, taking over. And they kill each other. They don't get along at all. And they'll kill each other by biting each other. And so they'll leave little cookie cutter bite marks like the one you see here. This is called intra-guild predation because they're in the same food web group, the same trophic guild, and they attack each other. Right? And that's the reason why they don't get along. Usually the non-native will win, but not always. In Montreal, around Montreal, there's the St. Lawrence is at the confluence of the Ottawa River. And if you ever flew over Montreal, you're going to see different watercolor patterns. All right? The green water is the St. Lawrence River draining Lake Ontario. The brown water is from the Ottawa River, which drains forest land mostly. So it's humic brown water. All right? And there's a difference in water chemistry. And I have used this area, which is this area around this enlargement is called Lake St. Louis. And I've used this area to study since I was a grad student. Because it's remarkable because of its natural gradient in water chemistry. And I've noticed that Pontocaspian species, that is species that come from the Black Sea area, like the zebra mussel, the quagga mussel, the round goby, and this shrimp that I just mentioned, they evolved in ion-rich water. They're adapted to that. The Ottawa River is not ion-rich. It's weakly acidic. That's fine for the fish that live around Montreal, except for the Pontocaspian species, like the round goby. They require something more than this. So the pH of the Ottawa River is around neutral, around 7. In the St. Lawrence River, it's around 8.5 or more. The calcium content of the Ottawa River is relatively low. It's around, let's say, I'll give you a number, 10 parts per million. In the St. Lawrence River, it's 30. And so for species that need a lot more calcium, a lot more ions, they don't do well in the Ottawa River. That's why the zebra mussel doesn't colonize the Ottawa River. That's why it doesn't do well around sites around that part of the island of Montreal. I noticed that back in the 1990s, and I noticed that other species that come from the same part of the world don't do well there either. And so we did an experiment. We took these amphipods, those little shrimps, the ones that are attacking each other, the native and the non-native species, and put them in little cage matches, arenas. And we put them in different. I had a scuba diver put them in different parts of this Lake St. Louis system, in Ottawa River water, in intermediate water, and the St. Lawrence River water. And we hypothesized that the winner of this cage match will be the one that's best adapted to the water chemistry. And so we put the two amphipod species together to fight it out in these little tubes, these PVC tubes with mesh on them, and then we weighed them down with flags, and we put them in various parts of the St. Lawrence River, like I said, in these three areas here of low conductivity, intermediate conductivity, high conductivity. And here's what we found when we let them, after 1 week. We put a number of individuals of both species in, and we found that those individuals that were in ion-poor water, after 1 week, the winner of this cage match was the native. In the intermediate areas, they were equal. They had equal number of survivors. So it was a draw. In the ion-rich water, the non-native species, the one that was adapted to ion-rich water, won. And we replicated this not only in the field, but also in the lab and got the same result. What it shows is that impacts can vary even across a water body if the water body is environmentally heterogeneous. In other words, because of the evolutionary history of the species we're talking about, one which is broadly tolerant, the native, and one which is highly adapted to ion-rich waters. The outcome of the impact, or the outcome in this case of this interaction, was dependent on the environment they're in, and that explains why impacts can vary across an environment. So we've been studying this very carefully because we're interested in trying to predict impacts and why they vary across environment. One other thing. I mentioned this species that was being sold in pet stores, the Asian clam. It actually invaded the St. Lawrence River. In 2009, it was found. Actually, it was discovered in 2010, but the species was old. The specimens were old enough to have invaded in 2009. By 2012, over 2,000 clams per square meter were found in an area downstream of the Gentilly II nuclear power plant. Why? Because this is a subtropical species. It said that they're one of the most invasive aquatic species in the world, yes, but in subtropical areas. The only way you'll see them in the Great Lakes is if they're downstream of a thermal power plant, or some power plant which gives off heated water. So the Gentilly nuclear power plant has been in operation since the 1970s, and it basically created a subtropical part of the St. Lawrence River, an area which never iced over. So this is what it looks like. This is the area we sampled. This is what it looks like in August. This is what it looks like in February. You'll notice that there's ice cover. There's broken ice along the seaway. Near shore, there's ice cover, except in the area downstream of the power plant, it remains ice-free. It will always be about 10 degrees or 15 degrees above normal, what it should be. And that allowed the clam to exist there because it couldn't overwinter, or at least so we thought. So what happened was that it was in the thousands per square meter, and then suddenly, around 2012, something happened. Quebec decided it doesn't want a nuclear power plant. The public was against it, so it shut it down. In December 2012, that power plant was shut down for the first time in decades. So for the first time in decades, winter temperatures were reestablished in that part of the St. Lawrence River, and there was a crash. All right? So the nothing but dead shells were found in June 2013, August 2013. So the Asian clam population, which was invasive up until that point, was removed. And it was a great experiment for us. We didn't plan it, but the Quebec government decided to do this, and we sampled before and after, and we got this result. There's an interesting sideline here. You may think, well, this clam only invaded because of the power plant. Probably so. This particular strain, probably so. But this clam, other people discovered, has invaded other areas in the Northeast, like Lake George, where there is no artificial heating, where there is an ice cover, where it must survive winter temperatures. And also we discovered it in the Seneca River and Owasco Lake. So this clam can overwinter. So we decided to conduct an experiment inside in the lab where we subjected these clams to winter temperatures, 1 degree Celsius for 2 months, basically in a temperature chamber, and did not feed it. Because in winter, that's what would happen. It wouldn't feed. So we found that survivorship we collected clams and brought them into our lab from these 6 locations. We also kept some from the St. Lawrence River that before that population, we saved them basically before the population was wiped out. We kept them in the lab. They couldn't survive this at all. But the other groups did to varying degrees. including one southern population, the Upper Clinch River, which did remarkably well. Over 60% of those clams survived 2 months of winter conditions. What I'm saying here is that there are strains of this clam that are moving around that can survive winter. And it could be the same strain that's actually being sold in pet stores. So I believe this clam will come back and will reinvade the St. Lawrence River as long as they're being sold in pet stores. Another invasion that's happening now that Matt Windle will be, of course, be familiar with is the tube-nosed goby. This is one that we're collaborating with him on. Another species from the Pano-Caspian region. We don't have a lot to say about it now, but it just shows how fast things are changing in the river. Right? What's likely to invade in the future? I'll move quickly on these slides. Lots of things could invade. There are a series of Asian carps, for example, especially grass carp, silver carp, and bighead carp you would have heard of. This is something that people in the Great Lakes have been worried about for a long time. The species that we're probably most concerned about in the St. Lawrence River is grass carp. I found this species, 2 of these species, being sold in an Asian fish market in Montreal back in the early 2000s. These are pictures I took. I bought myself a bighead carp. They sell them alive, of course. They expect you to take them alive because people want to keep them fresh. They'll keep them in a bathtub or something, or an aquarium or something until they're ready to eat them. Right? So this is a bighead carp in the net that you see here, and the insect is a grass carp. I had to take it back to the lab to dissect it to find out if it is a grass carp versus a black carp, which is another Asian carp, and they're quite similar. So these 2 species were sold alive for years in Montreal. No longer because it's illegal, and maybe they're being sold in places under the counter, essentially, but I couldn't find them. I searched for them, and I couldn't find them in Montreal. But at the time they're being sold, so there was a chance that people could buy them, and if they wanted to release them, they could walk down to the port of Montreal and do so. Grass carp were discovered in the river. The picture on the right is one of them that was caught in the river in 2016. Now that upset a lot of people because that meant that it's possible that a population could be established, although even though there's been eDNA suggesting that grass carp are in the river, we don't know if the grass carp, the eDNA that was this way of sampling actually was detecting live grass carp or pieces of carp that were, let's say, thrown into the river after meals, for example, right? I have never seen, and my students have never seen grass carp in St. Lawrence River. Doesn't mean they're not there. I doubt that they are yet, but they could be, and the fact that occasionally some are collected suggests that they have access to the river. And I know that they're reproducing in one part of the Great Lakes, Lake Erie, and they should be considered established there, although they're not yet officially. And as the situation progresses, they could start moving north. This is a species that's sold in pet stores also, or at least you could buy it on the internet as well. Marble crayfish. It's an interesting species because it is a mutation, a species that can reproduce now, but through mutation, a new species was created. Somewhere during the pet industry, this happened, and this species can reproduce. Every individual can reproduce asexually. Basically, you can start with one and start a population. We're studying these right now at McGill. They should not be sold in pet stores, but they're sold in some pet stores. This is a species I'm concerned about in particular because I think it could be highly invasive. Prussian carp have invaded Alberta and Saskatchewan. Will they get to the Great Lakes? I don't know. They may already be in the Great Lakes. They can be mistaken for goldfish, but they're not quite the same. Here's one of my master's students who went to Alberta to collect them so we could study them in the lab. This is a species that could pop up at some point. They're being carried in the pet industry. I just don't know where they are. And I don't know how they got to Alberta exactly. Probably through pet trade, live trade. But where exactly they came from, I'm not certain. But right now, they're invading Alberta and Saskatchewan. What's going to happen over the next 10 years? I would predict that, well, it's an easy prediction. Tench will invade the Great Lakes. They'll continue to be abundant, and they'll be in the St. Lawrence River. They'll invade Lake Ontario. That seems inevitable to me. Rudd will become more abundant as water temperatures increase. As surface temperatures increase, Rudd will spread further north from the Ricciardi River, and they'll become more abundant in the St. Lawrence River. The tube-nosed goby will start spreading downstream. It's here. It's established at the outflow of Lake Ontario. It's going to spread. It's a great environment for it. Unless, of course, I don't know what its temperature tolerances are exactly, and I don't know how it's going to do in the future, but that's something we're studying right now by subjecting it to different temperatures and seeing how it performs. In the next 25 years, as surface temperatures continue to warm, rusty crayfish will probably become established in St. Lawrence River. Asian clams may come back, all right? Red swamp crayfish, which is another thing that was moved around by bait bucket dumping, is now established in Lake Erie, it may move north. We might see centrarchids, that is basses and sunfishes, move further north as water temperatures become more hospitable to them, like the warmouth, for example. And of course, plants like hydrilla will continue to move. They're already northeast. They may get into the St. Lawrence River. I haven't spoken much about plants, but plants have definitely played a role in changing the river. These are just a few that I suggest could show up. Others could be complete surprises. The river will continue to change. So I think my final point is that life in the St. Lawrence River has been changed dramatically by invasive species, and many of these changes have occurred just within the past few decades, so it's been very rapid. The river that you grew up with does not have the same kind of life as it does now and will have in 25 years from now, or even 10 years from now. We're certainly going to see other changes in the near future, especially as surface water temperatures continue to warm. Climate change and invasion is an important interaction that needs to be studied, and it's going to be a major agent of change in the river. What's happening in the St. Lawrence River is happening to many large urbanized watersheds around the world. St. Lawrence is an example of it. But for those of us who study or promote understanding of the river, and those of us who are members of communities that are affected by the river, that depend on the river for our livelihoods and well-being, it's our responsibility to bear witness to these changes and record them if possible. And where possible, try to control the activities that lead to them, that contribute to them. My major point is we're all stewards of the river. Thank you for your attention. Need to unmute, Matt.
There we go. Thank you for that fantastic and amazing summary of the ecological invasions and changes that have happened.
I'd be happy to answer any questions. Some people may have things to ask about what I presented. I couldn't go into as much detail because, as you saw already, I could spend easily hours on this. I spent most of my career studying it. I grew up with it. I feel affected by it because I see it as, I guess we all see it this way, my river, and therefore I recognize the changes and not only from a scientific point of view, but from an emotional point of view, because this is a river that I grew up on. This is a river that basically caused me to become a scientist, and therefore I can understand the depth of change that's occurred in it because I lived through it and then studied it. And so some of the things that were in my childhood no longer exist in the river. And other things that are there now were never there before. And so it's an amazing thing to watch. I'm fascinated by it, and also, I guess as many other people, a bit alarmed by how fast it's occurring and how extensive it has happened.
Yes, your wealth of experience with studying this over the decades is unparalleled for the St. Lawrence River. We have a series of questions coming up on our YouTube channel for you. I'll just mention, everyone, we do have a scheduled break between 11 and 11:15, but we're just going to continue on with Tony here answering questions, if he doesn't mind doing that for the next while, until our next scheduled presenter at 11:15. And just before we get into that too, I'll mention to the audience that we do have a poster session that'll become available, that is available currently through the River Symposium website, and there will also be a link to that on the YouTube channel. So Tony, there's a series of questions here, a lot of interest in your presentation here. Some people thanking you. David, Colin, just great job, Tony, a fascinating multi-year timeline and thoughtful analysis.
Bruce is great. I've worked with Bruce before.
Yes.
And in fact, on the Corbicula study, he helped me get some animals, some clams from some of those southern populations. So we worked together on revealing that the Asian clam can tolerate winter, basically, which is an alarming thing, especially when you realize it's being sold in pet stores.
It's very alarming. Yeah. That's great to have that connection and support with David. There's Jerome Marty has a few questions here. He was wondering if you could comment on the massive die-off of zebra mussels observed in the recent year.
I'm not aware of massive die-off of zebra mussels in the St. Lawrence River. Lots of things can contribute to that. Zebra mussels, I can't speak informatively on massive die-offs of zebra mussels. I will say this though. Zebra mussels are a species that's adapted to colonizing after disturbance. They do this better than quaggas do. And so when there is a die-off, they can come back quite rapidly. If they give up space on a surface, they can come back and claim it afterwards. They are adapted to rapid growth, short lifespans, rapid reproduction. So if anything does wipe them out for a period of time, they can come back very quickly. So they're a species that can tolerate disturbance. Indeed, they might even thrive off it far differently compared to our native species, for example.
Yes, so that's too bad that even a die-off, they can recolonize that quickly.
No, in fact, it could be bad because that die-off could cause a series of changes. Like, for example, the mussel's tissue will disintegrate. It'll decompose, and that will cause. If there's a massive die-off, it could cause a stress on oxygen because decomposition requires oxygen at first, at least, and that could cause a series of impacts on, let's say, fishes that need relatively well oxygenated waters to live on. So I can imagine a series of consequences as a result of that die-off, but I think the least affected will be the zebra mussels. So at least they will be able to recover fast.
We have just another comment from Jordan. Just my 11-year-old children are studying invasive species at school right now, and I look forward to our dinner table conversation tonight when I can describe zebra versus quagga mussels as rival gangs.
Yeah, motorcycle gangs. You can buy your own leather jacket.
Michael Twist asks, has the Dreissenid mussel density in the St. Lawrence River decreased since the peak in the mid-1990s, shortly after the invasion?
In the time that I've been looking at it, and I don't look at it all the time, I was looking at it very carefully from the 1990s, from the time of the invasion, to the mid-2000s. And the overall Dreissenid density, in terms of biomass at least, did not change because the quaggas, if anything, it went up a little bit because the quaggas took over most of it. The zebra mussel density changed, it went down. The quagga mussel density went up. Altogether, the density of Dreissenids in general, that is the two species, was relatively the same. I think it gone up a little bit because the quaggas grow fast, but relatively the same. Since the mid-2000s, I can't comment on it because we haven't been studying it very carefully. We've been working on other things.
Mm-hmm. So there's maybe another study, follow-up study that could be done in that case. Right?
I'm thinking about it. Actually, yeah.
Yeah. Next question comes from Elaine Kennedy. Since mayfly larvae live in the sediments, and since they are no longer seen in the hordes, have certain invasive species affected them too?
Some mayfly larvae. There are many kinds of mayfly species, many kinds of larvae. Some live in the sediments. Most of them don't. The ones that live in sediments are the burrowing larvae, and they're beautiful larvae. They have nice feathery gills and so on. And you usually see I have not seen those. I haven't seen them very abundant in the St. Lawrence River, except in pockets. I usually see the kind of place to see those is in the lower Great Lakes. How do invasive species affect them? If zebra mussels are dense and quagga mussels are dense, and they're spewing out what we call pseudofeces, in other words, mussel muck, rejected material, excreted material, and that could affect the sediment in such a way, because it's so organically rich, that could change the oxygen content. If that's the case, those burrowing mayflies will suffer because they need oxygenated sediments. Other mayfly larvae, the majority of them do not live in sediments. They live on rocks or on plants. A lot of them scrape algae from these rocks and plants. And they're affected, some positively, some negatively, by mussels. The positively affected ones are the ones that can live in between the mussel shells, because they can scrape off the algae off the shells, but at the same time use the interstitial spaces between clump shells as a refuge against fish predators. So there's winners and losers. So I would say the majority of mayfly larvae have done pretty well amongst mussels, but the burrowing ones I can't comment on.
Our next question comes from Alexandra. What can we do to restore the St. Lawrence River to its, quote, natural state? Do you have suggestions to control or eliminate invasive species?
St. Lawrence River will never go back to what it was before. If natural state means before invasions, it's gone. That's not going to happen. there's this Greek philosopher, I can't pronounce his name, I think it was Heraclitus, who said that you never step in the same river twice. This is exactly what we're talking about here because of human activities, not just invasive species. My lab has studied other things such as microplastics and so on, and the river has changed in many other ways. The channelization of the river that occurred in the 20th century and the seaway and so on has changed the river dramatically. But the invasive species have fundamentally changed the communities that live in the river. We're not going back to what it was before. As to controlling it, the damage, limiting it, the ballast water regulation is going to prove to be very important. It has reduced the invasion rate, hasn't eliminated it. We're still under, as I pointed out, we're still under threat. All the species I talked about that could invade, ballast water has nothing to do with them anymore. All right, so we're talking about what's in the system, what's in the Great Lakes now that can move north, what isn't in the Great Lakes now, moving through other vectors, other forms of human activity that have nothing to do with ships, or at least not overseas transoceanic vessels. So what can we do? We can insist that our politicians take this resource very, very seriously and recognize that a major threat to it is biological invasion, especially the combination, the synergistic combination, or I like to say sinister combination, between invasion and climate change that's happening now will only intensify, will cause even further rapid changes to the river that will affect things like fishery, commercial and recreational fishery will be affected by this. I'm studying this now and how the invaders that are there now and the ones that are coming in could be affected by warming. There'll be winners and losers. Some of today's winners could be tomorrow's losers and vice versa. That means species that are in the river now that are not a problem or not seen to be a problem could become problematic later. I'm studying the effect of what we call the concept of sleeper cells, where you have populations that seem benign, but then suddenly flare up because an environmental change triggered them. That change could be, for example, a temperature threshold that was exceeded because of climate change. It's a fascinating thing, but it's also alarming. What you have to do is keep the numbers down. You have to keep the number of species down. Now, we know that the species are brought in through human activity. And a lot of regulation has occurred now about live bait in Quebec, for example, and like I said, the ballast water regulation. We need to control live trade. We need to control what's sold in pet stores. We need to control, if we can, what's sold over the internet. Right? This is an important thing because I've given examples of species that could show up and probably will show up in the next little while, but I only scratched the surface. These are the ones that I'm pretty confident about coming in. What can we do? Here's something else you can do. People have a greater capacity now to become citizen scientists than they ever have before through like phone apps like iNaturalist and so on. I encourage people to report on what they see, especially those who use the water a lot, like fishermen, both recreationally or commercially, right? Or those who live along the water. This is how we find out things. My students have used information from fishermen on the Ricciardi River to figure out where good sampling spots are. They've saved fish for us. They report to the Quebec government the catches of the tench, for example. These are another sets of eyes, another sets of monitors that are a major resource for us. So I would encourage you to become more involved in reporting what you see. I have had some interesting leads because of this. There's only so much time we have to search. It's a very large river. Things can happen relatively quickly. People use the river if they were in other sets of eyes, if they learn to identify species or if they reported what they think is unusual. Sometimes that can lead to a major find.
That's a great suggestion to crowdsource this monitoring effort. And I mean, like you said, everyone has a cell phone and can take a picture of something they see. And even lots of agencies receive calls from people. We get them. We've had a few in the last couple of weeks about strange things that people have seen in the river, and that curiosity and people wanting to know what it is. But that's such a valuable resource. You're right to promote that. We have a couple more just comments on the presentation. Jerome just mentions that there's great concerns now with zebra mussels in Western Canada.
Yes, there should be.
Yeah. Jean-Marc says, most informative and interesting presentation. Thank you. Emily DeRochi at the Institute asks, can grass carp hybridize with already established carp species in the St. Lawrence River?
I don't think they can hybridize with common carp. They're not even the same, not in the same genus. We have common carp. That's the only carp we have. Prussian carp could be on the way. Those are out in Alberta and Saskatchewan right now. They may be in the Great Lakes, but and mistaken for goldfish, perhaps. But my colleagues who work on this have not seen them. Doesn't mean they're not there, but just haven't been seen. None of those carp could, as far as I know, could interbreed with grass carp. So hybridization with grass carp is not our concern. It's what grass carp do once they're established. It's our concern. Mm-hmm. They can damage wetlands because of their feeding activity. They're herbivores and they're very good at it. And the last thing we need is another source of stressor on wetlands, which harbor a vast amount of biodiversity and have been, unfortunately, damaged by shoreline development, among other things.
Just relating back to our your point about encouraging people to report things they've seen, Philip Ling just mentions, we're pretty sure they've seen tench in Maitland, just downstream Brockville this year. So,
if what I would recommend they get a picture of it, and if possible, if they have a carcass, or they could turn that into, let's say, the St. Lawrence River Institute, for example, or Ontario has an exotic species or non-native species hotline. I don't know what it is off the top of my head because I'm in Quebec, but I would strongly recommend, especially for tench, I strongly recommend that be reported because we are trying to track it. And I'd like to know whether it's in Lake Ontario, whether it's established or not. I expect it will become so very soon. And then once it is, it's a complete game changer. So we need to, we can learn about tench if we know how fast it's moving. That will be a good signal for what to expect in the future. We need people to tell us where it is if they see it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll do one more question, Tony, and then we'll switch to break. But the questions keep coming in here, so I'm sure we could go for hours. You're such a great resource for all this knowledge. I'll do one more by Olivier Morset.
I know Olivier.
Yep. Drycinid density seems to be stable in the recent years, but there's a clear shift in dominance along the river. See a recent thesis by Nathan Haggs. Yeah. No,
well, I know we've been following it. You could see my thesis if you wanted to. If you go back that far. There's no doubt that what we've seen is a major takeover. Two non-native species competing with each other, and one has won out. And the thing is, the quaggas usually win out. They usually come in. The zebra mussels are very good invaders. They're a model invasive species. They thrive on disturbance. They colonize quickly. They settle quickly. They establish a population quickly. Quaggas come in later, after zebra mussels have basically removed much of the food. The quaggas are better at competing for that food. And so the quaggas can establish. And so the quaggas take over, and once they're entrenched, they're hard to replace. And so the usual sequence of events has been seen in the Great Lakes, and has been seen in Western Europe, is that zebra mussels come in later. Sometimes decades later, quaggas come in, and once they do, in those places that they show up, they take over, unless there's a disturbance. And then the zebra mussels reset, and then the whole thing starts over again. It's an interesting thing. So the first gang to come in is zebra mussels, and the next gang to come in are quaggas. Overall, drycinids, they seem to have more or less stabilized. I think that's mostly the influence of the quaggas, which are rather stable. Zebras usually would go up and down more than quaggas would. But the fact is, they're here to stay. So these species were never there when I was an undergraduate, when I was growing up on the river. And now they're an example where they've changed the characteristics and fabric of the river, and basically the ecological process, which I haven't spoke a lot about, they've changed that in the river, nutrient cycling and so on, and they're here to stay. There's nothing going to remove them. And so that part of the river fabric has been shifted permanently. Other things can come in, and they'll shift it further. So basically what we've learned is change is constant. I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing. I'm saying that there are examples where it is a negative thing. And if we want to, it's very difficult to manage a fishery, for example, when you don't know when the next explosion is coming from, right? So my major message, biological invasion, especially combined with other forms of global change, like climate change, is going to forms a synergistic impact and a challenge that resource managers, not just in freshwater, but coastal marine systems and terrestrial systems, are going to have to deal with from now on, and you're going to hear more about it. So the St. Lawrence is a model system in that sense of how a system can respond so rapidly and sometimes so irrevocably because of human activity. And I just focused on invasions, but there are other things that have affected the river. But invasions are a major, rapid, transformative agent. And so I've given you an example, but a lot of this is happening underwater and perhaps out of sight in most cases, except by people who really use the river very well. This is what's been going on underwater during your lifetime. Massive change, and it will continue.
Well, that's a great statement to end it on. So thank you very much for joining us today and sharing all your wealth of knowledge on the St. Lawrence River. And we encourage everyone to stay tuned for the next presentation starting now. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Courtney Holden, and I'm a research scientist here at the River Institute in Cornwall. Welcome to the Living Waters and Environmental Change session. We have 3 great talks lined up. Each one will be 12 minutes long, and at the end, there'll be a joint 10-minute question session. So if you can type all of your questions into the YouTube live chat box at the end of the talks, I will read those questions and then relay them back to the speakers. And please be sure to include your the name of the speaker that your question is directed at. So our first talk of the session will be Stephany Gilmour. Sydney's coming to us from the Junction Creek Stewardship Committee in Sudbury, Ontario. And today she will be telling us the story of the restoration of Junction Creek. So Stephany, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Courtney, and thank you to the River Institute for having me here. I'm very excited to be here today. So my name is Stephany Gilmour, as Courtney said. I live and work in Sudbury, Ontario as an environmental biologist for an organization called the Junction Creek Stewardship Committee. And so the title of my presentation today is From Junk Creek to Junction Creek, Conservation and Restoration of Sudbury's Largest Urban Waterway. And so the purpose of my presentation today will be to talk about some of the ongoing environmental challenges that Sudbury has faced, our restoration and conservation efforts as an organization, followed by highlighting a research project. So the Junction Creek Stewardship Committee is a small nonprofit organization that was formed in 1999 by a group of citizens that were concerned about the state of their environment. We were incorporated in 2008 and then more recently obtained charitable status. Ultimately, as a group, our mission is to lead the way to restore and maintain the health of Junction Creek's ecosystem. So Junction Creek runs right through the city of Greater Sudbury from a northern area called Akwesasne down to the city center and then out southward to an area called Colin Lake. So in the map here, the main branch of Junction Creek is depicted by the thicker blue lines, whereas the thinner blue lines are the 5 tributaries that exist. Junction Creek runs for about 52 kilometers in length and has about 32,900 hectares of watershed, which is shown by the shaded yellow portion of the map. One of the many things that I think is really amazing about Junction Creek is that beyond Sudbury itself, this water will eventually end up in Lake Huron. So it is actually a part of the Great Lakes water system. So in order to understand the ongoing challenges that Junction Creek face and truly why our organization was formed, I think it's really important to understand the history of Sudbury and how it has shaped our waterways. So 150 years ago, Sudbury was abundant in these beautiful old growth red pine forests, similar to this photo. So much so that before it was called Sudbury, Ontario, it was called St. Anne amongst the Pines. But by the 1880s, most of these trees were cut down and used for building. Around this time as well, there was the discovery of copper and nickel in the area. So the extraction of these minerals created a whole slew of negative environmental impacts. In addition, raw sewage was dumped into the creek, mining effluents were dumped into the creek. The area was used as a disposal ground for garbage, and so consequently, the community nicknamed Junction Creek, Junk Creek. So this occurred for almost 100 years, and so this beautiful red pine forest that we saw earlier essentially became a lunar landscape. The area was uninhabitable. Vegetation could not grow under those conditions. The water quality was so degraded that it could not support aquatic life. But thankfully, by the 1970s, there were changes to legislation and industrial standards. So we were seeing sewage treatment plants being built. This was also around the time of the super stack being built. And so as a result, we were seeing improvements in our air quality. Moving on to the 1990s to present, there was a diversion of acid mine waste, and we were also having these targeted restoration projects to regreen Sudbury. So improvements in water quality followed by improvements in habitats, which increased our biodiversity. And so this was around the time that the Junction Creek Stewardship Committee was formed. So as an organization, our priorities can be split into 4 operating principles that really allow us to work towards improving and protecting the Junction Creek watershed. So we conduct research and monitoring programs in order to make informed science-based decisions on our restoration activities. We conduct restoration activities to recover and protect the watershed. We provide educational opportunities in order to share our knowledge on the ecological, economic, as well as health benefits that Junction Creek has to offer. And finally, we connect the community with Junction Creek by empowering long-term stewardship. But I really want to focus on one operating principle here today, and that's research and monitoring. So very broadly speaking, we measure Junction Creek stream health through consistent water quality testing, bioindicators, so surveying benthic macroinvertebrates, for example, and assessing habitat conditions to determine the suitability of these habitats for organisms. So now I'd like to talk about one specific project that has been conducted several times over the years. So these are fish community assessments. So in 1993 was the first fish community assessment by collaboratively by external organizations. And then 2004, 2008, and 2019 were conducted by our organization. And so I think it's really important to mention as well that previous to 1993, there was no knowledge on fish communities that existed in Junction Creek. So truly, this was the first project to provide us with an understanding of what organisms were living in these areas. So for this presentation, I'll be specifically talking about our most recent 2019 Fish Community Assessment. And this project had two goals. The first was to update our knowledge of species abundance and distribution, and the second was to determine the health of the fish in Junction Creek. So our second goal here was part of an undergraduate thesis from Laurentian University. So our team worked really closely with Dr. Mary Martinez, as well as her student Stephany, to complete this. I should also mention that this project was heavily supported by Dr. Daryl Edwards from Cambrian College, as well as Laurentian University's Cooperative Freshwater Ecology Unit. And so using data from these assessments can really help us to have a better understanding of the creek's dynamic, determine overall water quality, and allow us to really conduct informed restorative efforts. So there are three main components, very generally speaking, to these assessments, and that's site selection, habitat assessment, and fish capture and processing. So site selection was based off of previous year's assessment reports, but essentially the main branch of Junction Creek was divided into 16 reaches. And then within these reaches, the area was further split into 100-meter transects, and our team surveyed every other 100-meter transect for the entire branch. There was also a habitat assessment component. So for every site, we took measurements on water quality. So that includes temperature, pH, conductivity, salinity, dissolved oxygen, and water depth. There were also observations made on sediment. So for fish capture and processing, fish were captured using electrofishing and baited minnow trapping. And based on the site conditions, and regardless of any of the methods, they were all processed the same way. So they were anesthetized, and then their weights, lengths, and photos were taken for the first 30 individuals of each species in each site. And this allowed us, our team, to calculate body condition. So for time's sake for this presentation, I'm just going to talk about our 2019 results for our first goal. So in total, we surveyed 114 sites, captured almost 10,000 fish, and recorded 18 species, including one new one, the log perch. So at the bottom, you can see in this graphic, all the species are grouped into their level of tolerance to pollution. And what's really cool about seeing the log perch is that it is a sensitive species, so it is intolerant to pollution. And so if we look at Junction Creek under this lens of presence or absence of, or more so observations of pollution-sensitive species and pollution-tolerant species, we can sort of get an idea of the water quality that exists in Junction Creek. So if you can see on this map, the green and blue coloration represents areas where observations have been made on sensitive species, whereas the brown coloration represents areas where we have not seen these sensitive pollution intolerant species. And so that's mainly in the downtown core. And if we compare our 2019 results to previous years, we're seeing a steady increase in the proportion of these pollution intolerant species. So that's really amazing. And as well, in addition, we're seeing diversity increases. So in 1993, we've seen 10 species, whereas 2019, we're seeing 17. And so the takeaways really are that long-term monitoring programs are absolutely critical to make those comparisons and look at trends. In addition, Junction Creek, we're seeing, is improving in diversity, which is just amazing. However, there are, of course, still degraded areas that are present and that need restoration efforts. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Not sure if I'm okay. So next up, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Brian Hickey, who's right behind me. And Brian is a research scientist at the River Institute and also our resident Batman. And today he's going to tell us about the recovery of bat populations in Ontario. So I will share my screen and hand it over to Brian. and put a mask on. So can everyone see the screen?
Thanks, Courtney. So today I'm going to talk about monitoring recovery of bats in Ontario. How bats fit into a session on living waters is a topic that's too long to get into today. But today I'm specifically going to talk about conservation in little brown bats in Eastern Ontario. And I'll start with a quick overview, moving roughly from left to right. I'm going to talk about white nose syndrome, which some of you have probably heard about. It's a disease that affects bats, and I'll talk about the spread of this disease and the devastating effects it's had on bat populations. And then I'll talk about some of the work we've been doing at the River Institute to try to mitigate the effects of white nose syndrome. And then I'll end by talking about some of the other threats to bats, exposure to contaminants like mercury, which Bailey Bedard is going to talk about later in the conference, and finally I'll talk about some new questions that have arisen as a result of the work we've been doing. So white nose syndrome, a lot of you have heard of this already.
It's Lee here, just interrupting you.
Yep.
We can't see your slides, so we do get to see them if you escape out of full screen. You might have to just show them to us like that. We can see them now.
You can see them now?
Perfect,
Okay.
But that's
fine. Thanks for interrupting. So you didn't miss very much in terms of slides. So white nose syndrome, it's an exotic introduced species. It's a lethal fungal infection. It was discovered in 2006 in New York State. It affects hibernating bats while they're in caves. It's an unusual fungus. It's adapted to conditions inside a cave, so temperatures just above freezing, the same temperatures bats prefer for hibernation. And it's deadly and it spreads rapidly, probably because bats move around so much. This is a map showing the spread. So the X right here is where it was discovered in 2006. And within only 4 years, this fungus was found in all of these blue squares here. So only 4 years from New York State to north of Lake Superior, down into much of the middle of the U.S., or at least the middle of the eastern part of the U.S. And then within only a couple of more years, it's covering half of North America. And now it's on the West Coast. It's down as far south as Texas. And it's in every cave that we've examined in Eastern Ontario and nearby provinces and states. And this has caused declines of little brown bats in excess of 90%, in many cases 99%. I just rounded it down to 90 because I didn't want to be accused of exaggerating. But it really has been a devastating disease for bats. And people don't realize often the extent of the decline. And I'm often asked, well, if they're declining so rapidly, why are these nuisance bats getting into my house? And that's because in your house, you have big brown bats most of the time. And these bats will often hibernate in buildings and spend less time in caves. And so they're less exposed to the fungus. And there are other bats, like the bat in the lower right here, the hoary bat, which is a foliage rooster that migrates south. It also doesn't spend time in caves. So the devastation that I'm talking about is really restricted to little brown bats and 3 others of the 8 species in Ontario. And they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, or in this case, 1,000 bats. This is one of the 4 caves. The 4 caves and abandoned mines I've worked at over the years most often have been Hunt Mine, a mine near Westport, and 2 natural caves, La Flèche Cave and Mud Cave, both in Eastern Ontario, or in one case in Western Quebec in the other. And the picture on the left, this is hunt mine pre-white nose syndrome. More than 10,000 bats living in this hibernation site in the old days. And this is on the right is a cave in the mid, probably around 2010 or 2009. This was taken. 0 bats. So the devastation has been complete. And when we think of high-profile species that have declined dramatically, we think of things like black rhino. Black rhino declined by more than 90%, but it took almost a generation, 50 to 100 years. Bats have declined as quickly as the black rhino in only 5 to 10 years. So it's probably, in my opinion, the most dramatic decline of any mammal since biologists have been examining those sorts of things. And most people have heard of the disease, but don't realize the extent of the devastation. And so lots of research has been conducted. We now think we maybe know how it got here. We know its mode of action. The hyphae get into the wings and the rest of the skin, and they damage the ability of that skin to prevent water loss. We even have discovered something that apparently can cure bats that are infected with white nose if they're treated. The problem with all of this is these really aren't practical solutions. Even if we knew where all the hibernation sites of bats were, the chances of having enough money to go in and treat all of these bats in caves while they're hibernating, or take sick bats and apply treatments, that's just not going to happen. We don't have enough money and human resource to do that. And furthermore, we don't know where most bats hibernate. We know some places, but there are many bats that are hibernating in places that humans haven't discovered, and probably, if we discover them, can't get into because the crevices, the caves, are much too small. So I've taken the approach to provide safe, stress-free roosting habitat for bats. Bats typically live in attics and other buildings that are shared with humans, and often the humans are not happy about that, and they chase the bats out. And we know when bats are stressed by being evicted from attics, it impacts their reproductive success. And we also know that stressed animals can't mount effective immune responses as well as unstressed animals. And so I took the approach that the only way bats are going to recover is if they build natural immunity or resistance to this fungus. And the best way to help them do that is allow them opportunities to move out of places they share with humans who don't want them there, and move into safe, secure bat houses on properties owned by people who are interested in having bats and also protecting them in these bat boxes or bat roosts. So the 2 bat houses, the 2 images on the left, these are what these typical bat houses look like, but we've also tried some more innovative approaches. The picture on the right is an old stone silo where we converted the entire upper level of that silo into a giant bat house. And so we started this in 2014. This map shows bat houses deployed in 2014, 15, and 16. We've continued that up until this summer, and we're now at the point where we've distributed 175 bat houses, most of them located here close to Cornwall, but some up on the Ottawa River, some north of Kingston, and since 2015, we've been monitoring the occupancy of these bat houses. And at first, things got off to a slow start, but in the last 2 summers, occupancy started to pick up a little bit. And in 2021, we located 21 different roosts used by little brown bats. Some of these were in bat houses that I deployed. 8 of them were in my bat houses, 8 of my 175. And it's important to note that I didn't check all 175 in 2021 21, so there might be more than 8, but at least 8 of my bat houses were occupied. We discovered 10 bat houses deployed and built independent of my work that were occupied, and we discovered 3 other building roosts, and in total, 21 occupied roosts. 6 of these roosts had at least 100 bats. Those are the ones shown in the map here in red. And there were 2 clusters of these bats. One cluster here in the Morrisburg area, and the other one here in the Williamstown area. If you're not from Cornwall, they're both areas close to Cornwall. I don't think there's anything special about those areas. I just think that's those are areas where I focused most intensively. So bats are moving back into the bat houses, and we've confirmed reproductive success in at least 6 of these roosts. But interestingly, we're not finding them returning to hibernation sites in large numbers yet, which is interesting. So I don't know how to explain that. Maybe with this warmer weather we're having in the fall, maybe they're moving into hibernation sites really, really late, which might actually be beneficial because it might shorten the duration of exposure to the fungus. Or maybe these bats are not hibernating in any of the caves that I know about. Maybe they're hibernating in places that we just haven't yet discovered. So the next phase of this project is now to see, where these bats are going to hibernate, so we can protect those hibernation sites. So, for a change, some good news stories on the about the bats and white nose on that front. And the even better news is colleagues in different parts of Ontario are starting to see some similar trends where they work. White nose has dominated discussions of threats to bats because, as I showed a minute ago, it's been so devastating. But bats are exposed to other threats. For reasons we don't fully understand, they're exposed to high levels of mercury. That's going to be the subject of Bailey Bedard's talk a little bit later in this conference. They're also threatened by the proliferation of wind turbine sites. The good news there is when wind turbine companies work with bat biologists, we can often find ways to mitigate bat mortality without compromising too much of the ability to generate energy. That might be the subject of another talk at another time, and I will wrap it up there.
All right, thank you, Brian. Okay. Okay, so I will just stop sharing that. And yeah, so our last speaker of the Living Water session is Jessica Reid. And Jessica is starting her master's at Carleton University, I think working on muskies, which is great. But for today's talk, she's going to be telling us about a toolbox that she's developed to address the biodiversity crisis. So take it away, Jessica.
Thanks, Courtney. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see my slides all right. Like Courtney said, my name is Jessica Reid, and I just started my master's at Carleton University with Stephen Cook in the Fish Ecology and Conservation Physiology Lab. But before I did that, I worked with the Canadian Centre for Evidence-Based Conservation, and I'm going to talk today about a project that we led there entitled The Toolbox for the Freshwater Biodiversity Crisis. So this was an enormous...
Interrupting you quickly, sorry. Could you take your slides down and try and share them again? They haven't come up.
Oh, okay, sure. I think someone maybe closed my stream because I got the notification that happened accidentally. How about now? Okay, thank you so much. Anyway, sorry about that. So, like I was saying, this was an enormous collaborative project in which I worked with many academics and practitioners across the country, and this project was also funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, so I thank everyone involved, especially SSHRC. The land that we call Canada is made up of many rich and diverse freshwater ecosystems that span from small Arctic ponds to the massive Laurentian Great Lakes. And those rivers, lakes, and wetlands support a wide variety of organisms, for example, fishes, amphibians, aquatic birds, and mollusks that contribute to nutrition, spirituality, livelihoods, and recreation for a range of populations and cultures. We've been hearing about some of those great species today. But despite our capacity to be an international center for freshwater biodiversity, a state of emergency for freshwater in Canada was proposed more than 20 years ago, and now it's 2021. So freshwaters are threatened by so many things, such as hydropower projects, dams, and other sources of fragmentation, invasive species, and pollution of all kinds, with now climate change acting as a threat multiplier on top of all of that. This situation is not unique to Canada. It is now well accepted that we are in a global freshwater biodiversity crisis. The latest Living Planet Index report in 2020 reveals more than an 84% average population decline in freshwater taxa since the 1970s. But calls for urgent action are often drowned out in the global conservation conversation because of an overwhelming focus on marine and terrestrial realms. But thankfully, freshwater scientists, practitioners, and advocates like all of us here today are growing louder. A recent global initiative involved the development of an emergency action plan. This was conducted by David Tickner and his team. They intended to present a call to action which would bend the curve for freshwater biodiversity decline, but unfortunately it lacked concrete steps for the community to actually take. And I believe that at this point in the crisis, we don't need any more calls to action or opinion pieces. We need concrete direction and instructions for how to act and exactly what to implement in order to not only halt but reverse the decline in freshwater biodiversity. So the current status quo in Canada for freshwater ecosystem management and protection is clearly not working for us. It has failed biodiversity, people, and the species that we care about. There are many problems as to why this is happening. First of all, a lot of our management techniques are based on Western bias and settler bias perspectives of what nature should be, look like, and what it can do for us. There are also general issues that operate on a much larger scale, such as funding or accessibility to knowledgeable and trained team members, as well as just time and resources. A lot of people putting out the papers and the studies, us academics, are not usually the same people that are on the ground informing and actually carrying out the conservation actions. So it takes a lot of time and resources for people to keep up with the current literature, studies, and case studies that are out there, and be able to turn that into information that they can use to inform their management plans. So unfortunately, the evidence and literature base, although it is large, it is largely inaccessible and it could be used better. So in order to address that issue, my team and I, we created a freshwater biodiversity crisis toolbox, and that is basically a compilation of hundreds of evidence syntheses that are summarized and then scored as well for how the quality of them and how reliable and useful they would be. So essentially, over the last couple of years, we've conducted a massive review of literature reviews and compiled it all together here, and they range on various freshwater topics. This ensures that decision makers and practitioners have access to the latest, most comprehensive and reliable evidence syntheses or literature reviews, information that you might otherwise not have time or the resources to compile and distill. How we achieved this was a few years ago, there was a focused workshop between many of the co-authors that we decided what freshwater management actions we wanted to inform everyone about, what would help us stop the freshwater biodiversity decline in Canada, and what are current management actions that were popular now that would be great to have more information on. That final list includes 54 different management actions that we conducted a literature search and review for. This spanned from anything from strategies to mitigate agricultural runoff to the captive breeding of amphibians or other freshwater species. So we searched for evidence syntheses or literature reviews, peer-reviewed papers, gray literature, and other relevant reports, and lots of search engines, databases. You can imagine this took months and months of time, but better that we do it, and then we all create a one-stop shop for people to go to later on. So we screened all the search results at the title and abstract level, and then included them later on as long as they covered one of the 54 freshwater management actions, and then that was also related to a species or ecosystem. So after reading and summarizing a literature review or evidence synthesis in the database, we would also score them using 2 different appraisal tools. So academia and science isn't perfect, and you need to know what sources of information are reliable and what the quality of information that you're getting is. Just like we wouldn't use Wikipedia to write an entire university essay, you probably don't want to inform an entire dam removal project off of the first 2 things you read. So thankfully, tools have been created for people who need to use literature reviews and evidence syntheses to inform management actions. This was done by a group called CEDAR, and they created the Collaboration for Environmental Evidence Synthesis Appraisal Tool. It's a mouthful. We call it CSAT. It's basically a checklist questionnaire that assesses the quality and the reliability of the methods and the way that a literature review is conducted. So how this works is, here's just a screenshot of one of the questions. As you're reading a literature review, you can go through these questions as you're reading it and ask yourself, does the literature review demonstrate this certain criteria? And then you can rank it. If it doesn't demonstrate a certain criteria, it would score a 1. If it does it really amazingly, it would score a 4 or a 2 or 3 in between. So these are all the questions that CSAT wants you to ask yourself when you're reading a literature review, when you're going to be taking that information to inform future conservation management plans. So do they report decisions transparently? Do the authors extract data? Do they show that? Is it cross-checked? These are just, there's like 15 different questions here that you can go through to ask yourself, like, is this a trustworthy source of information? And is this reliable? Is it of good quality? Like I said, there are 2 tools. So the other tool is called the Relevance and Applicability of Evidence Syntheses to Canada Appraisal Tool. Once again, another mouthful. We call it RASCAT. It was developed by the same group. And unlike CSAT, which asks you to judge the methodology of the authors and how they conducted the literature review, this one is assessing the relevancy of that subject matter and the outcomes to a Canadian project and the context in which you're working with. So it doesn't ask you about how the review is conducted. It asks you to see if the study species or the study site or the habitat and the climate is relevant to your project specifically, and how much that information would help you plan whatever you're going to work on. So once again, this is just a screenshot. It's just a question. You would read the paper, ask yourself this question, and then rank it from 1 to 4 on how well it did. And these are all of the questions that are included in RASCAT. So like I said, it asks you to judge the species, the habitat, the climate, and stuff like that. So in total, our toolbox that we're presenting today includes 249 literature reviews or evidence syntheses. They've all been summarized for the metadata in them, and they've also all been scored. So every single CSAT question and every single RASCAT question has already been scored for these 249 syntheses. So just to give you an idea of what is included in this toolbox, the kind of information that these studies captured, we covered studies in over 130 countries. Most study sites were in North America or Australia, so there is a Western bias to what is currently included in the toolbox, but there is good representation from South America and Asia as well. As well, the freshwater species that were reviewed by most of the evidence syntheses that we included in the toolbox did have an overwhelming focus on fish. About 38% of syntheses focus on fish, but aquatic invertebrates and amphibians were also decently represented. This just shows that there is a current information gap on freshwater management and conservation actions when it comes to semi-aquatic animals or aquatic vegetation. some of the highly reviewed literature reviews that are included in the toolbox focus on topics like wildlife passage or invasive species removal. But there are some more important conservation or equally important conservation actions that don't get enough attention, and so we found some patterns in that as well. So invasive species movement or translocations that come from bait bucket releases, or managing stream structures, or creating habitat for aquatic or semi-aquatic organisms are topics that are important but unfortunately less reviewed, and so we have less information on to share. And one of I think I'm out of time, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if I should keep going or if I can keep going because we started late anyway. I'll just let someone else chime in.
Yeah, if you could just quickly wrap up in the next minute or so, whatever you want to say.
Okay, thanks. We have the toolbox. I'll just jump to this slide, unfortunately. We have the toolbox. It's currently in the peer review process. We're also hoping to share it on an online platform so it actually becomes interactive and a resource that practitioners can use. That would be hosted by Aquatic Habitat Canada. Currently, the toolbox, it has 250 papers for people to look at, but hopefully we can add onto it every couple of years and also adapt the questions in the CSAT and RASCAT tools, so they include different knowledge systems. They can be adapted to be specific to different countries that aren't just Canada. And basically the main takeaway is that we are doing the right science, but the way in which we're doing the science can definitely be improved. So popularizing systematic evidence syntheses and literature reviews would be a really great step for academics moving forward. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jessica. So we have about 4 minutes left for questions. So I'll just jump into the YouTube chat. So the first question is for Sydney, and it's from Marianne Perrin, and it says, "Thank you for your presentation. Do you think the environment in and around Sudbury will continue to improve in the future?"
Yeah, thanks for the question, Marianne. I do believe that the environment will continue to improve in Sudbury with increased and stronger regulations, as well as industrial standards in combination with regreening and the restoration efforts. I truly do believe that things are on the right track. And if we look at our research findings as well, we're seeing evidence from that too. And we're also really grateful to have support. So there is so much success in collaboration. So I'll just leave it at
that. And then one other question directed at Jessica. So what is the specific process for researchers to contribute to the toolbox?
That's a great question, thanks. So currently, what we have in the database currently is already in the peer review process, so we wouldn't add to it for this iteration. But if you have conducted a paper or study or literature review that you think should be included in a future toolbox iteration, like in an update in the next couple of years, I can find some way to provide my contact email, and we would definitely take exception, or we would take submissions, and if it fits the criteria, we could post that onto the eventual website later on. And yeah, like literature reviews aren't perfect. We definitely didn't capture everything, especially now that it's 2021 and we stopped in 2020. So if anyone has any research that they think would be really relevant, we can find some way to open up submissions or get an email out there that we can receive people's research from.
Yeah, and I mean, it ties in nicely with some of the work that we do here at the River Institute with the Great River Rapport and having these platforms to kind of bring in all of the great work that's being done in the area, so that someone can come in and kind of assess it in one place. So it's keep up the good work. I think we have 1 minute left, and question for Brian. Brian, are you still back there?
Yeah.
So the question is, where is the silo bat house located?
So the Silo Bat House is located not too far from Cornwall, just north of Cornwall on Post Road for those locals who know the area. And unfortunately, that's one that I didn't get to, but it's on my list to go and visit.
All right. Thank you, Brian. So I think we are out of time. Thank you to all of the presenters for the great talks, and thank you to everyone watching for all of the questions. And yeah, we're going to break now for lunch from 12 to 1 p.m. And just a reminder to everyone that the posters are up. There's a poster tab on the River Symposium website. There are 6 really well done posters. So I encourage you to go check that out while you're eating your lunch. And yeah, we will see you all in the next session this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on our Science Day of the 28th Annual River Symposium. If you joined us yesterday for community, thank you for attending that as well. We've had so many great presentations for Community Day and Science Day so far, and we have 4 more great presentations lined up for you in this next session, which is Footprints, Freshwater Habitats. I'm going to be the chair of your session. I'm Bailey Bedard. I'm a research assistant here at the River Institute. And so I'm just going to remind all the audience that if you do have any questions for our presenters during this session, to please type them in the YouTube live chat, and we will relay them to the speakers at the end of our session in the group Q&A. So please, when you're asking your question, to tag the speaker that your question is addressing. And with that, I will introduce our first speaker, Elizabeth Grater from Three Rivers. She's going to be discussing the distribution, origins, and spatial dynamics of E. coli in the St. Lawrence River. So go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hi everyone, yes, my name is Elizabeth Grater and I'm coming from the University du Québec at Trois-Rivières, and today I will be talking about E. coli within the St. Lawrence River. So to begin with, organic pollution comes into rivers in many different ways around the world. A lot of times organic pollution enters rivers through city pollution, through sewage wastewater treatment plants, through farming runoff, through industry, and this organic pollution affects humans and ecosystems worldwide. 2 ways that impact rivers, 2 ways that organic pollution impact rivers are through inputs of untreated sewage water that carry pathogens that can be harmful to humans, and also the accumulation of these pollutants that stimulate bacterial growth within river systems and downstream of river systems that can create areas of hypoxia or low oxygen that can affect higher up in the food web. So without treatment, these pollutants tend to rely on, pollution control tends to rely on natural degradation and dilution. So in some systems this works when the inputs of pollution are small, but when we get into areas that have a lot of pollution, this doesn't always work well enough. So one way to track this organic pollution is to use E. coli. And E. coli is a bacteria found in the intestines of a lot of mammals, within mammals, and it's a popular method of tracking organic pollutants. And this is because it can be a good indicator of feces from either humans or other warm-blooded mammals and animals. It's also relatively easy and cheap to use and to track, and also it's been related to the presence of other pathogens. So we can use E. coli to identify hotspots of pollution, but also to look and determine what the downstream impacts could be. So within E. coli, we use, and within here in the St. Lawrence and in this region, we use E. coli a lot to monitor beaches. You might have heard of beach closures from E. coli being found and things like that. So it's really popular in this region to use E. coli. And when we talk about E. coli, we tend to use the unit of measurement of colony forming units per 100 milliliters of water. And in Quebec and in Ontario and other places, there's usually thresholds for which they put up certain signs and certain signages to dissuade people from using water, to be interacting with water at certain thresholds of E. coli counts. So for instance, the 2 main thresholds that we have in Quebec are above 200 CFUs of E. coli per 100 milliliters. There's it is prohibited to be in direct contact with these waters. So this would be where you see the closure of beaches for swimming. There's no water skiing allowed. So anything where you have direct contact with the water is prohibited at this point. And then at the threshold of 1,000 CFUs per 100 milliliters, it is prohibited to have indirect contact with the water. So this is activities such as sailing, boating, fishing, where you might not be immersed in the water and have direct contact, but you could still be in direct contact through small amounts of water that could get you sick. So based on that, we identified 3 main questions that I wanted to discuss in this talk today. So first, can we identify sewage inputs within the St. Lawrence River using E. coli? Second, how far downstream does this E. coli persist? And then third, what else do we find associated with these sewage effluents or the sewage effluent? So to answer this question, I was a part of the Mission Lamps list from 2017 to 2021. And this is our beautiful research boat here in the Upper St. Lawrence River. This is where we were at the time. And while on the boat, we have sampled from Kingston down to Kakuna, Rivière-du-Loup area in the estuary. And depending on the year, we targeted different sections of the river with different goals, but we've been able to sample from Kingston to Kakuna this past year completely from start to finish in the river. And so our techniques for sampling, we usually use a go flow sampler. So we're able to take a grab sample at the depth that we want. We usually look at surface waters. With that sample, we filter our water either at 100, like a dilution factor of 100 milliliters, or we'll do different dilution factors if we know that there's going to be the presence of E. coli in the system. So we filter our sample onto a filter, and then we place that filter on enriched agar so that we can grow the E. coli that's present within the sample. And the agar that we use, it has a special dye that dyes the E. coli colonies, either a purple or blue. So we're able to very easily identify the E. coli and then count those E. coli that are present. And that's how we get that colony forming unit measurement that I talked about before. So besides E. coli, we also have been looking at E. coli source tracking. So what that means is we're able to look at the source of the E. coli. So yes, we know that it comes from humans, but it can also come from dogs. It can come from birds. It can come from cows and pigs and other animals like that. So we want to see, okay, in this area, is it a human source or could it be an animal source of E. coli? We also look at bacterial diversity using the 16S gene, and also we look at the presence of viruses within the water. So for this, we filter at each of our sites 200 liters of water onto these large cartridges, and then we extract the sample from there and see what viruses are detected. And so I just want to give a little, before moving on, I want to give a small little introduction to the water masses within the St. Lawrence River. Because the St. Lawrence River is a really interesting system because of that dredging that has occurred historically within the river. So within that dredged area, we have this fast moving channel that makes up a majority of the river in terms of discharge. And it's coming from Lake Ontario. And then if we look on the northern shore of the river, we see this northern channel that starts at the Ottawa River in a boreal region, and then it has inputs from tributaries as we go down towards the estuary, but it stays mostly in the northern channel of the river. And then at the Montreal effluent, so the Montreal effluent is where they dump primary treated sewage from 3 million people who live in Montreal, and there's a tube that goes into the St. Lawrence and pumps pretty much raw sewage into the St. Lawrence. So we call this the Montreal effluent, and this water stays between the main and northern channel for a lot of the river, and we're able to track that downstream. And one thing I want to mention with this slide is that the different magnitudes, order of magnitudes of water within the river. So the center main channel makes up the majority of the water in terms of discharge. Then there's the northern channel making an order of magnitude less of makeup of the river. And then we have the Montreal effluent that is just a small amount of the water entering the river. But we see that it does impact the river a lot. And that's what I'm going to talk about now. So first question, can we identify inputs of sewage within the St. Lawrence River using E. coli? So here we have a figure of E. coli, the CFUs per 100 milliliters, like I mentioned before, and it's log scale, one thing to note there, versus the distance from the headwater. So here we're starting at Kingston at 0, and then we're going down to Kakuna at about 800 kilometers downstream. And one thing to note, the green line is the main channel, that navigation channel. The brown line is the northern channel coming from the Ottawa River, and the purple line is that mixed channel that originates at the Montreal effluent. And then downstream we have the estuary in blue. So if we pretend we're on the LAMPS list, we're taking our E. coli measurements, what we notice at the first section of the river in this green water mass is that there's very little E. coli. We do not pass that 200 CFU threshold, which is that black horizontal line. So the water is fairly clean in this area in terms of E. coli, and we're able to have direct contact with the water. But when we get to that Montreal effluent, which I have this target mark here, when we get to that input, we see the concentrations of E. coli skyrocket. So they go from under 200 CFUs to over 1 million CFUs of E. coli at this site. And like I said, though it's only a small amount of water, it shifts not only that main channel, or the mixed channel, but also the main channel and the northern channel of the river. All of those sections of the river go above that 200 and even go above that 1,000 threshold for E. coli. And so one thing I wanted to mention is that within that fluvial section of the river, 65% of the sites exceed direct contact threshold of the 200 CFUs of E. coli, and then 23% of the sites exceed the indirect contact threshold. So that's quite a few sites that we're not able to interact with on the river because of this effluent that's flowing into the system. And then as we look downstream, we go to the estuary and we see a very strong decrease in the concentrations of E. coli downstream. And so the next question is, how far downstream does the E. coli persist? So as I mentioned, the upper St. Lawrence does not have a whole lot of E. coli. Only one of the 19 sites exceeded that direct threshold, whereas after Montreal, 91% of those sites exceeded the direct threshold, and those high concentrations can be seen throughout the river. And we do see that those high values persist about 100 kilometers downstream, and we're able to find the presence of that E. coli from the Montreal effluent in Trois-Rivières, at my house, in our waterways, and in our beaches. So it's pretty impressive that though we are able to pass through an island set that does do some cleaning of the river, and we pass through a fluvial lake, still we're able to find the E. coli from Montreal within the river. So here we have, we've targeted a very important input of pollution into the river at Montreal. And here we have a photo where you can see the nice green water with the bubbling brown turbid water coming up from that pipe of the Montreal effluent where that sewage is coming from the city. So what else do we find in the Montreal effluent? We've looked at a variety of pollutants while on board. We've looked at nutrients, heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, which you can actually go and watch François Guillet's talk about that earlier this month at the Untapped event with the River Institute. But today I want to look a little bit on at biological pollutants. So very quickly, because I'm getting short on time, here we have some of the bacterial diversity data that we took in 2018 from the river. And if we ignore the center section of this figure, here we have the proportion of each of these classes of proteobacteria. If we look at the two ends, we see that most of the river is fairly stable. So we are going from Lac Saint-Pierre here, and we're going down to Trois-Rivières. And the two ends, fairly similar, despite there being different sections of the river. And then here in the middle, we see this increase of this light blue turquoisey class of bacteria. So we see that right here. This is at the input of the Montreal effluent. We see this change in the composition of the bacteria at the Montreal effluent, and then it declines in a similar way to what we saw with the rates of E. coli. And we're going back down to the community that we saw before the Montreal effluent. And we also find the presence of viruses within the Montreal effluent. So here we have the norovirus, the sapovirus, and a few other viruses that we found within the Montreal effluent. So here at TCM 1.5 and 2.5, that's the sewage water. Directly over that pipe, we see the presence of many viruses in the St. Lawrence River. And as we look downstream, we see that these viruses, some of them do persist all the way down to Trois-Rivières. And again, we see more viruses persisting down to Trois-Rivières. So in conclusion, we found that there were high concentrations of E. coli at and downstream of the Montreal effluent. And despite the small amounts of effluent, the small discharge, we still saw high concentrations of E. coli within the different water masses and downstream for about 100 kilometers. We also found a unique bacterial community at that effluent, and we found the presence of viruses. So one thing that we like to think about is what is the extent to which these human disturbances alter the functioning of the base of the food web. And so this study gave us one insight into how the base of the food web and the functioning of the food web could be altered by this input of sewage. So I'm out of time. I have some next steps, but I have to go through and I have to finish up my presentation. So thank you all for listening, and thanks to all my funding sources and all of our collaborators. You can follow us on Facebook. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. That was a great presentation. I had the pleasure of meeting Elizabeth yesterday at Community Day, and she shared a little bit of her experiences carrying out that project. So it's super interesting to hear about it in detail. If you do have further questions for her regarding the next steps or anything else, don't forget to put them in the YouTube live chat, making sure to tag Elizabeth so that we can address them to her at the group Q&A at the end. So up next, I have Maria Pelusi's research advisor from Clarkson University, Michael Twiss, who will be speaking on Maria's behalf today. He will be talking about their Reason project, which has been established to assess the water quality of the St. Lawrence River. So go ahead, Michael.
All right, thank you, Bailey. Welcome, everyone. And what I'm going to be talking about kind of adds to what Elizabeth Grater just presented, because we'll be talking about organic pollution as well. And this techniques that we're using are these sensors, which are fluorometric, which are able to detect changing water quality. And so the place where we work is in the Moses Saunders hydropower dam. This was established several years ago, and the greatest thing about it is that it provides access to water. So the water comes to us. We have 3 stations, one along the New York shore, which detects a water mass that's influenced by tributaries upstream. Also the main channel, which is essentially 5-day-old Lake Ontario water as it moves downstream. And there's also a station on the Canadian shore as well. Yes, I can. Screen. Stop streaming and screen share. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes, go ahead, Michael.
All right, thank you. So we'll just get down here. So this is the hydropower dam I was just mentioning. And so we have stations in the turbines. And this is the cross section of one of the turbines. So we're getting water that comes right through the penstocks. We install our sensors in them, and we're able to detect water quality. The advantage of this is that we don't have to pull out buoys at the end of the season. We can make measurements all year round. So the sensors that we're using are multiple. One of the platforms is called the C6. It's produced by Turner Designs. And so we're able to follow temperature. We can look at specific conductivity, which is able to trace water masses. The tributaries that flow out of the Adirondacks generally have low conductivity, so we can compare that with the relatively higher conductivity that's present in the upper St. Lawrence River. We can look at phytoplankton biomass and also the cyanobacteria biomass that are present. And we can also follow color dissolved organic matter, also fluorometrically. And that, again, is an indicator of tributary discharge. So these rivers that drain the Adirondacks have a high amount of organic carbon in them. The 2 sensors that I'm going to talk about today are optical brighteners and tryptophan. So tryptophan is an amino acid, and an optical brightener is found in sewage. So why does it get into sewage? Well, it gets into sewage because we put optical brighteners in our detergents in order to make our brights brighter and our whites whiter, so to speak. So what happens is that it absorbs light and it fluoresces light, so it looks like your clothing is great. Tryptophan is an amino acid and it's found in all protein, and it just happens to have that really nice ability to be detected fluorometrically. And so these are the fluorometers, the sensors on the C6 apparatus. We also have a wiper in the middle, and it's placed inside the hydropower dam. And so Maria's work this past summer was to convince Dr. Ridal and myself whether or not these were good instruments to be using. And so before we start putting them in the dam, we went through a battery of tests using water sources from not only nearby, but also the St. Lawrence River in laboratory type experiments. So the first thing we needed to do was determine what the detection limits are, and at what point do the instruments saturate. So will they be useful for us in the very dilute environment of the upper St. Lawrence River? The second one was to test for interferences to see if a CDOM, which also fluoresces, is able to interfere with the operations of these sensors at the concentrations that we're interested in. The third one was to look at the degradation rates of both tryptophan and these optical brighteners in the water. So we do know from the literature that the compounds like these fluorescent compounds are able to be degraded by ultraviolet light, by hydrogen peroxide, and even by oxidation of metals. And finally, to make some field observations once things get going. So the water sources that we used were, as I mentioned, local. We took water from the Unit 32, which is on the near shore of the St. Lawrence River in the hydropower dam, so on the New York side. And we also used tap water and Racket River water. So if you're familiar with this lovely village in upstate New York, you'll know that the Racket River flows through it from the Adirondacks, flows north into the St. Lawrence River. So it's a tributary of the St. Lawrence, downstream of the dam, actually. And we draw our drinking water from that river here. So what they do, as you can see here, is they remove a lot of the colored dissolved organic matter out of it in order to make it available for consumption. The amount of CDOM, though, is still about 2 to 3 times higher than what's found in the St. Lawrence River along the near shore. And as you can see here, the conductivity is quite different. The tap water is chlorinated and has phosphates put in it, and that's why the conductivity is slightly higher than the raw water coming out of the river. And then we look at the ultraviolet absorbance. You can see that these water masses all have different variable qualities to the colored dissolved organic matter that's present in them. So, basic confirmation that the sensors were operative. The detection limits that we determined were very similar to that reported by by Turner Designs, so we're confident that we're using them properly. You can see here the saturation points for tryptophan and optical brighteners in the river water with increasing concentrations of color dissolved organic matter are relatively the same, so it's not too bad. So we feel confident that in the natural waters that there are no appreciable interferences. So here's Maria in action on a nice July afternoon. And so what she has here on this white table is a quartz tube. So we use quartz because it's transparent to ultraviolet light. And she's spiked that either tap water or Racket River water or St. Lawrence River water with either optical brightener or tryptophan. And over time, she'll take samples from the tube and she'll take it back into the laboratory and measure the specific absorbance of it. And that way she can follow the change in the concentration. And to follow what's going on, she's measuring the temperature to make sure it's relatively stable. It's about 25 degrees Celsius. We've got a flat UV sensor here measuring ultraviolet A and ultraviolet B light that's fluxing down onto that surface, and also measuring the amount of photosynthetically available radiation as well, because we do know that some of the high energy light is able to degrade some organic compounds. So these were the degradation rates that were measured, and so the conditions are listed at the top. So the amount of light we were seeing is very what you'd expect to see. The experiments with the OPBR were optical brighteners were during an overcast day, but yet there is still quite a bit of UV flux coming through compared to the more clear day in which the tryptophan degradation rates are measured. So regardless of the water source that we're looking at, there is degradation that occurs in the presence of these natural light conditions, but these rates are very low. So we expect to not see these substances degrading appreciably from their source. So by the time they get down, say through a tributary and get through the river, they'll be degrading like percentages per day. These are specific rates that are per minute, and so it's actually it eventually will disappear, and that's why the stuff doesn't stay around. But we believe we can use it as a tracer of organic contamination. So for the observations from the summer of 2021, I'll let you look at this figure while I go back to find my timer. And we can see here that this is days of the year of 2021, starting around August and going to October, so very recent data. And so the red line is the water temperature, and we had a increasing temperature. You can see the daily fluctuations by the increase and decrease, so that's your diel cycling. And then we start to cool off through September, and then we end up in late September getting that nice lovely weather we had. It actually warmed up the surface water to some degree. I've also plotted here the chlorophyll A, again showing you the diel impact that ambient light has on the fluorescence in vivo of phytoplankton. And so this just hopefully gives you an impression of the ability to make these types of data that we've been making since 2014. Now to look at the good stuff, we'll look at some tryptophan and optical brighteners. And so here we are above the detection limit for tryptophan and for optical brighteners, just at and slightly above the detection limit. So we feel confident that we're able to detect real numbers. And they're all plotted here versus the concentration of color dissolved organic matter. Because CDOM fluoresces and CDOM comes from tributaries, and the tributaries can contain the effluent that come from municipalities or from agricultural fields where you wouldn't get optical brighteners, but instead you would be getting tryptophan from manure. And so here we are confident these are significant relationships in all cases, so they correlate quite closely with CDOM. So in summary, we've gained, thanks to Maria's efforts, confidence in the accuracy of these sensors. The detection limits are good for use in the power dam, where it's measuring very low amounts of these solutes of interest. I suspect if we were downstream of Montreal, we'd have some pretty solid signals, as was presented earlier. And so work will continue to assess the data that are collected from the Moses Saunders hydropower dam. And I'd like to acknowledge the grant that Dr. Ridal received from the Ontario Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. And thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Michael, and thank you for speaking on Maria's behalf today. We really appreciate it. That was a great presentation. And for the audience, don't forget, if you have any questions for Michael about his and Maria's work, you can ask him in the YouTube chat. And we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Dr. Helga Halvorsen from Novozymes Canada. She will be talking about the process of implementing change to create a more sustainable manufacturing process. So go ahead whenever you're ready, Helga.
Thank you. So I'm Helga. I am the environmental Ottawa. We're a biotech manufacturing company. And today I'm going to talk to you kind of about three things. I think I need to take a little bit of time to introduce the company because we're a business-to-business corporation. So most of you probably never heard of us. But I also want to talk a little bit about our commitments to to sustainability. And finally, I want to talk about a case study, like I said this year, about how questioning the status quo has helped us become a more sustainable operation. So Novozymes is big, and we're everywhere. We started off in Denmark, and we have slowly grown, and we're covering all the different continents. Our raison d'etre, the reason why we get up every morning, is that together we find biological answers for better lives in a growing world. Let's rethink tomorrow. Now, I just want to take a little bit of time. Some of the words in here. The first is up here, together. You know, we are a biotech R&D powerhouse. We know how to produce microorganisms and enzymes at tremendous scales, but we don't know everything. And we value our partnerships with our customers and with our stakeholders to improve our products and our processes. We know that we are just one part of the chain and we need to work with everybody. The second thing I want to pull out here is the biological. Again, biotech company. Ironically, I know almost nothing about biology. I'm a chemist by trade, but we're really focused on harnessing the power of biology. And the last thing I want to talk about here is I don't know how many companies out there not only give you permission, but actively require employees to question why we're doing what we're doing every single day and to question if there's a better way to do it. It's very freeing and it makes for a really fun work environment. So we make a whole slew of different products. Our biggest fraction by sales is household. Michael mentioned earlier the optical brighteners in your. Well, another big thing that's in. You know, back in the day, we used to add bleach. Now we add enzymes. And odds are that the enzymes in your detergent, we made those. Another industry I want to call out is bioenergy. That's actually what our site works on primarily here in for cellulosic ethanol as well as first generation ethanol production. So Novozymes' big differentiator compared to all of our competitors is that we help our customers do their job, and we have some very black and white targets for sustainability with respect to climate, water, and production and consumption. So climate's all about CO2, trying to prevent climate change. Production and consumption, that's all about preventing waste to the landfill and helping our customers prevent waste to landfill. And water here, this is all about ensuring, and I'm going to focus a little bit more due to the nature of this symposium. But one of the big things that we are targeting by the end of next year is to reach more than 4 billion people by providing laundry solutions that replace chemicals by the end of the year. Or next year, excuse me. So with respect to sustainability, not only we ourselves want to be more sustainable, because of course we have our own manufacturing process. And so again, in those three different categories of and consumption, we want to make sure we're doing our part to be sustainable. So we have some hard goals to reduce our CO2. In water, we want to manage 100% of our in balance with their local conditions. And for production and consumption, that's all about minimizing our waste to landfill. Alrighty, so that's a little bit about Novozymes that occurred at our Ottawa site. As I mentioned earlier, we work in the bioenergy field. We produce a yeast cream, which is used by our customers to produce. This is our process. It's pretty boilerplate. We have a giant fermenter, It's huge. It's like 200 meters cubed. It's about 6 stories tall. Here we grow up our yeast. Once we hit our targets, we move our yeast over into our recovery, where we concentrate it. Then we add some stabilizers. We generally tend to do 1,000-liter totes, but we do have some customers that bulks have like dairy trucks will come up and we'll fill a dairy truck full. It's pretty cool. Now, one thing about our process or our product, right, must be clean. Absolutely has to be clean. Why, you ask? Well, because if our yeast, either with bacteria or with a wild yeast, then we can contaminate our customer's process. And if you contaminate their process, you're going to hurt their, and then they're going to have to spend. Bottom line, if you contaminate your customer, you'll have a very angry customer. And the thing about angry customers is you don't have them because either you make them happy or they go away. So what do we need to do to keep our customers happy? Well, we need to make, which means we need to run clean. Everything has to be squeaky clean at our site. And when I say the words clean, what everyone in this audience should really hear are water and chemicals. That's how you, with copious amounts of water and chemicals. So, as I mentioned way back at the beginning of this talk, we're an international company. We have an internal standard that, and basically it says that you need to clean immediately after use, and then you need to clean it again if your equipment has sat idle for more than X. And so one day, one of our operators who was about to a clean tank because it had sat idle for more than the specified said, "Why are we cleaning a clean tank?" Probably voicing what most people actually doing the work. And I just want to focus on this question, why? Always ask it, because why leads at a bare minimum to a better understanding of a situation or a. And sometimes when there is no good answer, that creates the opportunity to improve. And so why is just a fantastic question. All right, so our operator says why. Why are we? And do you know what? We didn't have a good answer. We literally, our answer was because the procedure said so. And I've got to say, when the answer to why is because I said, that's just not good enough. That's not a good. So this created an opportunity for improvement. And our operator put in the improvement suggestion to eliminate this double CIP. He said, all right, let's skip that step. We'll save a bunch of stuff. Let's go for it. Now in manufacturing, you can't just go for it. We have to manage our change so that we don't have any unintended. So the first thing they did was they came and talked to them, and they said, Helga, we want to. Guys, you want to stop cleaning? You want to use less? Go for it. So the next step is they have to go over to our safety officer. And safety says, what? You're going to have the number of exposures to chemicals? Then we go over to quality, and they say, what? You want to stop cleaning? No, stop. Settle down. And of course, they have to represent the customer, and they have to ask those tough questions of, okay, if you're going to, how is it going to affect the quality? And so we kicked off a whole slew of tests, trials to kind of prove the concept out that if we eliminated this double CIP, line change. And then once everybody was happy, we finally move on to implement. So what was our impact? Our impact was huge. I cannot believe how much water we spend cleaning. So we've implemented this change in January. And since then, compared to last year, we have reduced water consumption by 39% and reduced our cost to consume. This data is normalized to production. But when we normalize it to production levels, we're still seeing these dramatic reductions in chemical use. So it was truly an awesome, awesome idea. So I just kind of want to end off with and how important it is to question everything around you. It's so important because it helps you understand what's going on. It helps you understand. And sometimes when the answer to why isn't very good, you've now created opportunity for improvement. And that's how we can generate more sustainable products, and it really creates the opportunity for positive change. So always ask why. Okay, that's all I've got. Rethink tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Helga. Great presentation. It's really easy to look past certain procedures and not really question why and just do it because you're supposed to. But seeing the improvements caused by changes really shows you that if you're not sure about something, you should really ask, especially in terms of a big manufacturing process. And finally, our last speaker of this session is Dr. Kurt Cornelsen from Ontario Power Generation, and he's going to be going over the methods and the take-home messages from the climate change analyses that are carried out at OPG. I'm just waiting for your screen to load, Kurt. Great. Go ahead, Kurt.
Great. Thanks for being here. So as I said, my name is Kurt Cornelsen. I'm the Senior Manager of Water Resources at Ontario Power Generation. We're not just looking at climate change, but different types of changes as well in the lower Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Basin. And I just wanted to highlight that because in some cases it is hard to tease out the effects of land use change, river regulation, and some of the other changes that we're seeing. But trying to get to things that we can at least infer are resulting from climate change. A couple of things I'm going to talk about today is, number one, what sort of methods do we employ for analyzing some of the change? I'm going to highlight some of the watersheds of interest just so you can see where we're going to take the tour. And then we'll do a little bit of a tour of some of the changing watersheds that at least we're seeing at OPG. So a little bit of background on Ontario Power Generation, specifically focusing on the renewable generation fleet, or the organization we call Renewable Generation. So within Ontario, we operate 66 hydroelectric generating stations and 241 control dams. So those generating stations range anywhere in size from small run-of-the-river, about 1 megawatt plants, all the way up to approximately a 2,000 megawatt BEC complex. So in total, we have an installed capacity of 9,826 megawatts within the province of Ontario itself. If you have any questions about how we operate some of our different watersheds, I encourage you to go to opg.com and opg.com/water. Other good websites that will give some background information of our operations towards the eastern part of Ontario would be the Ottawa River website at ottawariver.ca, and also the Niagara Board of Control and the International Lake Ontario St. Lawrence River Board of Control at ijc.org. And so those also have good information of how our hydroelectric, our water management operations are run. So what do we do if we're actually looking at change? And there's two different things that we tend to look at, is both historic data and our future projections. And these hopefully tell us similar things, but they might be a little different. So it's important to understand exactly what it is we're looking at. So historic data especially can be a real treasure trove of information, but you need to be really careful in understanding what that data is telling you. For example, what changes have happened in the landscape? Has there been a change in river regulation policy? Has there been something built on site? And so it's really important to carefully select the types of watersheds that we're looking at. So What we're going to see in today's presentation is a mix of regulated watersheds. So those are ones in which OPG operates dams. There's also some that are closer to what we would, Environment Canada has identified, reference hydrometric basin network. So those are basins where the watersheds are still relatively natural. There's not a lot of human interference or human change, and there's certainly no dams on the system. What we're looking for is change signals that are occurring on those unregulated watersheds as well as regulated watersheds, and those give us more of a sense of what could actually be occurring because of climate change. So it's really important then when we look at these different data sets that we are understanding the cause and the effect of changes. We don't want to just look at a change in the data set and say, oh, that has to be climate change, or that has to be because of a reservoir. A lot of these times, these different effects are interacting. So it's important to be careful about teasing that out. So what we use a lot with our historic data is a series of statistical tests. So we look for trends, we look for change points, we look for periods of where the river would have understandably changed, or where you have kind of distinct climate periods within the long-term data. And you'll see that when we look at the Niagara River. We also want to be very careful when we have this tendency to do averages. We like to say, oh yeah, climate change, we want to stay below this 2 degrees Celsius. The average change in flow has been something. Well, sometimes that can actually hide important trends as we get down to, say, the monthly basis, or when we start looking at extreme wet periods versus dry periods. So we need to be very cautious as overall about looking for average data. The other thing is that we look at our future projections. So we'll take climate change simulations. We'll use those in some cases, although I won't show it here today, through some watershed models. We're going to look for consistency between our past data and what our future projections are. It's really important that we realize when we look at our climate change simulations, when we're getting the data from GCMs, the realization of a particular model that has a particular set of built-in assumptions. So we can't always change that. And particularly the climate change data, they're built on a specific scenario, a specific emission scenario. So it assumes that our economy, that our emissions are going to progress in a particular way. So it's really important to understand these aren't a forecast, they are a projection. They're a scenario of what potentially could happen. And so we will also look for trends amongst those projections. We look to see if they agree or not. And we like to look to see if they agree with our historic data. So we're seeing similar trends or consistent trends. And at Ontario Power Generation, we have a partnership with the Oranos Consortium based out of Montreal, Quebec. And we use them as our local climate experts. We get a lot of data from Oranos. And the other thing is we make sure that that data is locally relevant within Ontario. And so the data that you're going to see today, we retrieve from an Oranos system, but it's actually the same types of data that's available on climatedata.ca. So it's the same data coming from the Government of Canada. So you have good confidence that it's worth using in our area. So where are we going to actually look today? There's a few sites I wanted to pull out. So one, first we'll start at the Niagara River, looking at changes there. We'll look at some work we did as part of an environmental assessment for our Calabogie generating station, and then some changes that we're seeing on a more recent report looking at Arnprior, which is the most downstream station on the Madawaska River, and Shaw Falls, which is the most downstream OPG station on the Ottawa River. And the reason we're not specifically looking at the St. Lawrence is because Lake Ontario provides a great big buffer to that system. It's also a heavily managed system. So what we're looking at is to identify more what we can see as likely natural changes as much as possible. And so some of these smaller rivers give us more of that ability. So we're actually going to start coming back to projections. So this is what we're expecting to see in terms of climate projections coming from an ensemble of climate models that we got from Oranos. And this is a good indicator. It's not just what's that average temperature, but what do we really expect to see in our maximum daily temperatures? And so here what we're using is the maximum daily temperature equal to or greater than 30 degrees. So how many days of a year does that occur? And so in the upper left corner, you can see for a 30-year period centered on 2011, it's actually fairly rare. There's a handful of days historically that we would be above 30 degrees Celsius. But as you can see, as we move kind of to the bottom left in 2031, upper right 2051, and down to the 2070s, this is the high emissions scenario, but that number of days above 30 degrees increases dramatically. In fact, it gets up to about 30 days a year by 2050, and we can expect on average around 90 days a year if we follow the high emission scenario by the end of the century. So about 3 months of the year above 30 degrees Celsius. We'll also look for trends in our total precipitation. So you can see the difference here under the high emission scenario is not nearly as dramatic. And in fact, under the both high and the low emission scenario, they're quite similar. And we can actually look at that as a cross section across the province. So these are individual projections for Toronto, Timmins, and Thunder Bay as a cross section of the province of Ontario. We're looking at two scenarios here, the red one being the high emission scenario, RCP 8.5, and the blue one being RCP 4.5. So this is a scenario in which we achieve approximately net zero by the 2040s. But you can see in both cases, there's very similar change in total precipitation. There isn't necessarily a dramatic increase, but you can tell by your eye, there is a slight increasing trend. This is where we get to these annual averages can start to hide some data. And we'll see that as we look into more of the site-specific examples in the next, say, 3 slides after this. But starting our tour, the first place we're going to look is way upstream of Lake Ontario on the Niagara River. So this is an analysis we looked at to identify what are the changes in flows and trends based on the historic Niagara River annual flow data. And what you'll immediately see is the change point analysis. So those vertical gray lines, they tell us where there's been a significant shift in the flow regime of the river itself. And we can see there's been some slight insignificant trends over time, but a real big change between, there's a period from the 1930s to about the 1960s that was overall relatively stable. Then we moved to a high water regime throughout the 1970s to the late 1990s. The water level dropped quite significantly into the 2000s and has actually been climbing almost ever since. It's now trending, flattening out and trending back down a little bit. But this analysis actually finished in 2017 was when this report was published. That final trend line where you see that black line heading up after the 2010s, that increased until it was off the chart by 2019, 2020. So we'd see a very different picture if we looked again today. And so there's a couple of key takeaways from this image. Is number one, even though the Great Lakes are a very large system, they have seen significant changes in short periods of time. So you can see where the river in the 1930s was around 6,200 cubic meters a second and dropped very quickly in a short period of time as we head into the 1930s Dust Bowl. We see some other relatively quick changes in a period of 5 or 6 years, sometimes less. As we headed into the late 90s, that drop between around 98 and 2000, the flow on the river dropped quite substantially in a very short period of time. And again, we can see that more recent period where the flow is changing. So even on a really large system, the changes occur quite quickly, but also we do have identifiably different periods, which are largely driven by changes in climate. There's not a significant amount that regulation contributes to this river. We're going to go over then to the Calabogie GS redevelopment. So this is from Calabogie, Ontario. It's actually in the middle to end part of the Madawaska River, which joins the Ottawa River, which then joins the St. Lawrence River. But what we're actually looking at as part of this redevelopment is to look at not only what are some of the trends we see on the Madawaska River, so that's the mountain chute at Palmer, but also 2 unregulated watersheds. So we can try to see what is happening without the influence of our reservoirs in the areas nearby. And so we can see overall, there's very slight trends on the Petawawa and the York rivers. As we get into the details and we start to look at a monthly basis, we see a different trend starting to emerge. So this is looking at the York River from 1971 to 2015. This is Water Survey of Canada data. When we start to look at our trends and slopes, you can see that there has been a transition over this period of time to having more flow during the winter months from January, February, March, more of a flattening around the May period, and then a slight decrease coming into the summer months before the trend starts to increase again into the winter. So we see on the York River, and that is actually even more enhanced if we look at the Petawawa River. We see even a stronger signal, and you can even see with your naked eye, just looking at the data, for example, of January, of how that is increasing as the snow melt occurs earlier, as we get more and more winter rainfall. So we can see that very strong trend through January, March, even up into April. May tends to be a transition month, so it still tends to be relatively flat. But then another strong downward trend as we get into June, July, August, September, and then flattening out as it picks up again in December. And so this is actually the kind of trend we see over and over again in a lot of these naturalized watersheds, but we also see it in some of our regulated watersheds. And so this is looking at Arm Prior. So this is the outflow from the Madawaska River. So keep in mind, some of this is the result of regulation and dam operations, but you can see a significant change from 1950 to 2019 of increasing winter flows, increasing April, May, June flow as well. And we're starting to see here a bit of a trend towards a decrease in the summer. If we look at the figure on the right, we'll also see something similar. So in this case, we're looking at box plots. So what these show is the thick line in the middle of the box is the median, and where the box ends is the 25th and 75th percentiles of our data. And so the greenish box is the historic period, 1970 to 1994. And the orange box is the more recent period, so 1995 to 2019. And where those boxes are yellow, the change is significant. We can start to see, if we look at, for example, the month of April, in the more recent period, we've actually seen a lot greater variability year to year in the flow. And that continues on into June. Also see, if you look, for example, in January, February, where the more recent period, that box plot is significantly higher than what it was in the previous period. So we can start to see where some of those trends are emerging. So not only in some seasons are we getting more water, we're often becoming much more variable year to year. And again, we'll look at the Ottawa River. My apologies, it's not 1950 to 2019, that's 1970 to 2019. But we can see, again, this almost universal trend that we're seeing across the province of increasing flow within January, February period and getting into much drier summers and then picking up again with more flow throughout the winter months. And if we look at the box plot on the right, you can see where that's emerged as a difference between the two time periods of the 70 to 94 and 95 to 2019. And again, that hallmark change in variability. So what we tend to see is much more a very wet years and very dry years becoming more intermixed within the data set. And so that is the summary of the changes that we've seen and we're continuing to analyze for OPG so that we can have a better understanding of what to expect and how we can adapt these changes we're seeing on our river systems. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Very important work you guys are doing over there and some alarming trends you presented. So thank you again to all the speakers who presented in this footprints session. And I will now move on to the group question and answer period. I'll go onto YouTube and I'll read off the questions. So for the audience, if you have any more questions for any of the speakers, type them in the chat now and I'll be reading through them. So the first one is for Elizabeth from Elaine Kennedy. She's asking, does Montreal have only primary treatment on its sewage?
Yes, so currently Montreal is only doing primary treatment, which is pretty much just the settling of the large particles. And then after that, it's dumped directly into the St. Lawrence. So there are some smaller municipalities that do other secondary treatment and other types of treatment, but Montreal, it's just primary. Yeah.
Right, super interesting. I think all the questions so far are for Elizabeth. So Elizabeth again, from Philip, please mention the next steps during this question and answer period.
Yeah, of course. So we have a few different things going on right now. Another project that we are working on is focusing on smaller sections of the river. So we want to look, just like we did with Montreal, obviously that's a huge input of organic pollution, but we also want to see if there's other municipalities that release sewage and that we can track downstream. So we've been working with a organization in Trois-Rivières. So we've been going out the past 2 summers, once a month for about 5 months per summer. and collecting 75 samples along the shorelines of the St. Lawrence River and in the tributaries, looking at E. coli, but also nutrients and carbon dynamics and other things like that. And what we found there is most of the municipalities on the river release some kind of sewage water into the river, and we're able to pinpoint those cities just based on the E. coli dynamics along the St. Lawrence River. So there's quite a few beaches in that section of the river. And so we're trying to target those beaches and see if we do see some higher rates of E. coli, which we're seeing various trends. So we're going to continue doing sampling for the next few years. Another project is working with the River Institute. This past summer, we did some other sampling along the shore. Some of the people from the River Institute were able to help take some samples for us. And again, we tried to target some wastewater treatment plants in some other areas to see if we can identify other inputs of E. coli. And then once we have identified these spots, then we could go back and do these other analyses. And with that, we're also looking at source tracking. I don't think I got a chance to mention that, but the goal of that is to look at the source of the E. coli. So we know that most of the E. coli within the St. Lawrence River is coming from human sources, but we've also seen the presence of E. coli coming from cows, from pigs. We've also looked to see if there's maybe a dog source tracking of E. coli, and birds to see maybe there's another input of E. coli that we should consider. It could be coming from agriculture, it could be coming from dog owners and things like that. So that gives us useful information when we try to make policy. It's good to know where these sources of E. coli are coming from. So those are some of the steps that we're working on right now.
Awesome. Yeah, large-scale projects are so interesting, but it's also so important to hone in on the more regionalized projects.
Exactly.
And I know from word around the Institute that everyone helping you collect those samples really enjoyed their time doing it. So
good,
awesome.
Good to hear.
Grace Davis has a question for you, Elizabeth. Two questions, actually. Is the effluent from Montreal legal? / is this common practice for cities in Canada / US?
I mean, yes, it's legal because it's known, it's public knowledge. The government is allowing this to occur. I know it's surprising when I've traveled to other countries and presented about this, they're shocked. They're like, Canada's dumping this effluent into the river? Because a lot of, we have this mindset of Canada as this very green country. But indeed, a lot of cities, we found that quite a few cities dump their sewage into the St. Lawrence River. Like I said, there's some of them, like in Trois-Rivières, there's some treatment that goes on before the water is dumped. But still, even though we have secondary treatment going on in Trois-Rivières, when we go to that input where they do dump the sewage, we still see elevated counts of E. coli. So the water is being cleaned before it goes in the St. Lawrence, but we still are seeing elevated rates of E. coli. So it's a common practice because a lot of people think, first, the river is so large, so there's going to be that dilution factor. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we rely on dilution and natural degradation to control these pollutants without knowing how they actually interact with the ecosystem and if they do persist. We just assume it's a big river. If we dump these things, they'll be diluted. And also there's just, because the populations in a lot of these cities are increasing so fast, even if we know that there are detrimental impacts, right now there's not the motivation, the drive right now for these big shifts in the treatment plants to occur. Even though they're necessary, that's not the priority of these governments right now, to completely shift the wastewater treatment systems, because it is a huge project and it's very expensive.
Yeah, it's shocking how it goes under the radar like that. Grace's other question for you, Elizabeth, and then we have two more. So we're a bit short on time, so we'll try and go through them quickly. Her question for you is, with the viruses found in the water, can humans contract them from contact with the water, or only if the water is consumed?
That's a good question. I think from when we have the presence absence tests that we're doing. We're looking at the concentrations, and I think the lab that we collaborated with also did a I am forgetting the word right now, but if you're able to get the virus or not, infectability. And I think from what we found, the infectability was low within these environmental samples. We did actually another study where we looked to see if we could find COVID-19 within the water as well. And a lot of those studies show that while you can find COVID within these environmental waters, you're not able to get sick from it. In this case, with these viruses, I actually don't know. I would have to double check with the people that did this research, but that's a great question. And if you're interested, you can send me an email and I would be happy to follow up and give you some more data about that.
Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, all the presenters' emails are in the River Symposiums program that you can find on our website. So if you want to contact them afterwards, by all means, go ahead.
Just with that said, real quick, at downstream the concentrations are quite low, and I would not recommend you going and swimming right at that effluent. There is a chalet just about 20 meters downstream of that pipe, of the sewage pipe, and we see people fishing out there sometimes. So that I would not recommend because there is a lot of, it's pretty much raw sewage. But downstream, I think those pathogens, the concentrations are not as high. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Of course, thanks, Elizabeth. Philip is asking Helga, you said Novozymes probably made the optical brighteners in our detergent. From the previous presentation, they noted they end up in our rivers. Is Novozymes different given it's environmentally focused?
I wasn't super clear on that. I'm sorry about that. So I meant in addition, they're being optical. So there's two things that make your clothes white. Michael, and in addition to that, there's also enzymes, and we don't make the optical brighteners.
Thanks for clearing that up.
No problem.
And the last question is for Kurt. Have you looked into the changes in snowpack during the historical period? I believe that OPG has some snow measurement stations in the Ottawa River Basin. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you to the audience for all your awesome questions, and again to the presenters for speaking today at our Science Day for the River Symposium. It was great to have you all. And again, if you want to connect, yeah? Do you want to try again, Kurt?
Through? Okay. So we haven't specifically done that type of long-term analysis on our snowpack in the same way we have river flow yet. But just adding on that we do have a lot of snow survey points we've been collecting for decades now, and we share that information across Ontario. So OPG, the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry, and all the conservation areas, we all share our snow survey data freely amongst each other. So that data is out there to be able to do an analysis, but we haven't specifically gotten to that piece yet.
Awesome, thank you. So like I was saying, thank you all for presenting today at the symposium, and thank you to the audience for the great discussion afterward. We were scheduled to have a short break between now and the next session, but because of some of our technical difficulties, we're a bit short on time. And so the next session is starting at 2:10. And so I will see you all there. Thanks again to all our presenters.
Welcome back, everyone, to the St. Lawrence River Institute Science Day. I'm Lawrence Gunther, president of Bluefish Canada, and I'm going to be your host for the next hour on all things small in the web, in the food web. So, yeah, tiny, tiny things that some you can see with your eyes, some you can't, but that are having huge impacts on the food web in the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River. We're going to talk about everything from mosquitoes to mercury to hydraulics to, everything, zooplankton, phytoplankton, all the way up and how it's impacting the whole ecosystem. Our first presenter is Dr. Bruce Kahn. He is with Barry College Health Center, and he's also with the Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology, and he's going to be talking to us today about mosquitoes. Dr. Kahn, welcome to the presentation, to our hour here, and we're looking forward to hearing your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for coming, anyone in the audience. It's exciting to be back in the St. Lawrence River area doing research again after a few years of absence. And this time we're looking at a program on mosquitoes. Now, most of us, of course, think of mosquitoes as we encounter them in the terrestrial environment when they come out to bite us. But also most of us know that they are, in fact, aquatic organisms, mostly associated with water. And in fact, it's the water where they live that most determines where they are located around the globe or within any given area like the St. Lawrence River watershed. What I'm reporting on today is a program that is much larger than just the St. Lawrence River. In fact, the St. Lawrence River transect, as we're looking at it now, is the latest of the number of transects we've been looking at in a big program called From the Arctic to the Equator. So what I'm talking about today is actually very much in keeping with the theme of this River Symposium, global challenges and local concerns. So we're going to be looking at the local concern in the St. Lawrence River area. But first, let's look at the entire Northern Hemisphere and the work that we have going on from above the Arctic Circle in Norway all the way to the coast of South America. And I want to point out that in looking at many of the transects that we are studying, the most important one, perhaps, at least from a health standpoint, is the Caribbean Appalachian transect. We've been working on this for 3 years, and it has been a very important corridor for movement of mosquito-borne diseases into human and animal populations for several centuries. But we really got a wake-up call, 2 wake-up calls within the last decade, because in 2013 through 2015, 2 different viral diseases entered the Western Hemisphere for the very first time. One coming across the Atlantic, that was chikungunya virus, Zika virus coming to us across the Pacific, but both came into this Caribbean Appalachian corridor and moved into Central, South, and North America. The important thing here is could not have moved into this area if the mosquitoes that carry them were not already established. So one reason we're looking at the St. Lawrence River and other areas is to know what the mosquitoes are in those locations. Well, in all of our work, we use, of course, various types of laboratory facilities. We have microscopes to identify the mosquitoes. We use a variety of traps of various kinds, and I won't go into any details here other than to say that most of them are baited with carbon dioxide tanks and with chemical lures. If we're in an area where we don't have access to laboratories, we take field materials that can be fit into a little backpack consisting of handheld microscopes, vials, and the like, including basting bulbs for suctioning water to look for larvae. In our work on the Caribbean Appalachian transect, just to put this thing into some context, we've established 16 different sites throughout the Caribbean Basin, just off the coast of South America, into South Florida, all the way up through the Piedmont of Georgia, and finally ending at the top of the Cumberland Plateau in the Southern Appalachian Mountains. To give you an idea of the utility of some of our work, in our sampling in the Caribbean, we have located 4 different places where there are extensive breeding populations of Aedes aegypti, an invasive mosquito that transmits terrible diseases, including the ones I just mentioned, as well as things like yellow fever. We located heavy populations of these in urban centers in 4 different islands that you see there at the top of your screen, and have been able to notify local health authorities so that they can work on this, and then we could advise them on how to manage these mosquitoes. Even once you get out of the Caribbean and get into South Florida, you have major populations in the urban areas, such as in Naples or in Miami that you see in the east and west. But also we have been doing surveillance in the Everglades, one of the major North American wetlands. And as well as the Everglades, if you go to the north border of Florida and South Georgia, you have O'Keefe and Okie Swamp, another one of the most important major wetlands of North America. As you move up into North Georgia, this is where the campus of Berry College is, where I work much of the time. We've done extensive surveys here, and we have identified 36 different species of mosquitoes in various habitats, mostly native species, but also some of these introduced species, such as Aedes albopictus and Aedes japonicus. But once you move up a little bit farther north and go up in altitude to the top of the Cumberland Plateau, which is at the apex of the Southern Appalachians at that point, that elevation difference also results in weather and climate differences. You drop from 36 species down in the valley to only 26 species on top of the plateau, and they're much more evenly distributed in terms of the abundance of any particular species. The overall number and abundance of mosquitoes in general is also quite a bit lower at that higher altitude. So with that, we move farther to the north, and that brings us up into the St. Lawrence Valley. The St. Lawrence Valley in this particular location is especially important to us for another reason. I mentioned this is the Arctic to Equator program looking at the entire hemisphere. Well, some of you may know, others may not, that the 45th parallel, exactly halfway between the equator and the North Pole, runs right in a line between Cornwall, Ontario, and Messina, New York. So this is the halfway point of our study, and very important. Now, these pictures are taken right on the seaway. You can see the Moses Saunders Dam there, but I want you to know we did not do a lot of collecting in this particular area right on the St. Lawrence River this year. We hope to do that next year. What we did do is we worked farther south. But before going on, let me acknowledge at least one paper. It's not just we who are working here on this sort of thing. There is a group out of Quebec that just published a paper, for example, 2 months ago, where they located in southern Quebec, both near the river as well as away from the river, 24 species of mosquitoes. In our work this summer, we also have located 24 species. They're not exactly the same species. There is quite a bit of overlap, but there are some differences. But we've been working mostly in the lower part of the St. Lawrence River Valley and in the northern Adirondack Mountains. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to emphasize the individual mosquitoes and where they are. That becomes very tedious. But since this is a symposium that focuses on aquatic environments, I'm going to show just the different kinds of aquatic environments of variety that we have examined this summer. We started off in the Lake Ontario coastal plain in an area that is actually river floodplain that you can see there in the green in the center. And in the river floodplain in this location, we located 5 different species of mosquitoes. As you move a little bit to the north into agricultural lands in the St. Lawrence Valley itself, we located 13 different species, a much higher variety, in a variety of habitats, mostly in wet pasture land areas. But also, you can see right in the center of this bird bath, this is a synanthropic water-filled container, and in that we found the invasive mosquito Aedes japonicus that is very well established now in the St. Lawrence Valley, and this is one of the ones that can carry a lot of these diseases. Other types of aquatic environments we have are, for example, emergent marshes and lakes that are common in the St. Lawrence Valley. We have located 7 species there. On the campus of St. Lawrence University, but right off the main inhabited part of the campus and in a wild area, you can see there on the left with the yellow star. This is an area of forested wetlands and lowland riparian, riverine riparian area. The abundance of mosquitoes was very high there, and also 13 species located. Also on the map on the right, you can see the location of Cornwall relative to Canton. Canton, New York is where St. Lawrence University is located and where this site is located. If you move on up into the higher mountains, you get into the high current upland river areas, the upland riverine riparian environment. You don't find mosquitoes breeding in the areas of high current, but if you look in the rock pools in the riparian region to the sides where rainwater collects and spray collects, you find actually the rock pool mosquito, Aedes albopictus. Similarly, there's another waterfall in the same area. This one is very popular to tourists, so you get a lot of human activity here. But again, at Lamson Falls, you have in the rock pool mosquito, Aedes albopictus. Moving then on deeper into the wilderness of the northern Adirondacks, we have Streeter Lake. This is an area of classic upland forested lake and palustrine peatlands. In this area, we have found 9 species. Another area similar to that, not quite as far into the wilderness, is Meacham Lake, where we found only 2 species. But I put this in here just to show you the relative location of Meacham Lake at the bottom right of the left diagram. But then you can also see the St. Lawrence Valley and the St. Lawrence River, as well as the location of Cornwall, Ontario. Another place, if we move deeper into the wilderness of the central western Adirondack Mountains, you have Lake Lila here. This is mostly upland, lacustrine margin, and forested wetlands, a lot of boglands in this area. We have located 4 different species in this area. So in conclusion to all this, this is just a preliminary study, but it's obvious that the mosquito fauna of the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario Valley and the Adirondack Mountains is both diverse and abundant. The mosquito diversity in this mid-latitude region reflects heterogeneity of topography, habitat, and other factors. But we also see that the St. Lawrence Valley is a region that's vulnerable to some exotic invasive species, such as the Aedes japonicus that I showed you. And we do mean for this to be the first year of continued surveillance in the coming year, when we'll seek to corroborate what we've seen this year and also to expand it into new sites and habitats. And hopefully, once the COVID restrictions are eased even more, we'll be able to actually hop across the river and do some other work in Canada, in both Ontario and Quebec, as well as in New York State. And with that, I'll turn this back over to the chair. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for that, Dr. Khan, and very interesting. Our next presenter is Dr. Hamadriza Shirkani. He's from the National Research Council, and he's going to be talking to us about some hydrology modeling for the St. Lawrence River. Over to you, Dr. Shirkani. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for having me today. So today I'm going to talk about hydrodynamic modeling for St. Lawrence River, and I'm going to explain how it can be done. And then, as we may know, there are some other applications, practical applications, and that can take advantage of having such information from the river. So first, I'm going to explain a little bit about the concept of the numerical modeling. So what we are interested in is the hydrodynamic knowledge that mainly includes the flow depth and velocity. So at this case, we want to look at the surface flow. It may be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional, and that may include rivers, lakes, and estuaries. And morphodynamic is sometimes part of that. For example, erosion and sedimentation processes, which are of essential importance for many other physical processes and for many practical applications along the river. So in order to get those knowledge, we need to have accurate and stable models. For example, I've been working on development of some shallow waters for lakes and estuaries, and some other shallow water models which are more suitable for local scale models and the smaller scale models. In addition to that, I've been working with some other types of models, including stormwater management models and Delft 3D model. So just to give you an idea, we can look at some examples here that shows example of a flow around the round shape island. So, and we might be interested in the flow velocity and flow depth. Another example is in larger scale when we look at the reach of the river. So we may find the velocity of the flow and the depth of the flow at different locations. Sometimes we are more interested in like sewershed or watershed areas, and that is less relevant to rivers. So I can show you some other samples results that we may get from any numerical modeling of the flow. So this is an example of a fast and short gravity waves. This one is a slow and long inertial wave. And you see like the models are capable of simulating these processes very smoothly, and there is a good agreement between the model results and some existing analytical and other types of solutions. So, and here are some just sample publications. If you are interested to know more about those models, you can find them in these publications. But going back to the St. Lawrence River, In order to inform the sustainable management of contaminated sediments in St. Lawrence and in support of long-term monitoring plan developed for the Cornwall sediment strategy, we conducted some work in collaboration with the University of Ottawa and River Institute in this area. So what we did is basically we conducted some field work for measurement of the flow and depth, and we used ADCP, acoustic Doppler current profiler, for measurements. And then we developed some hydrodynamic model that I'm going to present in future slides. And there are plans in place to develop transport models for transport of sediments and so on and so forth. And we used 2D and 3D in combination in some areas, 2D and in some others 3D models. And we calibrated the model in the area that we have the measurements for. And then in some other parts, we did also some kind of sensitivity analysis. So for our measurement, we used a River Surveyor M9 from Suntech, and then we mounted that on actually a kind of a boat, as you can see here, and then we attach it to the actual boat, as I'm going to show in future slides. So here is the first study area that we actually investigated. So this is the Long Sault Bay upstream of the power dam. This is the Moses Saunders Dam, actually near Cornwall. And then you see there is kind of an isolated bay here, but if we look closer, that bay provides a lot of services to the community. We have the Long Sault Marina there, a wastewater treatment plant that discharges into the river. And then at the other side of the bank, here we have like some residential homes. So, but then the knowledge of the flow might be of interest for many stakeholders in the area. And if you go there, you see people swimming sometimes or fishing. So, and for many other purposes, we really need to have such information. So we decided to investigate this area furthermore. There is a breach here with an opening. So this is our upstream boundary in the model. And for the downstream, we use this line as the boundary of the domain. So here is a figure from the measurement day. As you can see, we used kind of a rope to attach the boat for the ADCP to the boat. And then we went over some tracks, zigzag patterns, to measure spatially the flow depth and flow velocity. And after that, I actually developed this model for the area. So the first step was to develop a mesh. These are some computational cells that can be used for solving the governing equations of the flow to obtain the required information. So, and then as one input to the model, we really need to know the topography of the bed. And here is the bathymetric data that we interpolated and we put together through this mesh. And then after the simulation, we compared the model results with the measurement results to make sure that the model is working properly. And then you see there is a good match between the measured and model values. So, and then if we further look at the results of the model, we can identify a very nice main channel within the bay. There are some other isolated areas, again, within the bay. And if we look closer, for example, we can see some complex patterns like circulations here and there. And they may provide good insights for many practical applications, as I mentioned, for example, for sediment transport, for water quality, and so on and so forth. So because we use the 3D model, three-dimensional model here, you can see for this cross-section that I'm showing here with a red line, we were also able to look at the vertical velocity distribution, and we can identify a circular pattern, which is known as the secondary current in this area. And again, that may have some implications for other processes in the river. So in addition to that study area, we also developed a model for the Cornwall waterfront. This is the second study area that we developed a model for. So As you know, here we are at the downstream of the dam, and then the research question that we want to answer is actually how the contaminated sediments in 3 different zones in the northern channel will be transferring and will be transported within the reach. And then in order to answer that question, I proposed a multi-tiered approach. What does it mean? It means that first we are going to look at a larger scale, and then we develop a model for that area first. And then we go kind of fine-tune the model with some local scale models and smaller scale models for each contaminated zone, contaminated sediment zone, as you can see here. So this is the general idea that I propose. And then another question came up that what is the upstream boundary discharge? Because this is something we really need to have to start the simulation. This is the boundary of the model. In order to answer that question, again, I propose to use the discharge from the dam, which is pretty much regulated and measured very regularly, and there is a good data set. But the question is, when the flow from the dam gets to the island, it's going to split in 2 branches, and we wanted to know how much is the discharge from the dam that goes to the northern branch. And in order to answer that question, we developed another model here for this area to see how the flow from the dam will go into 2 different branches here. So further to that, we also conducted some other ADCP measurements here. So for this area, because of having higher velocities, we mounted the ADCP on a pole, as you can see here, and these are the zigzag patterns that we measured. And then we developed the model. Here is the upstream part, the dam, and then we measured the, actually, we looked at the historical data from the dam. We categorized in 3 different parts, low, average, and high. And then we managed to find the percentage of the flow going to the northern branch for different parts. And the model showed a good capability here as well. So these are 2 technical reports actually from this work, and the future work is ongoing. The 3rd phase is about developing a particle tracking model to track the contaminated sediment models, to contaminated sediments within the model. So, and then I will be happy to answer any question at the end. Thank you very much, and back to you, Zach.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shirkani. And our next presenter is Bailey Bedard. She's a University of Ottawa master's student, and she is going to talk to us about mercury in bats. Welcome, Bailey.
Thank you, Laura. So hi, everyone. I'm Bailey, and today I'm going to be discussing a chapter of my master's thesis, which focuses on the variation in habitat use and its consequences for mercury exposure in 2 local bat species, Myotis lucifugus and Aptescus fuscus, more commonly known as the little brown bat and the big brown bat. And so mercury is a naturally occurring chemical in our environment. However, its concentration in the environment significantly increased after the Industrial Revolution, largely due to human activity. And so inorganic mercury gets deposited into aquatic sediment, where it's then converted into methylmercury by microbes. And methylmercury is a very persistent neurotoxin that has the ability to biomagnify in the food web, meaning that as it moves up the food chain towards the top predators, mercury increases in its concentration. And so studies have shown that mammals have this neurotoxicity threshold of 10 parts per million mercury in the body, in which you then start to see the neurological effects of mercury toxicity. And studies done on bats specifically show that bats oftentimes have abnormally high levels of mercury in their bodies, and usually these levels actually exceed that 10 parts per million threshold. And while bats are top predators, they sit atop a very short food web where they're feeding partially on insects that emerge from aquatic ecosystems and partially on completely terrestrial insects. And so the chapter of my thesis I'm focusing on today, its objective was to kind of map out how mercury is moving through the food web of big browns and little browns, and to determine if there are any biological factors like diet composition that might affect this accumulation of mercury in the two species. So I hypothesized that bats feeding close to a mercury hotspot area will be subjected to higher levels of mercury in their body compared to those feeding further upstream or inland from a mercury hotspot, especially if those that are feeding near a highly contaminated area have a largely aquatic-based diet based on the cycle of mercury that I described earlier. And so to test this hypothesis, I focused my research in Cornwall, Ontario, and surrounding areas. So there's a section of the St. Lawrence River where the border of Ontario meets New York that has been designated as a mercury hotspot zone. And you can see it on this map on the left. It's indicated by zones 1, 2, and 3. So due to past industrial pollution, this area of the St. Lawrence River is highly contaminated with mercury. And so for that reason, I used Cornwall as one of my contaminated zones, as well as a few inland sites that run along the Raisin River, which you can see here on the map on the right. The Raisin River has also reported to have high levels of mercury in that body of water. And then we also have one site that's fairly upstream from the hotspots, and that's Mooresburg. And so that's over here on this map here. It's thought to be fairly uncontaminated. And so over the past 2 decades, my supervisor, Brian Hickey, has gone out and captured bats and recorded biological factors, as well as collecting a fur sample before releasing the bats again. And then over the past few field seasons, I've gone out with Brian and helped him with this field work to supplement the sample sizes for my project. So what our field work typically consists of is going out in the field and setting up mist nets that capture the bats as they're leaving their roost to go out and feed for the night. And with each individual, we will identify their species, sex, age, and record their mass. And then we take a fur sample from the bat to use for total mercury and stable isotope analysis. And then on a small subset of bats, we applied radio transmitters to their backs, and tracked them for the following 2 to 3 weeks to determine where those bats were feeding and give us a better idea of where to focus our sampling efforts when collecting insects. And so for the insect collections, we deployed a few different types of insect traps, which are photographed on the top row there, at sites that we determined bats to be feeding at. And with these insect samples we collected, I sorted the insects down to their order. And then within each order, I separated them again into aquatic emerging species or terrestrial species. And so using the total mercury and stable isotope data for both bat fur and insects, we could use that information to determine if the 2 bat species we were studying differed in terms of their diet composition at all, and if these differences that we may or may not find had an effect on the accumulation of mercury in the 2 species. And so the first thing we looked at was total mercury concentration in the fur of the 2 bat species. So you can see here on the left in panel A, a lot of individual bats actually exceeded that 10 parts per million threshold I discussed earlier, which is indicated by this red dotted line. You can also see on this graph that big browns, which are plotted in yellow here and throughout my project, have significantly higher levels of mercury in their fur compared to the little browns. And as their common name suggests, big browns are significantly larger in terms of their body mass than the little browns are, which is depicted on this graph here. And so considering this, we then took the total mercury concentrations and normalized it to the bat's body mass. And what we found, which is plotted here on the bottom right, is that still big browns had significantly higher levels of for total mercury that was normalized to body mass compared to the little browns, which shows that while big browns are are larger than little browns, it doesn't seem to be the reason the big browns have more mercury in their body compared to the little browns. The next factor we looked at is location differences. And so little browns are plotted on the top left here. And you can see that whether we collected a little brown from the Cornwall hotspot area, the upstream Mooresburg area, or one of the sites that ran along the Raisin River, the little browns didn't differ significantly in their fur total mercury concentrations. Whereas the big browns had an unexpected result. The big browns we captured in the upstream Mooresburg site actually had higher levels of mercury in their fur compared to the big browns we caught in Cornwall. And so that was kind of a surprising result. Next, we'll look at the total mercury concentration in insects. And so on the left in panel A, you can see that as we suspected, aquatic emerging insects have higher levels of total mercury in their body compared to completely terrestrial insects. Not surprising based on the cycle that mercury goes through in the environment. And then on the right here, on the top, we have just aquatic emerging insects and their different orders. And on the bottom, the orders of terrestrial insects. And these results show that between some orders of aquatic and terrestrial insects, there are significant differences in the total mercury concentrations. And you can also see that in some cases within an order, there's still a lot of variation in the mercury concentration. So that's pretty interesting. And then finally, to wrap it all together, we wanted to try to map out the food web of these two bat species. And so to do so, we did stable isotope analysis, which is a common test used to identify where an organism sits on the food web. And it essentially follows you are what you eat. And so by using the isotope data and the total mercury data in both bat fur and insects, we could kind of try to determine if one bat had a more aquatic-based diet or terrestrial-based diet, and if that resulted in higher levels of mercury in the bats or not. So to start off on the top left, we were looking at the delta nitrogen 15 isotope, which acts as a proxy of trophic position. And so what our results showed is that little browns tend to have higher delta 15 N values than big brown bats. And when we compared these results to the delta N values of the insect orders that we looked at, which isn't presented here, we saw that insect orders that little browns are known to feed on also fell higher in their values of delta N compared to some other insect orders. Whereas insects that big browns are known to feed on showed to have lower delta N values like the big browns did. And then on the bottom left here, looking at the delta 13C values, this acts as a proxy of carbon dietary source. And while we didn't find any significant differences between the two bat species, you can see that little browns have a lot more range in terms of their delta 13C values, whereas the big browns fit on a much tighter scale, which suggests that maybe little browns have a more generalist feeding behavior, where big browns might be depending on something very specific that might contribute to their higher levels of mercury. And then finally, we looked at the correlation between the total mercury concentration, or the log values of it, and both delta N values and delta C values on the bottom. And so you can see that both bat species fell higher in terms of their delta N values than the insects. Makes sense because they fall higher on the food web than the insects do. And then for the delta C values and the correlation to total mercury concentrations, we found a significant negative correlation between the two. And so when we investigated that a little bit further, we saw that it was largely driven by little brown bats, which further supports the results presented here on the left, that little browns have a wide range of delta C values. And while these results are pretty interesting, there are some limitations. And so future research is needed to come up with a more detailed description of the bat's food web to better interpret these stable isotope data sets. And so to conclude, the differences we saw between the two bat species in terms of their mercury concentration couldn't be explained alone by their mass differences. And so there's likely another factor at play that causes the big browns to have higher levels of mercury in their fur. The location difference that we saw between Mooresburg and Cornwall for the big brown bats was fairly unexpected. And so it would be interesting to acquire some water quality data or insect data from the Mooresburg area to investigate why we see such high levels in Mooresburg, much higher than we expected. The insect data, while it is very interesting, we need to do future field work and supplement our insect sample sizes so that we're able to determine whether the variation we saw within the orders is due to spatial differences and where we collected each insect, because with the small sample size we had to group the insects from different locations together. And then finally, while the isotope data is very interesting and our results showed some pretty cool stuff, we need a more detailed investigation because freshwater systems are so, they vary so much from one another. We need more research, maybe on a smaller scale, to determine the diversity and complexity of these two bat species food webs.
So just in the interest moving on, we'll move on to my presentation. But you know what? These were really interesting, like mosquitoes, hydrology, you know, bats. It's all things we experience on the St. Lawrence River all the time. So if you could pop up my first slide, I'd appreciate it.
For sure. I got it right here.
Just let me know when the slides are up.
Sorry, I'm just going to go mute myself first. Evan, can you indicate to Lawrence when his first slide is up, please?
Offshore nutrient in the Great Lakes.
Okay, it looks like your slides are up.
Thank you. So we're going to be talking about the Great Lakes food web here, mainly the difference between nearshore and offshore. What's going on with the decline in the nutrients level in the offshore area, what's going on with the blue-green algae, who's causing all this, the repercussions and the consequences, and our response options. Next slide, please. Of the offshore food web collapse. It's an interesting story, and I have to give full credit to the scientists involved with the International Joint Commission for the research. It took them like 20 years to put this together. You can hear more about that if you go on Bluefish Radio podcast. I've done some interviews with the scientists that have researched this. So basically, nutrients enters the Great Lakes through rivers and runoff along the shorelines and shallow bays. That's where it sort of starts its journey into the Great Lakes system. Because of quagga mussels and zebra mussels, but mainly quagga mussels, it's being trapped there. It's not being permitted to get out into the deeper areas of the Great Lakes. These mussels, though, you know, they are filter feeders, but they let the phosphorus back out. So the phosphorus is returned to the water system at the nearshore and shallow areas of the Great Lakes, and that's what's causing the outbreaks of the blue-green algae. Now, we're thinking this blue-green algae outbreak problems we're having on Lake Erie especially is because of excessive nutrients. Well, it is true in a sense, but to be honest, nutrient levels in the Great Lakes have not gone up in the last 40 years, not since we implemented good stormwater or sewage treatment plants and made those changes in the 1980s. But now there's calls to reduce nutrient levels even further, and they have been. But you know, when you prevent that nutrients from getting out into the deeper parts of the Great Lakes, the critters that feed on that nutrients, that need that nutrients and make up the base of the food chain, I'm talking mainly phytoplankton and zooplankton, are starving. So if you look at Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, Lake Superior to a degree, they have experienced a decline in the zooplankton and phytoplankton in the deeper offshore areas of the Great Lakes. The fish that feed off that, mainly the alewife and the smelt, two non-native fish prey species, have also now declined. And the predatory fish that feed off that, and I'm thinking mainly the Pacific salmon and the rainbow trout, have now declined as well in Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. Not so much in Lake Ontario because it's getting a big chunk of its nutrients coming out of Lake Erie, and Lake Erie is still very nutrient rich. But that's where we have the main problem with the blue-green algae. Yeah. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Repercussions. So if we have nutrient levels in the Great Lakes return to sort of pre-industrial levels, because before we started pumping a lot of sort of sediment and nutrients into the lakes through our sewage, through our disturbances along the shoreline and rivers, through our farming and logging practices, the Great Lakes were fairly pristine, and we had native fish species that could survive in these types of very pristine kind of nutrient drought environments. I'm talking mainly cisco, lake trout, whitefish, suckers, things like that. So we could be returning to that sort of level again. But what happens if other non-native or invasive species get a toehold before these fish have a chance to bounce back, right? These native fish species, because we are seeing, we have seen a decline now in the fish we put in, the Pacific salmon and the rainbow trout. So there's a bit of a vacuum left. Now, who's going to fill that vacuum? It's not a given that these native fish species will fill that vacuum. And what about the invasive sea lamprey? I mean, they've been focusing a lot of their attention on the big hardy salmons and rainbow trout. It's a good food source for them. But if that disappears, where are the sea lamprey going to turn their attention? And that's going to be on these native fish species again, these very slow-growing whitefish and lake trout. That's I'm speculating that, but they got to get their food somewhere, and everything shifts in nature. So just like walleye and smallmouth bass have shifted to eating gobies, there's no reason why the sea lamprey wouldn't put extra attention back onto these other predatory fish. Invasive carp species, they'll further filter feeders, I'm talking big head, silver, blackhead. They could absolutely reduce nutrient levels even further and cause even more disruption into the food chain. And if the blue-green algae issues persist, we will have calls for even more reductions in nutrient levels entering the Great Lakes because people just don't like blue-green algae. It's sightly, it pollutes beaches, it makes beaches unusable. A lot of the recreational things we like to do in the Great Lakes, we can't do or we don't want to do when there's blue-green algae. Next slide, please, consequences. So there's an $8 billion commercial, recreational, indigenous fishery happening on the Great Lakes. $8 billion, that's what we think it's worth in terms of the estimations we've done so far. According to the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission, about 200 million of that is actually commercial fishing, where we have commercial licenses issued to fishers going out with nets and harvesting things like walleye, yellow perch, white perch, for sale. We know that because that's really closely monitored in terms of the amount of fish they're allowed to catch, in terms of their capture records and sales records. We have a way less understanding of the recreational and indigenous fisheries. We know, though, that it's about $7.8 million just in terms of the economic contribution of the fishers themselves to the local communities. But, we also know that First Nations and tribal communities along the Great Lakes, there's about 120 communities that are associated with the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence and their watersheds, that they've experienced some food insecurity already, and also around ceremonial and social activities. They're They're experiencing already, shortages of fish to participate in those types of cultural activities and their moderate livelihood, right? This is also going to impact their moderate livelihood. So that's more sort of impacts brought onto Indigenous communities and cultures and societies by activities of settlers. If we do have less fishers and less people going into the Great Lakes because the amount of fish has dropped off, interest in dealing with things like blue-green algae, water quality might drop off as well. It's only as important as people think it is, and if that important departs, then we're in trouble. The sea lamprey and invasive carp species budgets, $50 million here, $20 million there. That might be, saying those, why are we doing that? And those budgets could disappear. Alternative potable water in things could, like osmosis, reverse osmosis, could take over and become sort of the new solution to cleaning up hotspots and chemicals in the Great Lakes. So we're not really cleaning up; we're just dealing with getting clean drinking water out of that for the 40 million people. Last slide, please. So some of the response options. If we focus on the cause and not the repercussions, I think that would be better. I mean, if we said, instead of eliminating nutrients or reducing nutrients like they want to another 40% in Lake Erie, which would seriously impact Lake Ontario, we would probably see a dramatic drop in these fast-growing predatory fish, the Pacific salmon, the rainbow trout. Those populations would drop way off like they have in Michigan and Huron. If we instead focused on dealing with quagga and zebra mussels and finding a way to reduce, because they're really the cause of this problem. They're the ones that are taking the nutrients and capturing that and then releasing the phosphorus. If we diversified species, maybe we would have less sort of one species, sort of like a monoculture kind of dependence in terms of the $8 billion fisheries industry. Rebuilding native species is certainly important. The faster and the sooner we can do that, the better shape they'll be in to occupy that vacuum, because that is happening. And maybe looking at other put and take type fisheries to expand the diversity and variety. And if we could calculate the true value of what this fishing means in terms of Indigenous, look, you buy wild salmon, you're paying $25, $30 a pound at the grocery store. You can go out and catch a 20-pound salmon in Lake Ontario. 20 pounds at $30 a pound. Well, you do the math, right? I mean, there's a lot of value in the fish being caught, but we have no idea about this value. We just know about 1.8 million Americans fish the Great Lakes every year, licensed anglers, and we know about 1.2 million people in Ontario buy fishing licenses every year, and probably a lot of them fish the Great Lakes and the tributaries as well. So there's a lot at stake here. And just promoting fish health and welfare, because every time we muddle around with the Great Lakes and we mix it up with invasive species and our own implications in terms of reducing nutrients going into the lake, we're starving these fish. And we've got to think about the welfare. I mean, they're already loaded with chemicals to a lot degree, to the point where they're not edible. And now we're taking away their food source. So the welfare of the fish needs to be looked at as well. Anyways, thank you very much, everyone. And we'll go on to the panel questions now. Thank you.
All right, so I will be reading off the YouTube chat questions for the speakers today. Kate Schwartz from the River Institute asks to Dr. Bruce, what risks do exotic mosquitoes pose other than the spread of viruses?
Great question. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a great question. It depends, of course, on the latitude, climate where you are. There are several viruses other than the big ones that we hear about, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever, and so forth. Those are not likely to occur in northern climates, but there are others that do. Besides the transmission of viruses and other pathogens, there are some things like heartworm as well that are transmitted by these mosquitoes. they can have an impact, just like other invasives, like zebra mussels on a given environment. For example, I don't know if you noticed, but in my slideshow, I showed in Georgia that almost 70% of the mosquitoes collected in that part of Georgia were Aedes albopictus, which is an invasive from Asia. So when these invasive mosquitoes come in, they often do outcompete some of the native mosquitoes, and they come to overrun the overall mosquito communities.
Thank you, Bruce. The next question is from Zach from the River Institute at Hamid. As someone who uses the Long Sault Bay regularly, how recent is the data that you collected for the bay?
Thank you for the question. How can you repeat the last part, please?
He said, as someone who uses the Long Sault Bay regularly, how recent is the data that you collected for the bay?
How recent? Yeah, actually the data collected back in 2018. Yeah, I think that's for the summer of 2018.
Thank you. And that's all I see for questions on the YouTube chat. So if there are any other questions, Zach says, awesome. Thank you, Hamid.
I've got a question for Hamid. These up and down levels with the floods and reducing the levels in the Great Lakes to get the Great Lakes levels down after the 2017 and 2019 flood events. Is that changing the St. Lawrence River? Is that changing the hydrology permanently?
Thank you for the question, Lawrence. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It's not going to change the hydrology permanently, but it can have impacts on water levels and consequently on velocity and flow patterns. But it's a very dynamic system. With any change from upstream, everything will change downstream. So it's very live. So I don't expect it to be permanently.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe if I may, I have a question for all the presenters that presented on the different topics. Have you ever seen any correlation in your studies, in any outcome of your studies with the water condition, including water depth, water velocity, or things like that?
You wonder when we have such high water velocity, if it would disturb more of the sediment and release more mercury.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to let Bailey off the hook because I have a question for her, actually. I worked many years ago down in Kentucky area with Indiana bats, Myotis sodalis, and with bats, Myotis grisescens. Very different in some ways than the two that you described. But do you get those? The two that I just mentioned, are highly social during the hibernation period and cause big accumulations of guano in particular sites. Do you have anything like that in the Ontario area where you work?
Can you elaborate? Any accumulation of guano?
No, it's. Are these? Do you have? Well, first of all, do you have sodalis or grisescens in your part in the area where you're working? And do you have them in the winter or summer? You don't have them at all. Okay.
No. Sorry, you were cutting out a bit earlier, so I couldn't hear your full question.
Okay, I know they occur sodalis a little farther south in the southern part of New York State, but I didn't know if they were in the St. Lawrence area.
Yeah, no, they're not in Ontario, at least. In terms of Canada, I'm not too sure. That would be a better question for Brian. But yeah, I haven't came across them.
Okay.
And then in the YouTube chat, Marianne has a question. for me, she's asking, are there differences in home ranges of small and big brown bats? If big brown bats are traveling further for food, could that explain their broader range of Delta 13C? So Marianne, actually the little browns were the ones that had the wider range of 13C values. But I did read that, I believe it was big brown bats. It was just one study, so it probably warrants some more research. But I believe the male big brown bats were going further for food to allow the pregnant females or the mothers to not have to travel as far to provide nutrients for their pups. And so that might explain some sort of difference we see, but I'm not sure if it applies to the little browns as well. Like I said, it requires further research. And then another question from Winter towards me, what effects do neurotoxins and an increase in mercury bioaccumulation have on big brown bats? Are there psychological effects or effects on foraging behavior by neurotoxins? That's a great question, Winter. So like I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, I was only presenting on one chapter of my thesis. The second chapter of my thesis looks at molecular effects of mercury. So we looked at DNA methylation as a response to mercury that is found in other mammals. And we also looked at the expression of metallothioneins, which are involved in sequestering metals. And so what we found is that there were basically no correlation between the levels of mercury in the little browns or big browns and the molecular endpoints that we investigated. So either because it's a field study, the molecular effects might be diluted by every other environmental factor that we can't control for in the field, or bats might just have adapted different mechanisms that other mammals haven't because they're subjected to such high levels of mercury over the years. So again, that requires some more research as well.
Any link between the mercury in the bats and their the fungus, the white powder on their noses?
Not that I know of, but I think Brian mentioned this in his presentation earlier today that if a bat has higher levels of mercury in its body, it likely will do worse if it comes in contact with and like vice versa kind of thing. So I definitely don't think it would be a good thing to have high levels of mercury as well as white syndrome. So yeah.
It's funny, we see this in fish too. You know, we always examine fish as having, okay, what's the mercury level in a fish? What's the PCB levels in a fish? And now it's ferrophos, and what's the plastic levels in fish? And we always look at these chemicals in isolation from each other, and then we measure how much are in the fish, but we don't look at, you know, what's the combined impact on the fish or bats, right? I mean, you know, how is that, you know, at some point they reach a tipping point where they just give up, where they just, you know, their system starts shutting down.
Exactly. And I think that's it for questions. So Lawrence, if you want to close off the session.
Thanks, Bailey, for the work you're doing and for joining in at the River Institute, making that your home for the next while. I mean, they do such great work there, and this day is an example of that. And Dr. Kerr, Dr. Shikani, thank you for your research and contributions today. Excellent work. Keep it up, and hopefully we'll all be back together again next year.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the final session of today on all things great fish biology and biodiversity. I am Evie Bromstead, a PhD candidate at Carleton University, and I will be chairing this session. There will be 4 presentations today, and we will have a group Q&A period at the end of the presentations where speakers will answer your questions as in previous sessions. So please remember to post your questions and tag the speaker in the YouTube live chat, and we will read them out to the speakers at the end of the session. And conveniently, I will be giving the first presentation, so I will now switch to that. All right, so today I will be reporting on a project I have been involved with since 2019 in collaboration with folks at the River Institute and others here at Carleton University that ultimately observed that fish from wetlands had higher mercury burdens than those from non-wetlands. But let's rewind and start off at the shoreline. This is Brandy Brook, one of the many tributaries into the St. Lawrence River. As you can see, the shoreline at the mouth of this tributary is vastly dominated by taifa, commonly known as cattails. This may be a familiar sight to many of you. From above, that great blue heron might see it a little bit more like this. All of the tan land area in this image is emergent cattail wetland. The shoreline never used to look like this, though. Since 1958, the year the dam was built, regulation has kept water levels above the power dam unnaturally constant, allowing for ecotone encroachment by cattails. You'll notice that the cattail stand has grown to such an extent that islands, which never used to be connected to the shoreline, now are. This is now a commonplace image along the St. Lawrence River. The current environmental management plan for the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario is to allow for slightly higher water levels during wet periods and lower water levels during naturally dry periods. This plan, that you may be aware of, known as Plan 2014, will serve to revert these wetlands back to their pre-1958 conditions and create more submerged aquatic vegetation meadows and wetland meadow near shore, both of which will support greater fish habitat. Unfortunately, within the last 60 years, when the extensive cattail wetlands became established, we know there has been a legacy of mercury and sulfate deposition from coal combustion. These images only go back to 2003 and 1985, but even then wet deposition was high, and we know that earlier deposition was likely higher due to coal combustion. These images show deposition decreasing over time, which is good. But since water levels have remained stagnant in this time period, we infer that the legacy mercury and sulfate still remain in the cattail marsh hydric soils. So mercury is a unique metal in that it can cycle extensively throughout the environment. And Bailey gave a great introduction to this as well in her previous talk on bat mercury. But 2 pieces of this cycle are notable and relevant here. The first is that mercury can travel far distances in the atmosphere. Mercury exists at natural background levels in the environment, but it is now a common contaminant in aquatic ecosystems, especially due to coal burning, which releases previously buried mercury into the atmosphere, allowing it to deposit into landscapes far removed from the actual coal burning. So, for example, much of the atmospheric deposition we receive here originates from Western North America, and a small fraction even travels as far as from China. The next notable part of the mercury cycle is the ability for mercury to undergo a largely microbial transformation and turn into the bioavailable form methylmercury that bioaccumulates in biota, like fish. This process often occurs in oxygen-depleted environments like lake bottoms and wetlands. So I won't spend too much time here, but I would like to take a moment to mention that if you are consuming fish caught in the St. Lawrence or any other water body, make sure you are informed on the fish consumption advisories for your region. Also worth noting is that mercury differs from other contaminants which can be partly removed from trimming or other means of fat removal. But mercury differs in that it attaches to muscle tissue and it cannot be removed. The only way to truly limit your intake is by limiting your fish consumption. Now back to wetlands. We know there are a diversity of wetlands on the basis of geomorphology, and many of them, but the diversity of flora and fauna within them has decreased dramatically due to stable water levels. To increase biodiversity and allow for more fish productivity, Plan 2014 has been implemented to stimulate natural fluctuations. It has been estimated that 29% of the cattail stand will be lost with water level fluctuations, given that they've expanded by roughly 29% since 1958. But there are knowledge gaps in regards to how this plan will impact the wetlands and the legacy mercury within the hydric soil. So just to elaborate a little bit more, before 1958, when water levels fluctuated naturally, wetlands were diverse. There were woody plants, emergent plants like cattails, and submerged vegetation that provided habitat for juvenile fish. And water level fluctuations created enough disturbance such that no individual plant species could take over. However, once water levels became stable, the lack of disturbance to the shoreline vegetation allowed cattails to encroach upon inland and submerged vegetation, extending to its maximum and minimum water depths. As a result, their extensive root systems began to accumulate sediments. Under fluctuating water levels, high waters will push back some cattails and flood them out, consequently releasing some sediment that has accumulated legacy mercury as mercury bound to sulfide and organic matter. When the water level drops, the soil then becomes exposed to oxygen, which oxidizes sulfide to sulfate, iron 2 to iron 3, and that sulfate and ferric iron stimulates sulfate and iron-reducing bacteria, which will methylate mercury, making it bioavailable. So, to examine if wetlands are mobilizing mercury into the food web, young yellow perch and round goby were chosen as study species because of A, the odds of catching them at multiple locations near shore, B, yellow perch have been used extensively in mercury research, allowing for us to compare results here, and C, round goby are invasives, as we learned earlier, so we wanted to contribute to what's known about them here. And they also tend to have a fairly small habitat range, making them useful bioindicators. Fish were collected from 8 wetlands and 7 non-wetland sites between August and October of 2019 using a seine net. Any fish smaller than 1 centimeter were released, and a maximum of 25 individuals were collected at each site. The map here shows the study area above the dam along the upper St. Lawrence River. The circles indicate wetland sites and triangles indicate the non-wetland sites. Back in the lab, fish individuals were measured for length and were homogenized whole in a stainless steel blender. Samples were then analyzed in a DMA 80 with a dogfish liver standard, and also subsampled were dried for 60 degrees Celsius for future dry weight conversions. And finally, a t-test and a one-way ANCOVA were used to compare fish lengths between wetland and non-wetland sites, as well as mercury between those two site types. Results did show that fish from wetlands have higher mercury burdens than those from non-wetlands, and this was consistent for both the yellow perch and round goby. As you can see in the figure here, the solid line and circle symbols indicate individuals collected from wetlands, whereas the dashed line and the triangles indicate non-wetland samples. And for both yellow perch and round goby, mercury concentrations were significantly higher in those collected from wetlands, regardless of fish length. You will note that goby mercury burden does not increase with length, whereas there is some increase in mercury burden with length in yellow perch, and this is likely due to diet. Round goby tend to consistently feed within the same trophic level throughout their lives, whereas the yellow perch begin to feed higher in the food chain as they grow, and this aligns with the concept of biomagnification. So as we think ahead about what this means for larger fish and public health, it's important to consider questions about, which fish are consuming these that reside in wetlands, and how sampling that informs management and fish consumption advisories considers wetland mercury mobilization in their sampling locations and ultimate decisions on advisories. And with that, I will wrap up and say thank you to the River Institute for having me here to speak, and thanks to all of you for listening. And now we will move on to our next speaker. And up next is Jordanna Bergman from Carleton University, who will be speaking to us on evaluating a round goby invasion with telemetry. And with that, I'll hand it over to her.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jordanna Bergman. I'm a PhD candidate at Carleton University. I've been pretty heavy in the fieldwork the past 2 weeks. This is a really nice chance to change up the scene and share a little bit about the work that we've been doing. So I'll start off just by acknowledging that the work that this is part of is a massive collaboration. So Parks Canada, it's part of an NSERC strategic partnership grant with Parks Canada, several universities across Ontario, and a lot of the equipment is provided by Rayon. I unfortunately will start a little bit with some doom and gloom. So freshwater ecosystems worldwide, as we know, have these massive biodiversity losses that are occurring, and compared to marine and terrestrial systems, they are occurring more rapidly. Now we are in North America. The World Wildlife Fund puts out these fantastic living planet indexes each year, and they go by continent. So we're in North America. If we focus specifically on North America, the different drivers of extinction for fish, the number one driver is habitat degradation and loss, followed closely by exploitation and invasive species. So keeping all three of those in mind, please let me introduce you to my study system, where I am conducting my thesis research. So I am studying fish movements in the Rideau Canal waterway. The Rideau Canal is a 202-kilometer long continuous navigation route that connects Lake Ontario to the Ottawa River. It has these big, beautiful lake areas, but it also has some riverine and constructed channel habitats. And there are 23 operating lock stations that interconnect the system. Now, when the Rideau Canal was constructed in the 1830s, they connected previously disconnected habitats. And normally when we think about connectivity, we think about it from a positive standpoint in conservation. That means, there's more habitat available for our native species. Especially we know that there are species in the Rideau Canal like suckers and pike that make these patadromous movements each year to carry out their life history. We don't know, though, if animals, organisms, are hitting these lock stations and it's acting as a barrier to connectivity. We also don't know if invasive species versus native species are trying to move upstream or downstream. But by understanding where these fish are moving and when, we could potentially be using these anthropogenic barriers to intentionally fragment the system. The Rideau Canal is no stranger to invasive species. There's zebra mussels, Eurasian water milfoil, and common carp. And recently, round goby were discovered to have invaded the Rideau Canal in Smith Falls. An environmental consulting company was conducting infrastructure repairs, and they found 17 adult round goby at the Edmonds Lock Station in Smith Falls. A little bit of info about round goby. They are native to the Black and Caspian Seas, and it's believed that they were brought over in ballast water in 1990 to the Laurentian Great Lakes. And since then, they've proliferated throughout the entire Great Lake. But we didn't know that they were in the Rideau Canal until only 2 years ago. Invasive round goby, I know you guys have heard quite a bit about them today, but some of their negative implications ecologically and economically, and from a health perspective, they are considered to be a vector in spreading botulism. They predate on the eggs and young of a lot of our nesting game fish like black bass. And they also can outcompete some of our native fish species, including 2 species at risk, the eastern sand darter and northern mad tom. So we went out with minnow traps because that is what is commonly used as a capture method of round goby in areas that have high densities, but we couldn't capture any. We probably spent 100 hours, tons of different kinds of bait, but because this is an invasion front, it was a new invasion, the densities were too low. So we switched to backpack electrofishing, and we finally had success. It was bittersweet because, we finally found them, but they were indeed a large, this is the video, I don't think it's going to play for us, but we did finally find them. It was indeed a successful invasion. They were reproducing, there were juveniles, we found eggs, so it was bittersweet to find them. Now, we use the smallest commercially available acoustic telemetry tag. We used acoustic telemetry as a tool to track these fish, to understand where they're moving, why they might be moving, how fast they're dispersing. It's a very tiny tag. This is what the surgery looks like. So we make a tiny little incision, we insert this acoustic tag, and then we would monitor the fish to make sure that there was no negative impacts to them. And then because this is a new invasion, I took a ton of different biological samples. So you are able to externally sex round gobies. So we identified if they were a male or female or juvenile. There was a couple where I could press on their belly and they popped out hydrated oocytes. So that meant that they were reproductively active. Took lots of length measurements. And then you'll notice this little pink dot. We subdermally marked them just so that in case we recaptured them again, because we were acoustically tagging, we were releasing them. Just in case we did recapture them, we knew that we had already tagged it. So Smith Falls is here in the center of the Rideau Canal, and this is what the acoustic array looks like. So each one of these blue circles is an acoustic receiver that I've deployed that sits underwater and is essentially sitting there listening, waiting for a tagged fish to swim by. And when a tagged fish does swim within the range of the receiver, that tag will emit a unique ID, and then the receiver stores that information, and I can see where each fish was and when. Now, most of the fish that we caught, actually all of the fish that we caught, were up near this dam, and that is probably because there's not a lot of good habitat throughout the rest of the reach. Round goby prefer that hard, rocky substrate, and that's really only found here. A lot of the other areas is kind of mucky vegetation. So we captured them here, and then I brought them to shore. I conducted the surgery, and then I released them all here at this site of release receiver. And I did that because I wanted to make sure we could track subsequent movements. We are the first researchers in North America to be acoustically tagging round goby. There's actually only one other study that's ever tracked round goby with telemetry, and their individuals were much larger. So we wanted to at least have an idea of the success of the tagging. So we released them all on that single receiver. I wanted to see if they could move upstream through the lock, their upstream capacity for dispersal. And we also wanted to know if they had any propensity to return home, and just because there's not a lot of available good rocky habitat for them throughout the rest of the reach. So what did we find? So we ended up acoustically tagging 45 round goby. About 11 of them were too small for me to acoustically tag, so we euthanized them and donated them to the Canadian Museum of Nature as voucher specimens. Post-filtering all of the data, we had 43 fish to work with. So that included 23 females and 17 males. 3 were too small for me to identify the sex. Males were significantly bigger than females. But the interesting thing, it was the movement analysis. So 32% of them we called resident, and I'll get into what all this means. 11 of them we called roamers, and 9 of them entered the Edmonds Lock, and that's what's in this this white box here to your left. So for the fish that we called roamers, that means that they left the site of the site of release and they moved out into the main Rideau River channel. 4 of them did move upstream and they returned home to the site of capture. About 6 of them were detected in the middle part of the Rideau River, and then 1 individual did make it all the way down to this receiver 500 meters away. Sorry, I forgot to mention, the acoustic tag lasted 3 months. So that's the farthest that a fish swam in that 3-month period. After that, the batteries died and we couldn't track them anymore. The majority of the fish, though, stayed kind of in this area where we released them. There is rocky habitat in this area, so we wondered if maybe they would just set up camp there. There's tons of zebra mussels, so there's lots of food for them to eat. But what's most important to note here is that 9 of them were detected inside the Edmonds Lock. So we positioned, the lock masters were wonderful. They set up time for me to hop into the lock, swim around, deploy acoustic receivers. So we positioned one acoustic receiver in each corner, and we also had receivers immediately outside on the downstream side and the upstream side so that we really could figure out exactly when fish were moving if they did. Importantly, we noticed that 5 of them entered during non-operational hours at nighttime. We were wondering how the heck were they doing this? So this is what the downstream gate looks like at the Edmonds Lock. Right here is where that site of release receiver was. And there are these 4 sluice valves at the bottom of the gates that lock masters have to leave open at night to minimize pressure on the infrastructure. We did note that one fish did move upstream successfully. So the gates were open for about an hour. During that time, it looks like a fish exited, but it was only outside upstream for about 15 minutes, and then it re-entered, likely because the doors reopened for a downstream lockage and that fish was sucked back in. So fortunately, none did disperse. I think I heard a little blurb, so I need to hurry up and finish soon. But yeah, this is what the upstream gate looks like. It also could have been, though, that the fish re-entered via these sluice tunnels. So the lock masters open these to pull water into the lock chamber when they're filling the locks for a downstream passage. So the fish might have been sucked in through that. But vice versa, the fish can also leave and go upstream via those sluice tunnels. So we didn't have any upstream dispersal. We also didn't have any size or sex-specific movements. So we have some clear recommendations that we can give the managers that modify lock operations or infrastructure. So the first issue was that the gobies entered through these sluice valves. We can close those gates at night, or we can install a grate over those valves. And then the one goby that successfully passed upstream, we really just need to close those gates not in use. We found that those gates were open for about an hour, and that's when that fish was able to exit. And these are some great pro-conservation behavior changes that we can make, but there are caveats to each, and downstream dispersal is still an issue. We can chat more about this later because I think my time is up. But we got to evaluate any of the effectiveness. Educational campaigns will be really important, so get it out there that not to release your bait, because we believe that it was released in Smith Falls because they weren't detected anywhere else via a bait bucket. Thank you. We recently had this accepted, so I can share it if anybody is interested. And you're welcome to contact me. Sorry to fly through that.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Really interesting stuff, especially in context of, what I just presented on and gobies moving from wetlands and non-wetlands. So that was really interesting to hear. All right. So moving on to our next speaker. Before I do that, though, I just wanted to remind everybody in the audience that please post any questions you have in the chat on YouTube, and we'll definitely be answering those later. But our next talk will actually be co-presented by Colin Lake and Eve Paradis, who will be talking about the status of recreational and commercial fish species in Lake St. Francis towards a Quebec-Ontario analysis. And with that, I'll hand it over to them. Status of recreational and
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate being here. My name is Colin Lake. I'm a biologist with the Ministry of Northern Development Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry. And I'm here with my colleague Eve Paradis from the Ministère de la Faune et des Parcs. And we have some other folks that helped us with this presentation, namely Mike with my agency, as well as Natalie, Daniel, and Simon with Eve's group. So we're here to talk about the status of recreational and commercial fish species in Lake St. Francis and our work towards a Quebec-Ontario analysis. So to begin with, talk about the challenge of managing fisheries across borders. As we know, fish don't respect international or provincial borders. They swim wherever they want to. And in shared waters, partnerships really help to ensure the sharing of data and ideas and a more consistent approach to management across these borders. In this case, the Ontario-Quebec border meets in Lake St. Francis, as you can see from the map there. Prior to 2020, there wasn't regular communication between the agencies regarding fish communities of Lake St. Francis. That's not to say there wasn't any communication. There was. When we started talking about it, what we realized is that in both agencies, we had some senior staff that retired, and that connection was temporarily broken. And it really makes the point that for effective collaboration, these interpersonal relationships are really critical. And it's not the formal agency to agency communication. Rather, it's one-to-one communication between colleagues. So because this connection had temporarily been broken, we decided to try and reestablish it. So in the beginning, it's often difficult to navigate through a government agency's website and try to find a specific person you're looking for. So when I started, I had a few false starts and couldn't effectively find who I thought would be the right person in the Quebec agency. So I decided to go through ResearchGate. And for those of you who don't know, it's essentially a social media platform for researchers and scientists. And after a little bit of looking through ResearchGate, I was really fortunate because I did find the right person, namely Eve, at the first try. And not only did I find him, but he was interested in having a discussion. So we quickly formed a small team of biologists from both agencies, all the people that are co-authors to this talk. And we began meeting every month. And we have been meeting now for over a year. So progress so far, fortunately, we quickly found that we had a lot of interests in common. Our assessment programs are very similar, not exactly, as you'll see here shortly, but very similar. And we began the process of getting a data sharing agreement in place. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but it turns out that was a significant amount of work. We had to brief up through our respective agencies and get senior managers and whatnot to approve this data sharing agreement. And that took a little while, but we persevered and we got it in place. So it allowed us to do this initial analyses of the combined data set. A little over a year later, we're very pleased to participate in this symposium. It seems like a perfect venue to talk about this partnership and share these early results. So briefly, I'll just show this map that illustrates sampling sites of both agencies. And I'll just point out, we don't do this much sampling every year. This is a bunch of years combined. But very quickly, just looking at this map, you can see in red the Ontario surveys, and then in blue the Quebec. And it's not hard to see that by combining our data, we have much better resolution and we can see a lot more in the system. So I'm going to turn it over to Eve.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. The first step during our meetings was to compare our methods. So we knew that we have really similar sampling design, but what about sampling gears? So this table is the purpose of this table is to see the similarities and the differences in our sampling gears. And basically, we are doing the same thing with the same gears. There's two major differences between the Quebec monitoring network and the Ontario monitoring network. First, in Quebec, we're using 2 nets per station, and there's also differences in terms of mesh size panel that we're using. In Quebec, we're using the 25 millimeters mesh size panel, and in Ontario, they're using the 89 millimeters mesh size panel. So as you will see in the next slides, there's slight differences in terms of fish communities sampled by both monitoring networks, but we have basically the same kind of sampling design. Next slide, please. In terms of fish community, this figures shows that sampling communities for both monitoring networks are really similar. So we're using here the 2014 sampling year because both monitoring networks were active at that year in Lake St. Francis. And as you can see, the fish community is really similar. So basically, yellow perch is dominating the fish community, followed by walleye, northern pike, rock bass, and smallmouth bass. So two different sampling monitoring networks, but really similar data in terms of fish community. Next slide, please. As a starting point, we decided to focus our research on the status of the top 5 sport fish species in Lake St. Francis. So we decided to work first on yellow perch, on northern pike, on smallmouth and largemouth bass, and also on walleye. And we just at the beginning of the data merger and the analysis, but as I would like to show you in the next slides, some common trends that we're observing in both data sets and some differences that we can also see. So let's start with the yellow perch. Next slide, please. Yellow perch is a really great example of a species that show contrasting patterns in both monitoring networks. As you can also see on this figure, the number of sampling years in Ontario is different than in Quebec. So there's a much more sampling effort in Ontario in terms of number of years, and also in Quebec there's only 4 sampling events, and the last sampling event was in 2014. So data might be a little bit out of date. But the pattern for yellow perch is really different depending if we're looking in the Ontario dataset or the Quebec dataset. In Ontario, we can see a decline in yellow perch, and that's exactly the opposite trend in the Quebec monitoring network. We don't know exactly why there's a contrasting pattern here, but we have a couple of clues in terms of sampling gears used in both monitoring networks that can explain this difference. Next slide, please. If we have a look at the total length distribution of yellow perch for both monitoring networks, you can see that there's a really similar pattern for large and mid-size yellow perch, but there's a huge contrast for small-size yellow perch. And that is probably the effect of the 25 millimeters mesh size that we're using in the Quebec monitoring network. So that's a perfect example of how different sampling gears can give us a really contrasting view of what's going on underwater. So we'll have to go a little bit deeper in the data to take into account those differences. And maybe that can be an explanation for the contrasting pattern that we're observing on yellow perch. Next slide, please. Yeah, Northern pike is also an excellent example, but in this case, both sampling networks are giving exactly the same trend. So there's an important decline for Northern pike in terms of catch per unit effort in both monitoring networks. And this is really a case where we will have to go a little bit deeper in the data set to really understand what's going on. But clearly, we seem to have similar conclusions on both sides of the lakes. I'll let you, Colin, finish with the conclusions.
Thanks, Yves. So next steps, obviously we have more work to do. We're very early in this process. We're looking at, in the future, coordinating our efforts where possible. So that doesn't mean we'll necessarily change our protocols, but we may look at timing and perhaps do some sampling at the same time, so the data are even more comparable. As Yves showed, different surveys can give similar results or not. And we'll start looking at cases where there is agreement, and then cases where we are seeing different things, and see if we can understand why that is. We want to use this information to improve and have a more consistent outreach to the entire angling community on both sides of the border, and be able to tell a more fuller picture of what's going on in Lake St. Francis. We think actually some of the hardest work is behind us. That remains to be seen, but having the data sharing agreement was a really big step, and we plan on continuing to meet regularly and continue to share information. We may bring more people into this arrangement and bring some more thoughts in, and other partners are welcome. And we put that invite out to folks in the crowd today, and please get a hold of us if you're interested in participating. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you both. I think that's a really great example of the type of collaboration and research we need moving forward, thinking about, putting the water body first and not just thinking about boundaries politically. So great Great stuff. Now we can move on to the final presentation in this session. And again, I'll note before we do that, that any sort of questions you have, final reminder to put them in the chat on the YouTube live stream. And with that, our final presentation will be coming to us from Matt Windle from the River Institute, who will be telling us about the FINS project, Little Fish, Big River. So Matt, I'll hand it over to you. Matt, just to let you know, you are muted right now.
Hopefully you can hear me now. Sorry about that. Still learning this whole process. Matt Windle, a research scientist at the River Institute in Cornwall, Ontario. And just great to hear all those other presentations in this session and seeing all the familiar faces. I'm talking to you today about the FINS project. It's a very large project ongoing at the River Institute, and lots of information to share with you about this project. We've heard lots of information on the changes that are happening in the St. Lawrence River. It's one of the largest river systems in the world. It's had various effects happen to it over the recent decades, including damming, climate change, water levels, invasive species. We had a great talk by Tony Ricciardi this morning, talking about all the invasive species that are coming in the river. Various changes to the riparian zones, development of shoreline, just massive, massive changes that have happened in the last several decades. And with that has come lots of knowledge gaps on how the ecosystem is coping with that and how native species are doing. So this project began in 2015 with a simple question: how are minnow populations doing in Akwesasne? The River Institute often partners with the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne's environment program for various projects. So this is one that we started in 2015 based on this question. And it was raised by community members that were concerned that they weren't catching as many small fish in their trapping, for example, for bait. And so we decided, okay, we're going to look at what information is available. There wasn't actually a lot of information. We're surely work that had been done to look at small fish populations in the area. So we put together an initiative, a project between the River Institute staff and the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne's environment program staff, and we started doing some surveys in 2015. And we focused on near-shore environments. So this is where most species, over 90% of fish species in the St. Lawrence River, spend most of the part of their life cycle in near-shore environments. So whether that's spawning or juveniles seeking shelter or adults hunting, almost all species of fish spend some of their life in the nearshore environment. So it's a great place to actually sample and capture the biodiversity of the river. You don't have to read all these objectives, but there's lots of objectives with this project. The main ones I'll just distill from this are that we were trying to establish some baseline data sets for what fish species were actually present in these natural areas, filling in knowledge gaps on the species distributions of species of risk, for example, and also just through the survey effort, providing some high quality.
Sorry, it's Lee.
Yep.
We're just having some audio issues with your feed, and Zach is asking if you could maybe unshare and then come back. So if you can hang up and then rejoin the call, and then we'll keep going.
Okay, sorry.
Can you hang up completely, Matt? Oh, there you go. Great. Matt, if you can put your video back on, that'd be great. All right, let's see how you sound.
Is this better?
I think so.
Okay.
We can't hear you at all, Matt.
You can you hear me now? Yeah, you can use headphones for this. Okay.
Okay, it worked this morning though, and I was on chairing a session. Okay. Okay. How should I go from the start, or where were we when I stopped? Okay, will do.
Hang on a sec. Thank you for the words of encouragement, everyone, and your help with these IT issues. The computer now. There we go. All right. Sharing the screen. Hang on a second. I'm just having it. There we go. Okay. Okay. How'd that look? Okay, thanks, Zach. And sorry, everyone, for that. I'm not sure what happened, but this kind of thing usually happens when I try to do a presentation on this laptop. Thank you for your patience. So I'll go even faster now. My name's Matt Wendell. I'm a research scientist at the River Institute in Cornwall, Ontario. And really nice to hear everyone's presentations in this session. Today I'm going to be talking to you about a large research program on the go at the River Institute called the FINS project. And FINS stands for Fish Identification Nearshore Survey. We've heard a lot of presentations talk about all these major ecological changes that are happening to the St. Lawrence River. So I'm not going to go into detail on those, but just to note that these are happening. These are very recent changes that are happening. And so there's a lot of disturbances and uncertainty and knowledge gaps on how native species are coping with this. This project in particular began in 2015, and it began with a simple question: how are minnow populations doing in Akwesasne? The St. Lawrence River Institute works in very closely with the environment program at the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. And we both noted that community members in Akwesasne and Cornwall were reporting declines in minnow populations that we're trying to collect, capture as part of their bait fishery, for example. So we started a project to survey these small nearshore minnow populations, and we noted that there wasn't a lot of information available at the time on these populations for the St. Lawrence River. Most of the focus is on large sport fish. We focused on nearshore environments because over 90% of the fish that live in the St. Lawrence River spend part or all of their life cycle in nearshore environments. So if you're going to target and try to determine trends in biodiversity, this is the area that you want to sample. This makes sense, right? You can see in this photo here, lots of plants, lots of structure for fish to hide, spawn in. Really productive habitat with lots of nutrients and food sources as well. Lots of objectives for the project. The main one being that we wanted to establish these baseline data sets for what fish are actually present in the river in these nearshore areas. We were focusing also on species of risk, and we wanted to provide these high quality training opportunities for youth as well as part of this project, and also just to teach the public about small fish species living in the river. So the way we do the surveys, we do fish surveys using a seine. You can see this in action here. It's a 30-foot seine. We do standardized amount of hauls per site, and then we catch the species. We look at what species they are. We count how many we've caught in a site and with a given amount of effort, and we return those back to the river. And a subset of those are also measured for length. And from that, we get overall, we can calculate abundance, species of risk, diversity, and things like morphometrics, like lengths, for example. We also measure various features of aquatic habitat. So substrates dictate a lot on what types of fish and plants you find in different areas. Water depth, aquatic vegetation surveys, we do that. So we're doing, in the past year or two, standardized vegetation surveys. You can see Dr. Marianne Perron here helping to lead that component of the project. We also collect a lot of information on water quality. So again, water clarity, for example, will dictate what types of species are found in different habitats. Connectivity, we've heard a few presentations on that, and nutrients as well. We're also measuring that. So a lot of runoff happens from nearby farmland, for example. We're looking at shoreline characteristics, if they're modified, what types of riparian habitats are present there. And really exciting is the use of some new tools now. So we're using drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, to capture overhead imagery of our habitats, map those out using various types of cameras. And that gives us a really good sense of what the structure is. So you get a much better view of the habitat that you just surveyed with your fish survey and your plant surveys, for example.
And thanks to various cameras on the payloads on these drones, we can also look at different wavelengths of light and actually extract, for example, green wavelengths and look at algae that you might have missed. You can see this highlighted in some of these logs here that are submerged in this particular habitat. So that's a really exciting new tool we're using. We're also, in the last few years, we've been collecting water samples at sites to filter and have analyzed for environmental DNA. So we do that in a standardized way, and we filter that directly in the field as well. So then we can preserve the sample as soon as possible. Through this work, we're examining lots of different species. So species of risk, there's quite a few that live in the St. Lawrence River. We're also tracking the movements, the distribution changes of aquatic invasive species. We've heard a few talks on the round goby. Tube-nosed goby is a new one that's entering the system and expanding its range, so is tench. So all these are captured as part of this survey work. So I'm just going to go through a few highlights of the project, and you'd see a really nice diversity of fish in this photo here by Stephany Hildebrand. So through the years, the geographic scope of the project has really expanded. You can see a map series here, and the St. Lawrence River has kind of been oriented vertically just to fit all these on. So you can see extending from Lake Ontario and then upwards would be downstream. And so in 2015, it was really focused in the Cornwall, Akwesasne area when we started this project. And over the years, it's really expanded to the point in 2021 where we're surveying close to Montreal and then all the way upstream into Prince Edward County and Lake Ontario. We've, over the past 7 years, we've actually documented over 150,000 fish now. So it started from a simple question, how are the minnows doing? And now we have a really good idea of how they're doing, as well as a lot of other species that happen to be in nearshore environments. So over 200 sites in the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario now have been sampled, including many wetlands. We've identified over 60 species of fish. There's probably about 70 to 80 species of fish that do live in the St. Lawrence River, so we're covering almost all of them through this survey. We've also collected eDNA samples from 65 of these sites, and I'll talk a bit more about that. And then we've also done quite a few drone surveys. We have high-resolution maps of all these habitats. We've collected 42,000 fish length measurements as part of the survey as well, so there's a master's project or two waiting in that data set. In terms of answering that original question for the project, we're filling a lot of knowledge gaps. We've just in particular in Lake St. Francis, so near Cornwall and Akwesasne, we've surveyed over 110 sites so far and have documented 80,000 fish. So again, we're in a really good position to answer how are the minnow populations doing. Through this research, we've been able to focus on various species of risk. So one of them is the pug-nosed shiner. You can see some of the pug-nosed shiner in this photo here, really small mouths. It's one of the several species of risk minnows. And we've documented over 1,000 of these now at 20 new sites that they were never known to occur at. So this is feeding into policy and species of risk recovery strategies. Part of this work also, we're able to document the distribution of young of the year muskellunge in a previous survey, or in a previous presentation by Dr. Tony Ricciardi today. You heard about how muskellunge populations were drastically affected by the viral hemorrhagic septicemia virus, and half the population was wiped out in the early 2000s. So there's a big push to document how the species is regenerating itself through these spawning and recruiting new individuals. So we're able to track that through this project. In terms of eDNA efforts, we've collected quite a few samples now, and we're working with Dr. Stephen Lohid's lab at Queen's University, as well as some of his PhD students seen in this photo, and postdocs as well. So DNA extractions are underway as part of that analysis now that the water samples have been collected, and we're looking for results in 2022. So lots of different collaborations happening with this project. It's a great platform for it. Once you have an established survey on the go, you can kind of bring in people and new tools and new questions, and a few of them are listed here. I'll go through a few. So again, we've documented lots of young of the year muskellunge in partnership with Muskies Canada and Parks Canada, who have similar efforts focused in the Thousand Islands. We come across lots of round gobies. They're found at almost all of our survey sites, so it's a great species to study in terms of its how it's doing in the ecosystem. And we're collaborating with Carleton University. I just heard a talk with Evie about some of that research. We're also collaborating with UQAM and the University of Quebec and Montreal looking at how wetlands are one of the last refuges from round goby invasions. We're coming across tube-nosed gobies increasingly in our surveys, so there's an active invasion happening in the St. Lawrence River right now as these move downstream. And we've been working with Dr. John Farrell's group at SUNY ESF and Anthony Ricciardi's group at McGill University to study this new invasion front. This summer, we started a collaboration as well in Maitland, which is near Brockville, Ontario, Maitland Tower and door number 1. It's a great site to actually do a really fine-scale focus study on nearshore fish communities and then try to come up with some habitat remediation solutions for some of the site as it recovers. We are also, this summer, we had the great fortune for the River Institute and the MCA to visit Ganawage in Lac St. Louis, and we did several survey visits there with them to document some of their aquatic habitats, and we look forward to this ongoing collaboration as well. Our information is feeding into the Great River Report, and you've heard some great presentations on that over the past few days from Dr. Lee Magahi and Dr. Marianne Perron. So just next steps for the project, ED&A analyses are ongoing. We have a very big stats analysis happening, working up the results and planning our survey work for next summer. And our next slide here. Just a thank you so much to the 2021 field crew. Our crews have keep expanding, and each person in this photo does so many amazing things as part of this work. And I've learned so many new tools and are just super enthusiastic. And I just want to just take this opportunity to thank all of these individuals. And this project actually overall has provided training for over 50 individuals and counting, including staff and volunteers. So that's a great result from the project. So thank you to everyone, and I know I went a little over time there, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Matt. I've heard you present on the FINS project for a few years now, and it's always great to see how it's expanding every year, and it seems like there's always new projects being tacked on. It's amazing how much information is captured by the project, so really great stuff. So we have a couple minutes for questions before we hit our 4:20 mark. If you have any final questions, please put them in the chat. And if there's anything we don't get to, or if you have questions after, it was mentioned earlier, the emails for all of the presenters can be found through the River Symposium website. So be sure to do that if need be. Our first question here is for Jordanna, asking, what are the next steps in your project?
Yeah, I'm so sorry about how quickly I had to fly through that presentation. 12 minutes really pops up quickly. So right now, our plan is to work with Parks Canada to try to implement those conservation behavior changes. The Rideau Canal is a really tough system to minimize invasive species movements on because Parks Canada is federally mandated to regulate it as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So any kind of changes we make to infrastructure has to go through all of these different approval steps. So to put those grates or gates over the valves to prevent gobies from entering in overnight would have to go through some, different steps. So what I think is easiest is if we change how lock masters operate the locks. If we can try to keep the doors closed when they're not in use. Same thing with any lock downstream. We could try to keep the doors in use closed also. And I would really, really like to push Parks Canada to put up signs at all the boat launches. I would like to think that the round gobies that were introduced in Smith Falls, it was accidental. An angler just didn't know that it was a round goby in their bait bucket, or they didn't know they weren't supposed to release bait. But if we had all these signs at all the boat launches or at bait shops, education's a good first step. So I don't know how much work it is to get Parks Canada to put signs up or how much convincing it's going to take, but that's something that I'd really like to push for also is the education campaigns.
So thank you for that. And with that, I think our time is pretty much up. As I mentioned, if there are more questions, certainly reach out. And now we will move on to a closing by Abraham Francis, and I will hand this over to Matt to move us on to that.
I will eventually figure this platform out. Thank you to all of our presenters today for your ongoing work and just sharing all that wonderful information and knowledge and giving us lots of things to think about today. And it was really nice to see everyone virtually, and really enjoyed all the talks. And yeah, if there's other questions, you can post those on our YouTube feed, or I encourage you to reach out to all the presenters to follow up with them. Most people are very keen to continue to talk about their work and expand on things that they were talking about today. So thank you for that, and all the staff that worked on bringing this symposium together. It was an amazing amount of work had to happen in the background to bring this to us today. So thank you to our IT team, particularly Zach, who's been in the background. You've probably heard his voice over the last few days, managing all of the virtual components. So thank you, Zach, and all the rest of the symposium team, Lee, Georgia, Marianne, Bailey. I know I'm forgetting a lot of others, but thank you everyone for doing that, all the hard work to bring the symposium together and just creating this opportunity for all of us to get together and share science. So with that, I'm going to send it off to Abraham Francis, and one of my favorite human beings. Abe's going to take us out today and bring this all together and close things up for us. So I'll send that off to you, Abe.
It's time, isn't it? So Sego Guego, River Symposium community. We've had an amazing past 2 days. I just want to make sure to extend my eternal gratefulness to Lee McGoffey and all the work she has done to make the symposium possible, as well as the rest of her team that worked tirelessly. See, I can't even talk. We're all so tired at this point. From all the labor and love that we embedded into these past 2 days. And I'm so grateful for everyone that came and showed out for this event and listened and asked critical questions. And just a reminder that this work doesn't stop, that we're going to keep moving, because these global challenges aren't going to go anywhere, and it's local concerns that make our work possible. So with that being said, I will be closing out this event. Yogyokwasa odohusios kanigaligwasa danchi dohulado ne sugwaya dizo negadi o hantagaliwadakwa iguano headsto Tony otohak ne ngwanigula. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lado ne ungwet sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne yikini staha hunja Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne onagat sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne gadget sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne orla sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne ohunda sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne onukwa sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne kayen tusala Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne gahi sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne kayen tusala Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne ojinua sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne gondilio Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne ogwele sua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwet nuni ne ngwanigula dano detin lados ne ojida agua Tony otohak ne ngwanigula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne yiki suta gu ala di welas. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne kaeli ne kawalage. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne sungwachi a yokineko galakwa. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne asutineka galakwa. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne ojistokwa sum'a. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne kaeli nego niungwetige. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula to. Agwego aska de wafwe nuni ne gwani gula dono de tenolados ne kael sungwaya dizo. Toni o tohok ne gwani gula. Ona wedeli wahu wan hodo nua when izolate toga o teno sayongwanigu ha. Ize gine iza wata suntelo egadi niontahak ne sawatni gula. So, and with that said, we've now brought this event to a closing. And so now everybody can take everything that they learned here and go back to their lives, and hopefully it sticks with you and you've learned such wonderful things and you're able to incorporate them into your lives. An understanding of the health of our river and everyone that loves and gets to work on it and the ways that you can contribute. So with that, Nyawagoa and Onagiwahe.